Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Good evening, squirrels of the world. Happy to be here with you guys on a Saturday night. Appreciate you guys for being with me. I had some things happen with students, and so I was running a little bit behind with finishing up some stuff with those lessons. But for those of you guys who are on the Discord, hopefully you saw I try to post in the Discord if there's going to be a change to the schedule. So yeah, and sometimes it's, I'm just if I'm in a lesson, I can kind of go ahead and just post something quick in there. But yeah, so, but we are here, and we may even want to watch this testimony more than once. I was thinking about this with some of our Squirrel friends who I know aren't able to join us tonight, but just beyond that, this testimony is really a lot. To say the least, and there's a lot to think about and appreciate and take in. So yes, so let me pull up. Okay. We are going to start with this. Hipster Business Adjacent, Unhinged. It's the new Chicken Business Adjacent, Unhinged. Shout out to the road trip crew.
It's a house.
The defendant stated ending the relationship. Is that right?
Yes.
And the defendant then discusses with you how she was going to sit down and talk to Jason, and that she's in a bad spot right now.
Yes.
Okay, so let me pause this. So I included, well, I don't really have, I included pausing in the video so that we could read this without them talking, because when Jenna answers this question, she doesn't actually read what's on the screen. So let's read it. Well, sit down and talk like adults in public so he can't explode. So I'm guessing that's from Jenna. Or maybe that's supposed to be wheel, but there's missing an apostrophe, and then it could be from Ezra. I'm in a bad spot, and my whole body hurts because I truly love him, but I cannot be treated like this. It's unhealthy for both of us. Everyone has been telling me lately how, well, I'm correcting the typos as I read it. How unhealthy it is and how it's damaging. I'm starting to really think about it, and I've been called countless insults. I guess that's supposed to say disrespected. We're missing a comma there as well. Disrespected my body, disrespected and mistreated in my times of need, and the lack of communication is, and that I'm sure should say dangerous. Wow. Okay. I feel like there's not that much more information to be gleaned from that, but what do you guys think? Let me know if you guys think that there's anything insightful there.
And then do you inform the defendant that it's better to talk in person?
Yes, she stated that she would be talking to him in person when he returned from drill.
Now that matters. She stated she was going to be talking to him in person. There's a common theme here that I've realized. Ezra only breaks up with people via text and sideswipes them, which is interesting. That's what happens. It's interesting that that's the case. But all of that adds to the prosecution when they try to point out how weird it is that she felt like all of a sudden it was so important that she return Alex the heating pad in person. It doesn't match up to her previous behavior, because all of these things that she's had that are these big events, they've all happened with text. And so even when she's said she's going to do it in person, she does it in text. She just sideswipes. And in fact, Jason's interpretation of what happened was he wasn't even really sure they were broken up. He was like, yeah, she just I came back and her stuff was gone. which I think we'll see that clip here in a sec. But doesn't that make it more interesting, right?
And then does your conversation continue about the defendants trying to find a place to live?
Yes.
And all of those conversations or those messages on Facebook, those all occurred on February 5th?
Yes.
Does February 5th ring a bell to you guys? There's a reason I put this together. If you guys saw the thumbnail, I added Mr. Dufour, and there's a little thought bubble. And it's like, she's got a lot of explaining to do. We're seeing, I mean, this is just some of, like, this video is just like snippets of it, right? The Hipster Business Adjacent. So, does anybody remember, million squirrel points, does anybody remember, what does February 5th, does that date ring a bell to you guys? Anybody remember? Because I don't want to keep playing it yet, because I think we're probably going to hear, I'm just curious if anybody remembers what that date, why that date is significant. Because remember, here she is texting Jenna, who's one of her closest friends, texting Jenna about her thoughts on breaking up with Jason. And planning on A, doing it when he gets home from drill after Valentine's Day, and B, talking to him in person. None of that happens. But C, there's also things that she's not saying, right? If they're happening.
At any time around that date, did the defendant mention to you anything that occurred with John Hansen?
No.
Was there a time where the defendant discussed spending a few days consecutively with Mr. Hansen?
That is correct.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me that she had stayed there for the weekend and that she had participated in spending time with John and his son, and that they had made dinner together and things of that nature.
And did she appear upset?
Absolutely not.
Were you still in a dating relationship with the defendant at the time of that assault on February 4th?
Yes.
As well as February 5th?
Yes.
There you go.
And what were the dates that you were gone, if you recall?
05 to 14.
So February 5th to February 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Do you remember you said that the defendant living with you at the apartment changed while you were gone. How did you become aware that changed?
We had a conversation one night. She seemed kind of distant, but I didn't think anything was too amiss.
Yeah.
And the next morning she had messaged me that she needed to move out.
Did that catch you off guard?
Yeah, very.
Do you remember if that was at the beginning or the end of that time you were gone?
It was kind of like in the middle of it, I believe.
Did the defendant actually move out of the apartment?
When I returned home, her stuff was gone, so yes.
All right. Where was Ezra living?
Do you know if
Question. One of them.
Jason Mengel and the defendant lived together at some point?
They did.
Do you know when that was?
It was right before, I know that when she moved out, it was Valentine's Day.
Okay.
So I know it was up until that point. I don't remember when it started.
And where did the defendant live after she moved out of Jason's apartment?
I'm not sure of specific places. I know that her car was a place of staying, but I don't know if she stayed at specific places.
So from the time period that the defendant moved out, and I'll ask you some follow-up questions, so I'm just looking for whether or not you're aware. Are you aware of so between the time period she moved out and then March 22nd, which is the date we're really here for today, are you aware where she lived? Different
She
locations?
had multiple residences.
Okay. Are you aware that she lived with her mother for a time?
Yes.
Did she tell you that?
Yeah, she had told me.
And did she tell you that she lived with her dad, Joe Shane, or Joe Carlin?
I've come to think, and this is nothing against Jason Mengel at all. I think he's great. I've come to realize, I've gone back and watched so much of this testimony again in the process of making the next video, and including these clips. that it's great. I'm getting really a lot more familiar with it, you know? And yeah, so, but I think as it goes along and as I rewatch older testimony again, and as I'm watching the new testimony, as I'm making the new videos for the upcoming episodes, I think that every time Jason does this certain thing with his lips, let me see if I can show you what I mean. Hold on, let me rewind it a second, if I can. And he does it quite a bit, but only at specific times. Hold on.
Yeah, she had told me.
And are you?
He does that thing with his lips. This, I could be entirely wrong, but my thought is that it's when, and I'm not saying this is not literal. Look at literally, this is not because of like being a body language reader or anything. It has nothing to do with that. The way that I kind of came up with this is because of the testimony. And then I only just now, having watched this, noticed the lip thing. But based on what he's saying when that happens, I think that that's almost like, I think he makes that gesture with his lips, you know, not on purpose, but whenever he has more, how to say this? It's clear from his testimony that he's very candid and very open and honest. Like he likes to answer things fully, and he answers things like he's obviously not planned ahead an answer, right? Like he really is genuinely in the moment thinking about the answer and what he remembers at the time, which makes him a great witness. However, as we know, there were motions in limine. There's things that they aren't allowed to bring up. There's plenty of things that are off limits, completely off limits, like lots of things that are off limits, right? And he would have, I mean, as with every witness, right? But he's one of the key witnesses. I can only imagine that he met with the prosecutor, Spring Chicken probably, you know, on a couple occasions or more than one occasion or whatever, and would have been told, okay, you can't talk about this. You can't talk about that. I'm going to ask you about this, but you can't talk about this part, right? You know, and we see that sometimes maybe he forgets and then there's an objection, which isn't the end of the world, right? It's not like Jason's going to get in trouble, but they would have said, okay, you know, you try to keep it limited to this. And then not only that, but the judge has actually said to him several times, okay, just answer the question. Don't go beyond the question. Just answer the question. But it's in his, I feel like, this is my opinion, it's like in his DNA to be fully honest and transparent. So I think that it bothers him when he can't fully answer the question. And I'll be honest, I would be the same way. I would be that person. What I just described, I am that way. I would feel it would be really hard for me not to give the full, honest, truthful answer with like an open and candid intention, if that makes sense. And I think that that's what I'm picking up on because of the times when it seems like he wants to say more and he can't, you know, if that makes sense.
Did she tell you that she lived with her dad, Joe Shane, or Joe Carlin for a while as well?
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you that she was looking for an apartment in the Eau Claire area?
Yeah, I believe her and Alex and I can't remember, Sarah, I believe, were possibly going to get an apartment together.
Okay. So one thing I pointed out before is how Ezra told everybody in their friend group something different. And it's really interesting. Because, you know, they all got different stories.
Did you later learn that the defendant and Alex's relationship ended?
Yes.
How did you learn about that?
On February 25th, I was texting with Alex. He was going to be coming to my apartment because he was going to take over the lease from my current roommate. And I told him, we were just discussing the lease, and actually simultaneously I'd received a message from Ezra on Facebook asking if she could come and look at the apartment because I'd made a public post saying that I had a room to fill. So when I was texting Alex about the apartment, I also told him that Ezra had reached out and was showing interest as well. Up to that time, I didn't know that anything had happened between them. But he asked if I could not mention him because they'd had a falling out the day before, which would have been February 24th.
same day as the art show and the blow up at Racy's.
That's an outgoing message to you. Is that right? Could you read that for the jury?
There's certain days in this case where a lot of things happened on the same day. Well, I would say 2 days specifically. One of them is February 24th. That's the pop-up art show, blow up at Racy's. Ezra breaks up with Alex. And the other is March 19th, and that's like Jason and Jenna go to the bar. Jason breaks up with Ezra. Ezra calls Jenna with the haunting phone call. Jenna writes the letter.
Yes. Things just went really bad between us, and I don't think she's going to be in town again.
And how did you respond?
Oh, fuck.
That part I think is really interesting because he says Alex's impression is that Ezra's not going to be in town again after February 24th. So let's think about that. Why would that be, right? So she broke up with Jason 10 days prior. So there's 10 days between her breaking up with Jason and her breaking up with Alex. Which is interesting because ostensibly she wanted both of them, right? Isn't it? It's weird, right? I mean, this is... Now, we never, I guess you could say her and John Hansen never really had a relationship. They were just, doing it to each other. But so there's no, that we know of anyway, there's no official start and end to that or whatever. Of course, there has to be a start and end, but not one that has come up. So it's interesting that it's 10 days separating it, right? Ezra breaks up with both of the two guys that we know she really, wanted. I mean, it seems like she wanted to use Jason for the security, right? And having a place to live and whatnot, potentially. It seems like if I had to try to, we're going to hear more from Ezra, but where I'm at right now is that I think she wanted Jason for this security, right? I think she wanted Alex for the intellectual stimulation, if you will. Although I think that 99% of what he said and talked about went completely over her head. And I think that she wanted John Hansen for the sex, basically. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But nevertheless, interesting that she breaks up with two of them 10 days apart from each other. And then tells Alex, or I guess he gets the impression that she's going to be leaving Eau Claire, right? Hi, Sewer Planner Girl.
What happened?
And down below right there, how did Alex respond?
Jason found out and had a fit at Racy's. Ezra got stressed out and blew up at me for not talking about my past. Woke up to a text asking me to forget her name and not talk to her again.
That's where she breaks up with Alex.
Were there times during the time period that when she moved out up into that March 22nd date that she stayed in a hotel?
Yes,
How do you know that?
I was there as well.
Did you get the hotel for her?
She didn't have any money, so yes.
She didn't have money, so yes, you did?
It was kind of a safe haven. She was not having a good... Her home situation wasn't always optimal, so...
Did you talk?
That's a great example, like I've mentioned before, of how he still, at this day and age when he's testifying, believes things that she said. We don't have any indication that that is true. That's what she told him. And that's just where you can see the gaslighting. Because he's genuinely answering the question, genuinely, candidly. And there's times where he does couch something and say, this was my understanding, or Ezra told me, or Ezra gave me the impression. But you can see the way he answers that is he really thinks that was true. So that's just depressing, isn't it?
Talked to the defendant that morning by phone or text?
Yeah, we had talked.
And did the defendant tell you whether or not she was coming to Eau Claire that day?
No, she hadn't mentioned anything.
Did she tell you that she was in Stanley?
I believe she was at Joe's. Yeah.
Oops, I didn't mean to pause. Sorry. All right, Ezra's mysterious disappearance.
And approximately 1 week.
I don't know what the fuck to make of this mysterious disappearance. This is one of those things where it's like we just know that there's a disappearance, but we don't have enough information. It's kind of annoying.
Before the death of the victim in this case, do you recall the defendant showing up at your house in Stanley asking for a place to stay?
Yes.
And after that night, when was the next time that you saw her?
I believe I've seen her several times in the next few days.
Do you recall her being gone for a couple of days after she said she was going to crash at your house?
She left a couple times, but she came back.
Was the defendant gone overnight when she first came to your house? She asked if she could stay there, and then was she gone overnight for a period of time?
I believe one of the nights she was gone overnight, yes.
And do you know where her car was at the time?
It was right in front.
This question, I've brought this up before. This question is really interesting to me. She's asking if her car was at the house, like on the day of the murders. And this is the one that gave me, remember guys, when we were talking about this, I think it's on the last live stream or maybe the one before, we were talking about it, and that maybe what's going on here, we were thinking is that, or I was thinking, was that Ezra was actually back with Jason, right? Because we know they're kind of getting back together, and we know he broke up with her again. Or he broke up with her with the day of the letter and all that, the 19th. And we were thinking, how did she get the letter? And maybe the place where she was staying was with Jason. And then that would explain how she got the letter. But one of the reasons I was saying that is because this question suggests that Ezra's car was not at the house, as in almost like she didn't leave from the house, like she left from somewhere else. But we don't have enough information to really know yet.
My home.
So you're on March 22nd, the car was parked in front of your house.
If you're asking when she took the car from my house, then yes, it was parked out in front of my house.
Okay, the letter. So again, having gone back to a lot of this testimony, I don't think Ezra was staying at Jason's house. So remember, we were like, how did she get the letter? Blah, blah. But the question remains, we still don't really know where she was staying. I mean, it's still her whereabouts between the 14th and the 22nd are really unclear, except for the fact that we know that on March 15th she shows up at her dad's. It's on the timeline too. We know that there's a couple nights in there where she stays with Jason, but we don't know when specifically. We know that after March 15th she leaves for a couple nights and then comes back, apparently. Well, according to her dad, she comes back. That prosecutor, again, her questioning seems to make it suggest that that she didn't come back. It's frustrating, right? Okay, but let's take a look at this next section here.
So can you take me to this day on February 24th? What did you observe that day? Were you at Racy's coffee shop?
Yes.
And did you observe an interaction between Jason Mengel and the defendant?
Correct.
What did you observe?
Jason had asked Ezra to come outside so he could speak with her. It was around the time that we had to leave we were volunteers for the art show. And I went outside to bring her with me. I was giving her a ride there, and they were having what looked like a tense conversation. He said something to the effect of being upset with her sleeping with his friends.
So if Alex died on the 22nd of March 2018, would it have been a couple days before that?
Whenever the phone call between me and...
Okay, so there was a phone call that led to this letter?
Yeah, I hung up. I didn't want to talk anymore.
Okay.
And
who was the phone call between you and who?
it was between me and Ezra, and then after I hung up, she called Jenna and talked with Jenna.
Okay. Late at night, you were drunk. I'm sorry, did you say the defendant called you or you called her?
I can't recall who called whom, but yeah.
You ended up hanging up?
On the phone.
I ended up hanging up because I was just sick of it.
Good for you.
When you say sick of it, what do you, just briefly, what are you referring to as it?
Well, I found out more information at the bar. Me and Jenna had,
Without knowing, I'm sorry, without going into the content of what you were told at the bar, you found out some new information. Was that about Alex Woodworth and the defendant?
I found out more, yes.
Okay. Was it information that was about their relationship?
I believe so. The time I received the letter was in the morning. I think Jenna had written it because Ezra had asked her to wake me, but she said I wasn't going to wake him.
Okay. It's sustained and personal knowledge, I assume, is.
So, did you end up talking to the defendant about this letter?
To Ms. McCandless? Yes.
And do you remember, did you give this letter to her or just talk to her about it?
I think I gave it to her. That was the copy that.
So again, this would a couple things make me think that she wasn't actually staying there. In other words, I'm taking back that theory because A, he says that he gave her the letter. B, he called her on the phone after he got back from the bar, which would have meant she wasn't at the house or apartment, right?
It was intended for me, I believe.
But we don't know where she was. Now, she might have been already in Stanley because this would have been March 19th and she showed up on March 15th. But again, remember, she left and then she came back supposedly, right?
The copy of the letter was intended for you?
Yeah, Miss Van Zandt, I believe, wrote 2 copies of that letter.
And when you went to Alex's, what did you see from the outside?
I saw her car idling in his driveway.
Was there anybody in the car?
Negative.
Interesting.
But obviously the keys were inside if it was idling?
Yeah, it was idling. And turned the car off, yes. At that time, I noticed that note that was on the passenger seat.
Was that the note from?
Question, do you guys think there's anything significant to her car idle? What do you guys make of that? I'm curious.
Jenna?
Yes.
Do you know how that note got there?
I had given it to Ezra, I believe.
Oh, I think is that the end of it? Okay, he'd given it to Ezra. There it is. So I thought there was something else. Okay, that's it. So we know now that she was not staying. In other words, it seems like maybe part of the mystery was solved when it was oh, she must have been staying with Jason. That makes sense, right? That's how she got the letter. That's where she was. Blah, blah. But that's not it. So it's interesting. I don't think she was staying. Okay. Part of me has wondered was she staying with Alex? However, we have from the friends, it seems like when she broke up with him and after that falling out at Racy's and all that, he really wanted nothing to do with her. And also the roommates too said that she stopped coming over. So yeah, so she wasn't staying there. Maybe she was staying with John Hansen. We just don't know. It's very interesting. What was in the note again? Jenna read the note in court. It was something to the effect of she was trying to remove herself from the situation. The note was to the effect of I realize I've been operating from a place of miscommunication. I'm trying to remember what else was in the note. I think the other thing that I thought was interesting from the note was she was I want to get out of she was kind of I want to, I'm not going to get involved anymore so that you guys can work it out the way that is best for you or something along those lines. But what was interesting about that is that it indicates that they were trying to work it out, right? That letter from March 19th from Jenna indicates that Ezra was trying to get back with Jason. And we know that because of A, what's in the letter, and B, Ezra being so pissed at Jenna, right? And saying, fix it, right? And all that with the haunting phone call, as I call it. So we know that Ezra was really actively trying to get back with Jason. Now, could that be because she was again, we don't know where she was living. We've heard from Brianna that maybe she was in her car for some of that time, but it does seem like she was trying to get back with him and maybe have a place to stay again, right? We know she didn't really want to leave Eau Claire and didn't want to be in Stanley, but this whole thing culminated right before the 22nd where, Jason found out more stuff about her cheating on him. And he was like, nope. And to quote him, he said there was always just one more lie. Actually, hold on. I've got the thing. I have the thing. Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. So And then Ezra, right? Ezra calls Jenna and is like, fix it, right? But worse than that. And it's that haunting phone call thing. And so then Jenna's like, Jenna can't wake him up because he's drunk. And so then she writes the note. But yeah, the note was basically like, I've not been from place of abuse communication. And it was kind of like, I want to get out of the way and stop being in the middle so that you guys can work on things the way you see fit, that type of thing. Yeah. Okay, so my plan, you guys, I cannot wait to go through the hipster business with the crime scene. I have noticed so many new things that we didn't notice the first time around, and not all of it gets pointed out, right? Like some of this, remember, a lot of times there's important pieces of evidence that come in, but nothing else can be said about them until closing arguments, right? So there could be things that are really important, but it's just lost in the shuffle because it's like, for example, the DNA, the blood, right? The DNA in the car. They go through a list of like hundreds of items. What was this? What was that? What was this? What was that? What was this? What was that? And they can't be like, okay, jury, pay attention. This part's important. Or they can't be like, okay, what's significant about this one? Right. You know what I mean? Like it's just a list. So, I've noticed so many things, but what my plan is this: we're gonna get into the testimony with Ezra, and then whenever they go to talk about the day of the murders, right? Whenever Ezra's going to tell her story of events, we're going to go through hipster business to refresh all of our memory what happened there, and go through the possibilities, and then we will probably bring it up again more than once throughout the testimony. But let's go ahead and jump right on in to Ezra. Woo! Woohoo!
It's a house.
He also used the word son, S-U-N. Was
Yes.
he referring to anything specific when he told you you were his son?
Yes, he had a pet name for.
I know this is embarrassing.
This is embarrassing for me. It's in reference to my vagina, the sun, the blaze, the.
I have to say, I mean, this is probably, I can't help but feel like this is bullshit, but that she really wanted to get this testimony in. Just me. That's just my personal opinion.
Warmth. He would often talk about how my intimate area was his son, S-U-N.
Now, during this time, I'm sorry, I'm going to take you up now to, first of all, are there many journal phrases where Alex would refer to love and do what you will?
Yes.
Did you take the journals and count up what you thought, how many times that he would actually refer to that phrase in his journals?
Yes.
How many times did you count?
Roughly, it was the high 20s into the 30s.
I will say her counting has not been on point so far that we've seen, so I don't know.
It's deeply woven into the journals.
Was that phrase also deeply woven into your relationship?
Yes, it seemed like instead of your typical morning text message, it would be a text of love and do as you will, or he would somehow bring it into.
That, you guys, that matters. I didn't even realize. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna rewind that. That is gonna come up on cross.
Text message, it would.
I didn't go back far enough. Oh my God.
My intimate area was his son.
Gross.
S-U-N.
Now, during this time, I'm sorry, I'm going to take you up now to, first of all, are there many journal phrases where Alex would refer to love and do what you will?
Yes.
Did you take the journals and count up what you thought, how many times that he would actually refer to that phrase in his journals?
Yes.
How many times did you count?
Roughly, it was the high 20s into the 30s. It's deeply woven into the journals.
This part, I have to say, I'm shocked that this attorney is asking this question. This is going to come up on cross. This is just one of those things where it's like they have an ethical, okay, as these attorneys, they have an ethical duty, like to not illicit lies. Like they can't knowingly, like this is crazy. This is going to come up across.
Was that phrase also deeply woven into your relationship?
Yes, it seemed like instead of your typical morning text message, it would be a text of love and do as you will. Or he would somehow bring it into almost every conversation we would have.
Okay.
Intimately, just normal conversation at the coffee shop, at home. It was always a part of every day.
Okay, let me walk that back a little bit. Miss Fishney did not ask her specifically about text messages, so I take it back. Miss Fishney just said it wasn't deeply woven into your relationship, and Ezra answered with text messages. But that's going to come up on cross in a big way, guys. Good evening, random girl. Yeah, you know what's so wild though, guys? Her demeanor is completely different on cross, and then when she comes back on day 11, which will be the next episode, it's like there's a new person on the stand. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's like a different person. It's really something else. Really, everything is different the next day. It's kind of scary, to be honest with you.
I'm going to ask you about some specific sexual acts
Please don't.
between you and Alex. All right?
Please don't.
As your sexual relationship progressed into January and February,
Yes.
did the sexual acts between you and Alex undergo a change from what they had been?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what that was?
Well, from what I said before, the more vanilla, it turned into what at times could be considered a BDSM relationship.
And what does BDSM mean?
BDSM is bind, dominance, and it can be submissive or sadomasochist. It depends.
I'm with you. The procrastination is it's hardcore, right? I mean, they spent the first however long on direct from the last episode, but it's the first really long portion of direct is only Alex's journal entries. You know,
Depends on
come on,
what sector you're in. If it's submissive, dominant, or sadomasochism.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this with respect to Alex, okay?
Yes.
Have you heard, in respect to BDSM, what a safe word is?
Yes.
What is a safe word?
In a BDSM relationship, a safe word is essentially, it's one of the most important parts of the relationship, I consider. It's when in an act, when something is getting too much for you or one of the partners or the
I just have this feeling that Miss Fishney Googled BDSM and gave Ezra this information.
submissive. And a safe word is something that individual can say when it's just too much and it's time to stop.
In sexuality, first of all, with regard to Alex, what role did you play, the dominant or the submissive?
I took the role of submissive.
And in that role, did Alex and you have a safe word?
I suggested it, but we did not agree and we did not have a safe word. No.
Why didn't you agree? What did Alex tell you with respect to not having a safe word?
He didn't prefer a safe word. He told me in our relationship.
If this is true, it's the other way around. If this is true, it was this is just, dude, the predatory nature of Ezra, especially, I have the advantage of having seen the upcoming testimony on Cross and Redirect. Dude. That's why I changed the title of the episode. Initially, it was, will Ezra's testimony make it make sense? And then I changed it with, Ezra the Lamb, right? The nickname she says Alex called her. That's just her testimony. No one knows if it's true. Will Ezra the Lamb be a lamb to the slaughter on Cross? I mean, anyway, I don't even remember where I was going with it. Right, the safe word thing. If anything, if that's true, if one of them didn't want to have a safe word, I guarantee you it was Ezra and that Alex wanted one. I think she, and I think that if anyone brought BDSM into any of these relationships, I think it was Ezra. That's my personal opinion, but you guys can see what you think when we get across.
Relationship that he didn't want that, essentially. It didn't play into kind of what he wanted to get out of the relationship.
And I'm going to ask you about some specific sexual acts. First of all, I'm going to ask you about wax, or what's called wax play.
Wax play is when...
If it helps, by the way, random girl, there's really no evidence that any of this is true, right? There's no evidence that any of this is true. So, you know, I think sometimes it helps to know if something's like made up, then it's not as, you know, it's easier to handle.
You use a candle or a wax-like substance, and you drip or drain it onto your partner, the submissive.
Before you referred to prone, and we only discussed prone in terms of you being face down. Was there another aspect to what was called prone that eventually developed in your sexual relationship with Alex?
What eventually developed with this prone position is the desire for the submissive in this role to be in a what is commonly called a chokehold, or to appear to be unconscious.
Was that something he did with you?
Yes.
Let me ask.
Again, this is all, it's just, you guys, it's just, I've said it before in other parts of this testimony where I feel like Miss Fishney's going too far to try to like overcompensate. Like, this isn't necessary, because I mean, unless the point is to try to corrupt there, if it maybe the point is to try to make it seem plausible that he could have choked her, and that's why she got that red mark on her neck. But again, that looks nothing like someone choking you. That red mark on her neck from the day of the murder is not, if you take a hand and put it around a throat, you would have marks where the hand is and bruising. She just has that one mark and on one side, and we all commented last time, it looks like a heat rash or a chemical rash or whatever, and it's gone the next day. So anyway, it's just, yeah.
Ask you, how is it that without a safe word, in your mind, did this connect at all with what Alex used to say to you about your flaws and vulnerability?
Yes.
Can you please explain that to us?
Without in an act like this, or in a sexual act, without a safe word, it is hard for me as an individual to be vulnerable. I was uncomfortable with the idea of no safe word, and he demanded from me to be vulnerable in these times, and that was hard for me.
In addition to the wax and the chokehold thing you described, was there ever a time back in your relationship in January or February where Alex used a knife when having sex with you?
Yes, he had cut a pair of my pants that I had one day. It never went as far to touch or graze my skin. He just ripped through some holes that were already on my pants, and I threw them away after that.
What was your reaction to these things? The wax, the chokehold, the knife, that one occasion. What was your reaction to these?
My reaction, I was very supportive of his dominance at first. I wanted him to feel like he can express himself. And I was also exploring. With the wax, it was different, and it was a bit strange for me at first, but it was fine. I found I had issues with the prone position and being in a chokehold from behind.
Oh, fuck.
I started to...
Y'all, the way you guys, just wait. Oh my God, just wait, guys. Cross, y'all are gonna love it.
Not enjoy that. It was really just not what I wanted, and I had voiced my opinion a few times. It was just, it wasn't with my alignment. The time he had cut my pants, he ripped through some holes already, and he cut them. And I was a bit frustrated at the sense that, oh great, I have to throw some pants away now. But it made me a bit uncomfortable because it was so sudden and so new.
let me just take you back to something you said, because I want to follow up. You said you voiced your opinion.
Yes.
What did you say to him when you voiced your opinion?
When I voiced my opinion to him, I said to him, essentially, in this prone position or in this position, that I was sore, that at times it was uncomfortable and it felt as if it was a bit bruising and constricting for me. It caused anxiety.
When you told him that you didn't like it,
Yes.
how did he respond to you?
Well, it was quite crude how he responded, but
Oh my God, you guys, brace yourself.
he would tell me that it wasn't fair that I had finished and he wasn't going to get his chance then.
So you're telling him
Just be glad that she doesn't have to elaborate on that one for the jury. They leave it at that. Thank God.
you don't like this, to not do it. He's saying it's unfair, I didn't get to finish. What would happen is, either during, after, before those conversations?
During the conversation, he would express how he thought it was unfair he didn't get to finish because he spent so much time for me. And I would just essentially not completely shut down, but just say, all right, and just let it go. Just let it happen.
Like,
So
like
you would
what's
let
her
him
face from
complete what he
Yes,
wanted to do?
yes,
Let it go.
Even when you didn't feel like it?
yes.
I'm showing you from Exhibit 697, an essay called Between Love and Obligation.
Yes.
What's the date on that?
December 3rd, 2017.
Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
This essay, does it begin with him talking about love and do as you will?
Yes.
And as this essay continues, does he talk about love and do as you will? I'm not going to have you read it, but is there a continued discussion about what it means?
Yes.
I'm not gonna have you read it. Let me just put this on the screen and then just have you decide what you want it to say and say it out loud, but don't actually read it.
Does he specifically mention there is love and do as you will? Don't worry about self-control. Be excessive if you want to. There is nothing you ought to do. Anything goes.
Yes.
Did he discuss that with you?
Yes.
What did he mean by that?
What he meant by that, because there's the original love and do as you will, but when he says it, it was his way of saying, this is what I mean when I say this to you. This is what I mean when I say love and do as you will.
So in other words, in your intimate relationship with Alex, would he express a divergence from the philosophical love as you do with will to the personal love and do as you will?
Yes.
Sustain, leading.
Okay, what did he
By the way, so Mr. Dufour's objections, you guys remember he was done already on the last episode? It's like you can just hear in his voice, he's like I don't even have a word to describe it. Y'all.
express about how love and do as you will meant to him personally in your relationship?
What he told me in our relationship is that there is going to be times when he's going to take control. There's going to be times when he's demanding certain things, and love and do as you will, as he would say, is the reason why he's able to do this, because he will do as he will. It was his way of saying, I'm going to do this, and love and do as you will, he would say.
I'm showing you the sentence that's near the very end of this essay on the page that begins with the word merely.
Yes.
Can you please read that sentence?
Merely doing as one will sexually makes consent irrelevant, but merely letting another do as they will does the same.
All right. This issue about consent being irrelevant by doing as he would.
Yes.
Were you aware of this sentence in his journals before the sexual acts became, in January and February, things you were uncomfortable with?
Yes, it was a conversation we had in detail.
And how did you feel about this line about consent being irrelevant?
Well, as I was reading this essay,
You know
and
what it is? It's like her demeanor. It's like she wants to come across as a baby bird. You guys get baby bird, like fake baby bird. Baby bird, it's like a shark in a baby bird costume. That's what it's like. It's like a shark in a baby bird costume. or like one of those little baby chickens, half in and half out of the egg. It's like a shark in a costume of that.
Discussing, yet again, love and do as you will. I pointed it out and I told him that I felt completely the opposite of this. I come from a point of when consent is everything, like consent, 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 each step of the way. And
Wait a
this,
second. Again, I have to remember that I don't have to do the work because Mr. Dufour is going to impeach literally everything that she says. I don't have to worry about it. Just hang on for cross.
for me, was a first red flag.
I'm showing you a very short essay
Yes.
called Resolution, written on January 1st, 2108.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Okay. Is the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right. Can you read that essay?
Cordy, if you're asking really to what I just said about cross, it's one of the best cross examinations I've ever seen. And yes, it's the most epic thing. Dude, he's my favorite.
I need to be more selfish. My relationships have failed because I couldn't ask for what I wanted or needed. I love people who are hurting, but I am too. To find anything that will last, I need to find a way to be selfish. Oddly, I need to find
Resoluteness?
resoluteness in
Oh
this
my God.
resolution.
That she can't read.
Selfishness needs to find a place in my values.
So as he started to take and do what he wanted sexually,
Yes.
and you were protesting,
Yes.
did you think about this essay where he had said this at all?
Yes, I had. I
They can't do this.
I thought about it often.
And I'm going to show you one last essay now, and
Thank God.
I
One last
think we're
essay,
going to be
guys.
done with the essays.
Okay.
At that point. Now, I'm showing you, again, another essay. What's the title of this essay?
The title of this essay is Faith in Flesh, February 2nd, 2018.
And again, is the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
And I'm going to
Remember,
ask you about,
Remember how I pointed out on the last stream how she doesn't even look at it? She just answers it. Yes, she doesn't even look at it. And the only way to answer that question, honestly, would be to actually read it. Like, she would have to read both copies on the stand for each one of these essays and then answer it. So it's one of those, it's like a question that doesn't matter. It's just like asking a question. It's not a genuine answer. But don't worry, guys. It's going to come up on cross.
a specific paragraph that's kind of in the middle of this essay. Can you read?
Y'all are going to be shocked. Like I said, okay, I'm going to, for anyone who didn't see it in the Discord, I'm going to go ahead and say, well, before we get across and while we're on direct, if for anyone who wants a distraction from these essays, take a look at Mr. Dufour. That picture of him, I took that picture or I saved that image from a very specific moment in cross-examination that we're going to see tonight, where he's saying something very specific. He's saying a specific word. So I did that on purpose. You guys have a little bit of time to try to see if you want to guess, try to guess what word he is saying in that picture. That will be fun. A trillion points, squirrel points to anyone who can guess it.
This paragraph.
Yes. Next, the other may demand that I not die. They may demand that I not commit self-sacrifice. This may be because they enjoy my self-mutilation, or because they refuse to carry the guilty of my guilty flesh. In both cases, my duty is to feed is complicated. For to give purely is suicide.
For to give purely is suicide, go ahead.
Violence against another, to provide for this demanding
Okay, wait.
other.
I'm sorry, I think
Did I
you
miss a
skipped line.
sentence?
1 minute. For to give purely to suicide.
Can involve a cessation of violence, but it is the obligation to not die oddly. I must commit violence against another to provide for this demanding other. This forces me to murder. In order to provide, I am doing it either way. This demanding other has taken my redeeming suicide from me and doomed me to tortuous guilty.
So when you saw that Alex had written about murder in his journal, did this stand out to you in any way?
Yes, this essay did stand out to me.
Okay, I'll ask you
Leading,
more about that later.
leading.
I'm going to go back to talking to you about Jason,
All right.
right?
Yes.
This relationship's developing with Alex,
Yes.
and as this is going on, what's going on with you and Jason?
As our relationship with Alex and I developed, the rift between me and Jason and the distance furthered. It seemed as if we were more roommates and just living together than we were girlfriend and boyfriend anymore.
What were you thinking about doing with respect to your relationship with Jason?
I was thinking about leaving, ending it, breaking up.
Now, you heard Jenna Van Zant testify before,
Yes.
and I believe that I'm showing you what's been marked previously as exhibit number 405 and entered in evidence. Is this a copy?
So I remember when Miss Fishney asked this question, I was thinking, was she going to reference how Jenna, when she asked that question, and I was putting this video together, and she says, now you heard Jenna, Miss Van Zant testify. I wondered if she was going to bring up the John Hansen thing and the dates with the text messages on the 4th and 5th, like we just watched in the Hipster Business Unhinged video. Sorry, Hipster Business Adjacent Unhinged. Because remember, I was like, here it is, February 4th, February 5th, allegedly during the John Hansen. Now, it seems like she was at John Hansen's, but they were having consensual sex, right? But meanwhile, she's texting Jenna about breaking up with Jason and not saying anything about John Hansen. And then she's telling her other friends that she's with John Hansen and they had a great time. But I don't think that's what she
We have
asked.
texts that went between you and Jenna Van Zant.
Yes.
And what did you say to Jenna Van Zant in that text?
Would you like me to read it exactly?
Or you can summarize it or read it, either way.
That was weird. That was weird.
In summary, I was expressing that I needed more boundaries, that I was feeling mistreated, and the relationship was unhealthy. There was no communication.
So look at the date there, right? February 5th. We'll see what happens. I don't think, it's crazy. I don't think Miss Fishney even points out the date. Like, that's a glaring discrepancy that needs to be addressed if you're her attorney, I think, right? Because aren't you supposed to be being like sexually assaulted right now? And you're texting at, you're one of your best friends about breaking up with Jason, but instead, it's like, ignore the date, right? This is what Miss Fishney tried. Ignore the date and just try to be like, oh, see, this is proof that you were in a bad relationship because of this conversation. It's just, sometimes guys, when words fail me, the goat will speak. Thank you, goat, for being my voice when words fail me. Thank you, goat.
Communications, and that I need to talk to him about these things, and I might need to leave.
Well, in the beginning, you say, I'm realizing I'm finally brave enough to talk to Jason.
Yes.
To talk. Did you also refer in this to breaking up with him?
Yes.
What
Yes.
about
Did you
supposed to be being sexually assaulted right now?
talk about how other people were telling you about your relationship with Jason?
Yes, a lot of my friendships I had at races, I would tell them
That's
examples and things that were going on between me and Jason. And my friends at the time, they were telling me that this is unhealthy and damaging and you need to get out of this.
Did you talk about him specifically name calling you?
Yes, he had called me names. In this, I said specifically, he called me retarded, one of the most offensive things to me.
Okay.
Well,
Now, on this day, on February 5th, was this right before you, in fact, did break up with Jason?
I believe so, yes.
can you guys believe it? Completely ignoring. Wait, what else happened on that date? Just completely ignores it. Incredible.
I'm just going to briefly diverge.
Incredible.
All right.
into something else. Well, let me just say this. Eventually, did you also break up with Alex?
Yes.
Did you break up with the two of them in the same month?
Yes.
So which breakup was first?
Jason.
And how long after breaking up with Jason approximately how long? I know you don't have a calendar. Did you break up with Alex?
Not long after, a few weeks or so, maybe a month.
During this time, did you also spend some time with a fellow named John Hansen?
Yes, I had.
How did you know him?
He was my friend through Jason.
And being your friend,
That's messed up because the actual time that happened was when she was texting Jenna, but she doesn't bring it up then. She tries to make it seem like it's distant in time, further removed in time. And it's 10 days exactly between the breakups. So
through Jason, did you have any interest in John Hansen?
Yes, at the time I did have some interest in John Hansen.
Would the word crush express that, or what word would you use?
I had developed a crush, yes.
oh my god,
When Jason went out of town,
we're back to the geriatric infant. We're back to that again.
well, so you were
I mean, dude, what?
spending some time with John Hansen. Did you know of a friendship between John Hansen and Alex as well?
I was well aware of their friendship,
They were all friends, and she ruined it.
yes.
And Phyllis, did they discuss philosophies as far as you knew?
Yes, they discussed philosophy all of the time.
Do you know if specifically they discussed a philosophy called nihilism?
Yes.
Section relevance.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did they? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, that was a topic all three of us had discussed together all the time.
And when discussing nihilism, what did Alex Woodworth say that it meant to him?
What Alex Woodworth expressed to me about nihilism is that it's a kind of take all. It's going against the norms of society, and
This is one of those things. This is like as we're trying to explain the masks, and there was a couple other things from the last episode where it's like she does not, in my personal opinion, she's not intelligent enough or well-read enough or even creative enough verbally, I guess, because we know she can do art apparently, but you know, she's not able to even fabricate or make something up that sounds even remotely convincing. Like she doesn't have the vocabulary. She doesn't have the ability to even like her answer. I'm going to back up so we can hear it again, because this is not only is it incorrect, but it's like, it's not even like, it's one thing if it was just an incorrect answer, but like you could at least make it sound good, right? If that makes sense.
Did you know of a friendship between John Hansen and Alex as well?
I was well aware of their friendship, yes.
And Phyllis, did they discuss philosophies as far as you knew?
Yes, they discussed philosophy all of the time.
Do you know if specifically they discussed a philosophy called nihilism?
Yes.
Section relevance.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did they? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, that was a topic all three of us had discussed together all the time.
And when discussing nihilism, what did Alex Woodworth say that it meant to him?
What Alex Woodworth expressed to me about nihilism is that it's a kind of take all. It's going against the norms of society, and it's a very, in a lot of ways, it's kind of a pessimistic nihilism. It's a very different view of life than I had at the time.
None of that.
What about John? Did he express similar things
That you can tell. No, she didn't even Google it. She's just making it up.
to you?
Objection
Yes.
relevance.
I'm going to sustain that. Again, it's what's in Ms. McCandless. It's in her mind. So sustain on that.
Now, when Jason went out of town, John Hansen and you, had you done some drawings, paintings, or done anything like that?
Yes, we had been hanging out quite a bit, doing art together.
When Jason went out of town, did something happen with you and John Hansen?
Yes.
What happened?
What happened between me and John is that he bought some wine for us, and I had gone over.
It's going to be interesting. So what's she going to say about this now that, you know, remember, these allegations were proven to be completely fabricated, right? Now the jury, this is one of those things that it's like, well, it's not, the jury doesn't necessarily know that like all these charges were dropped. I think it's sort of like implied, right? Because like, regardless of what the outcome was, like that wouldn't come in. But like, that's what's so interesting is that like, even without anyone officially telling the jury that the investigation just kind of, it was dropped, it ended, there was nothing to it. We still hear from all these people over and over again that this was consensual. So
to his house to talk about what's going on between me and Jason and
my point is like, is she gonna admit that this was consensual and that she made that up? Because it's like, this has been proven to be false, right?
And what's really going on. And I hadn't really eaten anything that day, and I started to drink a lot of wine. And I had ultimately become severely drunk to the point of throwing up and blacking out a few times.
So is it fair for me to say when you say blacking out a few times, do you mean that you were in and out of consciousness?
Yes.
Does it also mean that you have a hard time recovering some of what happened that evening?
Yes.
Is there something specific sexually, though, that you do recall about that evening?
Yes.
What is that?
Specifically, I remember it being dark and waking up, and I could clearly feel that I was in a sexual act, that someone was having sex with me.
Did you know who that person was?
Yes, it was John.
The next day, did John?
You guys see her looking over there at the jury. I want you to think about this too. So, a difference between direct and cross. So, on direct, you'll notice how much she looks at the jury, and she looks at them and tries to make a sad face. Because if you imagine where she's sitting on the stand, right, looking to her right, that's where the jury is. Okay. Now, her defense counsel is to her left. It'll be interesting to see the change when we go to cross as to where she looks from the stand. Okay.
Ask you this sexual act, did you resist him at all?
No, I just let it happen.
The next day, in the morning, what happened?
In the morning, he told me to go to his son's room and wait until he got up so that his roommate wouldn't suspect that I was in his bed. And
did you eventually go back home?
Yes, he drove me back to my apartment.
When he drove you back to your apartment, did he come in?
Yes, he did.
And what happened once you were inside the apartment?
Once we were inside the apartment, he had said that he had to go to the bathroom. So I went upstairs to change out of my clothes from the night before, and he came into my room with me. And
hi, kids.
This is hard. He just started undoing his belt and said that I looked great, and proceeded to ask me and lead me to perform sexual acts with him.
I mean, is it not? It's incredible, right? How much of her testimony about these things that we know are not true, whether it's this part, right? This part, he said I looked great, or like Alex calling her, vagina the sun and whatever, right? Like, it's self-congratulatory. It's all about her inflating her own ego. It's really interesting that even when she's lying about these other things and making these allegations that are false and on the stand for first-degree murder, and she's testifying in her own murder trial, so much of her testimony is woven in with these like self-congratulatory comments. I don't know if you guys have picked up on that. I mean, there's more examples than what I just gave. There's a lot of examples. It's interesting, to say the least.
And again, did you resist him at all?
No.
Did you tell him, no, I don't want to do this?
I didn't say much of anything, so no, I did not.
Now, after that incident with John Hansen, was it shortly after that you left Jason's apartment and broke up with Jason?
Yes.
Where did you move when you left his apartment?
I moved to my mother's.
Who helped you move?
Alex helped me move.
Had you previously introduced Alex to your family, or at least to your mother?
A few times he met my family, yes, at Racy's.
And had Alex also come over to the office that your mom worked in?
Racy's? First of all, her parents weren't together. They were already divorced. It seems like they actually don't even. It seems like they don't actually have a relationship at all. Her parents, because it was like, not a good divorce and all that. But also, they live in a different city, so why would they be together at Racy's?
One time?
Yes. I don't know why I'm bothering. It's. I think I'm at the point where it's like it's a given. If she's saying it, it's probably not true. I mean,
I invited him to come help peel some wallpaper from the office.
yeah.
When Alex came over to your families, even after helping you move back home, was he invited back another occasion?
Yes.
And who did he spend time with on that occasion?
But they know she's with Jason. I'm sorry, y'all. What family? What parents? You guys. What parents can you guys think of where it's like you're in a relationship and Jason had been there for the holidays. We heard testimony about that, right? He had been there. He was friends with her dad, blah, 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 blah. In fact, Miss Fishney even tried to really bolster and make a big deal out of that fact that how close her dad was with Jason, right? Even though Jason's like, yeah, I knew him, blah, blah, right? But whatever. But then at the same time to say, well, they had Alex around, they were around out, like, I have a hard time thinking of any parents or any one parent who would be like supportive of their son or daughter cheating on their long-term relationship, period, but let alone if they know the person and the person's have been around for the holidays. I mean, it's just like, why would they be support? I just don't know how that would happen.
On that occasion, he spent time with me and my mother.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Who?
My sister and my stepdad.
And what's your stepdad's name?
James Gunnelson.
Okay.
Oh, so that's the mom's. Wait a second. I guess her mom was remarried. It's hard to keep track. I know her mom sounds like her. Well, okay. So her stepdad, not a boyfriend, a stepdad. So that must be the guy who's in the audience, the gallery. It sounds like her brother lives with her dad, as in Mr. Carlin. Okay.
After you moved out, were you still seeing Jason at all? Well, first of all, when you moved out, was Jason in town or out of town?
He was out of town.
And were you still seeing him at all? Was he still your boyfriend?
He wasn't my boyfriend, no, but we were still texting. Things were confusing between us.
During this period, how did Jason come to know about John Hansen? Or did he come to know is I guess what I should say.
He did, yes.
Do you know how he came to know about it?
I do know. He had wanted to spend some time with me in Eau Claire, so he rented a hotel room for us. And after a night together.
Meanwhile, Jason, dude, this is just gross. Like, we just watched it, right? We just watched it at the beginning of the episode. We start with the Hipster Business Unhinged. Remember what Jason said about the hotel? I pointed it out, right? I was like, look, he's still gaslit. He's still gaslit. He still believes what she told him at the time. And what she told him at the time was like she was desperate. She needed a safe haven. Those were his words, a safe haven. He didn't have a choice but to get her a hotel because she needed a safe haven because things weren't good at home. I mean, this is pissing me off.
I woke up to him going through my phone. And there had been some text messages.
I just want to back up there a second. When you say your phone.
So this thing with the hotels, what we know about when they were at the hotels was it was after, okay, remember how they were still kind of getting back together or whatever, right? Like she moves out. Jason seems to not really be, it seems like his impression was it was unclear that she broke up with him, right? She's like saying to Jenna, I'm going to break up with him in person when he gets back from drill. Instead, she texts him something, but Jason says it didn't seem significant. And then when he comes back, her stuff is gone. But then they're still hanging out, okay? So, but regardless, it's like they're either not really broken up or they're broken up, but they're like still hanging out and they're kind of getting back together, as we know. So when this hotel thing happened we don't have specific dates. We know it was between February 14th, because that's when she moved out, and the murder, basically. Well, in March 15th. We know at March 15th, she shows up at her dad's. But again, it's unclear how long she stays there because he says she stayed there the whole time, but the prosecutor's questions made it seem like she leaves. So either the window between February 14th and March 15th, or you could even say the window between February 14th and really March 22nd, essentially, right? Any in that. Although, actually, sorry, no, I'm going to draw the line at the 19th because that's when Jason breaks up with her. So the max window would be February 14th to March 19th that he would be getting this hotel, if that makes sense. Let me pull up. Let's do this, guys. Let's pull up the timeline. Let me get set up to do that. Hold on. It'll be easier than me trying to verbally explain it. That's why I made it. Sorry, I'm just pulling it up. Okay. And then I will share my screen. Alrighty, let me pull this banner down. Okay, so here we go. So here's early February, right? Jason's away on military duty. And then let me see what the question was specifically here. Yeah, okay. So this is all the questions. Yeah, the questions are about time. Okay, so here we go. So John Hansen incidents are the 4th through 5th. Meanwhile, on February 5th, she's texting Jenna, right, about breaking up with Jason. Says she's going to break up with him in person when he gets back from drill. None of that happens. He's gone 5th through 14th. By the 14th, she's just moved out. February 23rd is the last contact from Alex to Ezra. And then February 24th is the blow up at Racy's pop-up art show. Ezra breaks up with Alex. So remember, essentially, it's 10 days apart that she breaks up with Jason and then breaks up with Alex. But again, she moves out here. This is why we're like, well, so where the fuck was she? And again, we've also heard from that best friend that maybe she was in her car, staying in her car for a certain period of time. But it's very vague, right? And part of me was wondering, like, was she staying with John Hansen? Like, what's going on here, right? March 1st, and there's the interview with Officer Vang about the John Hansen matter. March 15th, Ezra shows up at her dad's. No, I put that in quotes because those were his exact words. March 19th, Jason and Jenna go to the joint. Jason breaks up with Ezra. Ezra calls Jenna, haunting phone call. Jenna writes a letter. March 22nd, last time Alex is seen live on camera. Ezra arrives at the farmer's bloody and muddy. And then we have the 23rd and the 24th. And I put this one here for a reason with this picture. It says, okay, what do you think we found at the end of the mud road? That's where the interview changes completely. Everything changes there. No. February 24th. Okay. February 24th. So Jason finds the text messages. I guess between the 14th and the 24th, because then he confronts Alex and John on the 24th. But then he learns more. Jason learns even more when they go to the bar together on the 19th. He learns more. It sounds like because they all know, everybody knows everybody, right? It sounds like they go to this bar, and then he learns more, and he learns more about Ezra and Alex, and that's when he breaks up with her. So, like, that's the thing that's crazy. Like, at this point, like the blow up at the art show, from what we understand, he's still hanging out with Ezra, and they're still like I guess he's probably still in denial. It sounds like from Jason's testimony, March 19th was it for him. That's when he was done. But prior to that, it seems like he was still either in denial or didn't have all the information because Ezra was lying to him. They were still canoodling, right? It sounds like. And we know he still cared about her and wanted her to be good and all that. But I think also he was still willing to try to be with her, initially. Or, up until the 19th. And on the 19th, that's when that changed. So what's so interesting, right, is like the 24th, right, we have him that's that whole, again, the blow up, quote unquote, at Racy's. So he confronts John Hansen and Alex, but like he's still hanging out with Ezra, right? Like he's still like to me, that's a testament to A, his ability to forgive, but B, her level of her predatory nature, in that he knew enough to be mad at his friends, right? And yet she still convinced him it was okay to be like that, to be with her, right? He didn't want to be he wanted to be in an exclusive relation. I mean, it wasn't like he was like, that's fine, you can cheat on me, I'll just get over it. That's not what happened, right? It just speaks to the level of manipulation, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So, okay, back to, hopefully that answers everybody's questions here.
Was it actually a phone or a different device?
No, I never use a real phone. I always use an iPod, which I've been using for a while when I'm connected.
That's important. Hold on. Let me rewind that. That's important. Hold on.
And
He wasn't my boyfriend, no, but we were still texting. Things were confusing between us.
during this period, how did Jason come to know about John Hansen? Or did he come to know, is I guess what I should say.
He did, yes.
Do you know how he came to know about it?
I do know. He had wanted to spend some time with me in Eau Claire, so he rented a hotel room for us.
And this is what I was saying, is like, this pisses me off because that's not at all what Jason's impression was from her. She did that thing where she's like, oh my God, I'm in a bad situation. I need a safe haven. Here, please come giving him the opportunity to take care of her. Please help me. I'm a baby deer. I'm a baby fawn. I'm a baby lamb. I'm a baby chicken. I'm a baby bird, right? A shark in a baby chicken costume. Like, that's what she did. And then she knows he'll swoop in to save the day, and then she has a place to stay.
And after a night together, I woke up to him going through my phone. And there had been some text messages.
I just want to back up there a second. When you say your phone, was it actually a phone or a different device?
No, I never use a real phone. I always use an iPod, which I've been using for a while when I'm connected to Wi-Fi. So I'm pretty disconnected otherwise.
And in fact, there was a phone found in your car on after March 22nd when the police found that. Was that phone functional?
I don't know because I never paid the bill. I got it for just a little while.
But you just said you never used a real phone.
For work.
This is interesting. I don't know what the deal is with this phone.
And then I just stopped using it altogether. So it ran out of minutes, of course. So no, it was not functional.
Okay.
If I were her on the stand, if this were me, and I literally was saying, and you can tell, we're going to watch it again. It seems like when she's talking about how she never used a real phone, to me, she seems like that's honest, right? And all of the testimony we heard from everybody supports that. There is no talk of her ever having a phone. It's always the iPod, right? So look at how she answers that. And it's like, that's actually honest. It's like a rare moment of her just being truthful. Here, let's watch that part.
John Hansen. Or did he come to know, is I guess what I should say.
He did, yes.
Do you know how he came to know about it?
I do know. He had wanted to spend some time with me in Eau Claire, so he rented a hotel room for us. And after a night together, I woke up to him going through my phone. And there had been some text messages.
I just want to back up there a second. When you say your phone, was it actually a phone or a different device?
No, I never use a real phone. I always use an iPod, which
So there again, if I were to try to be like, what would the behavior panel say? The hand gestures, the way she's looking at the jury, her facial expressions, and her hand gestures, all of that, to me, this seems honest and truthful. And again, it also matches up with what we've heard from everybody else.
I've been using for a while when I'm connected to Wi-Fi. So I'm pretty disconnected otherwise.
I never used a real phone.
In fact, there was
So if this is what I was gonna say though, if this were me on the stand, and then I said these two things back to back, after I finished the second thing, I would run off the stand. I don't even care. Hold me in contempt of court. I would run out of the courtroom. I would try to find a place to hide, like a cave, and never be seen again. If this were me.
a phone found in your car on
Yes.
after March 22nd when the police found that. Was that phone functional?
I don't know because I never paid the bill. I got it for just a little while for work, and then I just stopped using it altogether. So it ran out of minutes, of course. So no, it was not functional.
That doesn't make sense, first of all. Like, that doesn't, I don't think that's how, I've never used a burner phone. I don't know if that's what even would you call a burner, but just none of that makes any sense. But also, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it doesn't make any sense for so many reasons. And if I contradicted myself like that back to back with things that are just, this is a piece of fact, like, this is factual information. Either this was your phone or it wasn't your phone, right? You should be able to give, anyway, like, I would literally, if this were me, I mean, I wouldn't be in this position anyway, obviously, where I would be like giving just two completely different pieces of information. I would run off the stand and try to hide. Like, that's what I would be doing.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, but again, according to her own testimony, she never used a real phone. So.
Get back to this whole issue about Jason going through your iPod.
Yeah, to me, I don't buy it because of all of the testimony of everybody saying she didn't have a phone. But never mind that. Let's hear it one more time, guys. Let's take it right from the shark's mouth. Right from the shark's mouth. One more time for fun.
And what happened once you were inside the apartment?
Once we were inside, him to come help peel some wallpaper from the.
Way too far.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
After you moved out, were you still seeing?
And after a night together, I woke up to him going through my phone.
Here we go. Here we go.
And there had been some text messages.
I just want to back up there a second. When you say your phone, was it actually a phone or a different device?
No, I never use a real phone. I always use an iPod, which I've been using for a while when I'm connected to Wi-Fi. So I'm pretty disconnected otherwise.
And in fact, there was a phone found in your car on after March 22nd when the police found that. Was that phone functional?
I don't know because I never paid the bill. I got it for just a little while for work, and then I just stopped using it altogether. So it ran out of minutes, of course. So no, it was not functional.
Okay, let me get back to this whole issue about Jason going through your iPod. What happened when he went through your iPod?
When he had gone through my iPod, there was a few text messages that were flirtatious between me and John that I had not deleted. Jason woke me up and he had screenshotted my text messages. He was.
And the reason it matters is because we don't know whose phone that is, right? The whole reason that I care about it is because if it's not Ezra's phone, whose phone is it? We don't know. It's like a mystery, right? It's another part of the mystery. Whose phone is it, right? If it's not Ezra's. But yeah, I'm with you, Jordy, on this. Everyone already agreed about the iPod thing, you know? That has just been very clear the entire time. Let me put it this way. The only time, this is a lot like Alex Murdaugh, right? Remember, like with the drugs, I always said to you guys when we were doing that trial, I said, you guys remember, I said, the only evidence that we have that Alex was ever using drugs is his own mouth. No one ever saw him use drugs. No one ever said he was acted like he was high, all this and that, right? It's from his own mouth that now we know that they Maggie and Paul found the pills, but who knows, right? He could have, there's any number of reasons that he could have had that. But in terms of him taking them, that's a whole separate thing. It was only out of his own mouth that that's what was happening. And it was a story that came, only after the side of the road. But anyway, I had to remind everybody, never mind that someone is considered to be there. We know that they've been lying a lot, right? All you have to do is take it's that whole thing, right? How many people have said the same thing that matches each other, and how many people versus the one? So it's the same thing here. Every single person had said the same thing about Ezra not having a phone and with the iPod. And it's only, this is the thing, it's only Ezra that says that this is her phone. Now, I don't care. Let's just say that this was somebody else. Let's say this was somebody else who's really, been proven to be truthful and honest or whatever. I still would say if you've got 15 people that all say the same thing and one person that says something different, just common sense, right? You're going to go with what the 15 say. That just makes more sense, right? Because it's less likely that all 15 of them are lying and one person's telling the truth. Right? Does that make sense? So to me, the fact that we heard from so many people over and over again about the fact that she never had a phone, it was an iPad or iPod, that for me is what is the evidence that, again, it's the many versus the one, right? Even if she was truthful, what makes more sense to believe, right?
Pretty angry, and he even broke my iPod in this anger.
Did you talk to the defendant that morning by phone or text?
Yeah, we had talked.
And did the defendant tell you whether or not she was coming to Eau Claire that day?
No, she hadn't mentioned anything.
When you would talk to the defendant and she would be coming into town, would she typically tell you what her plan was?
I mean, usually she'd let me know, so we'd meet up and talk and make sure, just like a wellness check, make sure she's doing good.
She didn't have a cell phone that she could just pick up her cell phone and call you and talk. She didn't have a cell phone. There was a house phone at her parents', but
there's that too.
Her mode of communication was an iPod at that time.
I'm going to back that up and let you guys hear that part again. Hold on. I forgot about that clip.
And John that I had not deleted. Jason woke me up and he had screenshotted my text messages. He was pretty angry, and he even broke my iPod in this anger.
Oh, right. So this is interesting too. There's a double impeachment layer here, because the fact that right. Now I'm remembering why I included. She just said that Jason broke her iPod. You guys, the double impeachment here. My brain is working too fast for my mouth. The double impeachment. She just said that Jason broke her iPod. And this would have been, what did we say? Like between the 14th and the 24th, right? Because this is the time when he found the text from John Hansen. Yeah, this would have been between the 14th and the 24th. He broke her iPod, which would mean she doesn't have an iPod anymore, right? Right, guys, right?
Did you talk to the defendant that morning by phone or text?
Yeah, we had talked.
And did the defendant tell you whether or not she was coming to Eau Claire that day?
No, she hadn't mentioned anything.
When you would talk to the defendant and she would be coming into town, would she typically tell you what her plan was?
I mean, usually she'd let me know, so we'd meet up and talk and make sure, just like a wellness check, make sure she's doing good.
She didn't have.
That means that she was able to communicate using her iPod. So it's not broken?
Have a cell phone that she could just pick up her cell phone and call you and talk. She didn't have a cell phone. There was a house phone at her parents', but her mode of communication was an iPod at that time.
How about your phone? Did you have a phone on you? Do you still have the iPod, or do you actually have a phone now?
I don't have a phone. I just have my iPod.
And he even broke my iPod in this anger.
And when he broke your iPod during this anger, did he do anything else to you?
Yes, during this.
Yeah, I agree. Cece, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But also, we know she's still using her iPod, right? So again, she's just proving the fact that he broke it, right? I mean, again, that's why I include that other testimony in here to try to show.
Conversation we were having, a little argument. He threw my iPod to the floor after reading these text messages to me. He pushed me down on the bed and told me I couldn't leave until this was resolved.
Now, I agree. It could have cracked the screen. But even if that's true, she's exaggerating. She's not saying that. She's saying he broke my iPod. Because you could say, yeah, they threw it and they cracked it. Everybody's had a cracked screen on their device, right? That's normal. It still functions. But that's not what she says. She says he broke it.
Did Jason place a phone call to anyone?
Yes, he had called John.
During this conversation, were you able to hear the entire conversation?
I was right with him the entire time.
Were you asked to talk to John during this conversation?
Yes.
Who asked you to do that?
Jason asked me to speak with John.
He's definitely trying to make this violent.
Did Jason say something to John about having sex with you?
Yes, he asked him if he had had sex with me, and John responded that he had not.
And do you know why Jason made you talk to John on the phone?
He made me speak with John on the phone so he could
Of course, yeah.
so that he could listen to
Yes.
our conversation and see if he would change his story.
And during that conversation, did John acknowledge that he had had sex with you?
Yes.
And had you acknowledged that to Jason?
This coughing has been going on for a couple days in trial. I think it's somebody on the jury. They're going to address it here in a sec.
Yes.
When you talked to Jason about this,
Yes.
John having sex with you,
Yes.
did you express at all that you thought it was a rape, or did you ever use that word?
No.
Did you ever use the word?
Want me to have some water?
Yeah, that's,
Okay, why don't we just hang on just a second?
I think it's a
of
juror.
course.
I think it's a juror because the way she says, of course, and also if it was someone in the gallery, they would have left. I think it's a juror, but the coughing's been going on. I feel it's terrible. Like somebody seems like they're pretty sick, or
What's that? Okay, go ahead.
Did you use the word assault when you talked to Jason?
It was not a word I had used. No.
What about assault or a pepper?
After he had talked to John on the phone, did he take you over to Josh Trankler's?
Yes, he did take me to Josh Trinkler's after this.
Okay, who's Josh Trankler?
He's a friend of ours, a friend we share. Yes.
What happened? I just want to make sure everybody's okay. What happened when Jason took you over to Josh Trankler's?
Well, after I had told him roughly what had happened the night between me and John, Jason got just full of rage. He was pacing and he told me he was going to do something to John, that he was going to kill John, that we needed to go somewhere to talk to somebody with a level head. So he had taken me to Josh's house.
When he got to Josh's, was Jason acting like he had a level head?
No.
What was he doing?
Jason went upstairs with Josh and he would pace downstairs and he was just pacing all over the house. He was yelling at Josh essentially, and he was very hot-headed at that time. He was very angry.
When you were downstairs, could you hear him upstairs?
Yes.
And as a result of all of this screaming and yelling that
Yes.
Jason was doing, to your knowledge, how did you know that, or did you know how Josh Trankler responded?
Yes, I do. He called the police because he was concerned as what Jason might do to John.
When the police got there, did they ask to speak to you?
Yes, they did.
What did you tell them?
The police were directed to me by Jason and Josh to talk to them, and I didn't really want.
The other thing is that Jason didn't try to hide it. Jason's not like Ezra. Jason's like, yeah, of course I was pissed. What's the other thing? He's like, I was drunk. The way he said that was so funny. He's like, yeah, of course I was. But here's the other thing. He doesn't just admit that he was pissed, but he says, I went to my friends to seek counsel. That's what he says. He's like, yeah, I needed someone to center me. Those were his words. And so he went to his best friend's house. Now, the other thing that's interesting, actually, I forgot to mention this. Let me back this up just a second, because Ms. Fishney, with her leading questions, is going to get, well, I'm noticing problems.
Yes.
Hold on.
What happened? I just want to make sure everybody's okay. What happened when Jason took you over to Josh Trankler's?
Remember, guys, this is another thing. Jason didn't have a car, or he has a car, but he doesn't use it. He uses it for storage or whatever. He uses a bicycle. But this is now twice in a row. You guys see what I'm saying? Ms. Fishney is saying, I mean, first of all, there's a lot of leading, but second of all, he didn't. She's trying to make Jason out. See what it pisses me off. if anything, I would imagine Jason must have ridden his bike over. But anyway, she's saying that Jason took her there, like as if it was against her will. Like she's a victim. He didn't drive a car. I mean,
Well, after I had told him roughly what had happened the night between me and John, Jason got just full of rage. He was pacing and he told me he was going to do something to John, that he was going to kill John, that we needed to go somewhere to talk to somebody with a level head. So he had taken me to Josh's house.
When he got to Josh's, was Jason acting like he had a level head?
No.
What was he doing?
Jason.
The other thing though is it's unclear. This is kind of unclear about this. Like it was really clear with Jason's testimony and from like his interviews and stuff that we saw that Jason didn't think that it was called because of him. Jason's understanding was that his friend called the police because Ezra was claiming she'd been sexually assaulted. And that also is what, I mean, like the outcome of this phone call is she comes in for this interview that we watched, right? The March 1st interview where she talks about being sexually assaulted. So that's the result of the phone call. And that was Jason's understanding. Now, his friend, now the only way to know for sure what his friend was thinking would be to get his friend to testify, right? If someone called the friend and said, what were you thinking when you called the police? But Jason's understanding was that he called the police because Ezra had been sexually assaulted, or she was claiming she'd been sexually assaulted.
And went upstairs with Josh and he would pace downstairs and he was just pacing all over the house. He was yelling at Josh essentially, and he was very hot-headed at that time.
Again, Ezra's going to use this to her advantage to say that it was because of he was Jason's temper or whatever. I just don't.
Very angry.
When you were downstairs, could you hear him upstairs?
Yes.
And as a result of all of this screaming and yelling that
Yes.
Jason was doing, to your knowledge, how did you know that, or did you know how Josh Trankler responded?
Yes, I do. He called the police because he was concerned as what Jason might do to John.
When the police got there, did they ask to speak to you?
Yes, they did.
What did you tell them?
The police were directed to me by Jason and Josh to talk to them, and I didn't really want to talk in this place where everybody was angry and hot-headed, so they asked me if I would like to go back to the station to talk, and I said yes.
Now, you've been in court and you heard the tape of you talking to Officer Vang.
Yes.
Was everything you said on that tape true?
Yes.
You also heard testimony about you talking to Detective Prock.
Yes.
And essentially, in so many words, did you tell Detective Prock essentially the same things that you told Officer Vang about the sex with you and John?
Yes.
Did you ever use the word assault or rape?
Gotcha. So initially, Cece, who she says did the essay was John Hansen. Like in that March 1st interview, she actually does mention, because they ask her, they say, is there anyone else that you have as a sexual partner besides, you know, she had already mentioned Jason as her boyfriend or whatever, right? Even though at that time, actually now we know more than we did when we watched that interview. Now we know that they were technically broken up, but she was trying to get back together. So that's interesting, isn't it? And so, but she says, she does say out this quote, where is it? Hold on. This quote is from that March 1st interview. That was just someone named Alex, because he asked her, oh, was there someone else that you were like having sex with? Or I don't know if he says what term he used. He might say sleeping with. But she says, oh, that was just someone named Alex. She does not say anything about there being any essay or whatever with Alex, even when, like, in other words, she would have had that opportunity. She's there already saying that someone else had sexually assaulted her. She says, in other words, the only allegations she makes about sexual assault up until the murder are that John Hansen sexually assaulted her. And again, that was all just those, that didn't go anywhere because it was false. She did not. And in fact, that's part of the reason the prosecution keeps bringing up with, and like even up to this point, right? I remember it came up on a recent live stream about how, it was with the doctor, the defense's first witness in their case in chief, that how that how initially with Ezra's interviews after the murder, she actually never said anything about being sexually assaulted, right? That didn't come up later until it was a defense for the trial, is what I think they're getting at. That she never actually claimed that. And that was really important. Remember, even when they called the same nurse, for example, right? They're like, yeah, she didn't actually say she was sexually assaulted. She said she didn't know what happened. And our protocol is to give the scene kit if they don't know what happened. And that, again, that's important because it's like, it's even worse, right? Not only did she allege being sexually assaulted twice, the second time, she only is alleging it after she needs a defense for the murder, right? Like that's just even worse. And so I think that's sort of the point there. I'm just reading what you guys are saying. Almost Kit Smits. She doesn't act when when Alex's body is found, she still doesn't say sexual assault. Remember, like when he asks her, why do you think he cut your pants? She says, I think he just wanted to look at me. That doesn't count as sexual assault, right? Like she doesn't actually say. Now, having said that, she was really vague as well. Like if there's anything that's the same between her March 1st interview, right, and then her interviews with Detective Proc, the thing that is similar is the vagueness. Like on the March 1st interview with Officer Vang, she only gives details when she's really pressed because he's like, we're here for you. You're a victim, allegedly. And we need to figure out what happened. And you can't just say, oh, it hurt or, oh, I was scared. Like you have to give us details, right? So there is a similarity there. And I wonder if it's a similar strategy where she's hoping she can just be vague enough and they make their own assumptions. And then she has this, what's the word that I'm looking for? Hold on. There's a term I'm looking for. What is it? It gives her, what is it that I'm thinking? Plausible deniability. It gives her plausible deniability that if somebody's like, oh, she said she was sexually assaulted, she can go back and say, well, I don't think I actually ever said that, right? You see what I mean? It gives her plausible deniability. It's like, oh, that's your fault. You're the one who misinterpreted what I said. You see what I mean? It's just, you know what it's just like? It's just like Alex Murdaugh. Okay, it's just like Alex Murdaugh when they're asking about the threats to Paul and the boat crash, right? And he's like, oh, it was everybody. And they're like, oh, was it social media? And it's like, no, it was in person, like anyone, you guys know what I mean, right? It's like the vagueness of it, right? They call it, there's also like the idea of like the vanishing perpetrator, right? The vagueness of it. And that way, if somebody makes an assumption, it's on them. I think that was kind of her strategy. But on the March 1st interview, she's pressed more because of the nature of the allegations, if that makes sense. Yeah. The thing is, she really wants them to think she was sexually assaulted. I 100% believe that. She wanted them to think she was sexually assaulted. But she was careful enough to not outright say that. Again, I think it's like she was planning ahead, right? For cross-examination and trial, I guess you could say. I mean, I don't want to give her that much credit because I don't know that she's smart enough for that. But but the other thing is this, right? If you're lying about stuff, the less details you give, the less they can disprove, right? Like even if you're just thinking about the investigation, right? The less details you give. And what is the first thing? She shows up, I don't remember anything. I'm a blank slate. My memory's gone. I don't know anything. Let's talk about vague, right? Because the less details you can give, the less they can disprove and realize you're lying. So maybe there's that.
When you were talking with Detective Vang or Detective Proc?
No.
Did somebody bring up the word assault or something similar to you?
Yes.
Who was that who brought that up and defined what you told them or informed you that this is an assault?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Oh boy.
I would like to approach.
All right.
Oh boy.
Objection is sustained.
Actually, Judge, I withdraw the question.
Okay.
After hearing from Mr. Dufour. So, Did you inform Detective Proc when you were meeting with him that you had been flirting with John?
Yes, I told him about that.
Okay. And did Detective Proc and Officer Fang give you some literature after you met with them?
Yes. After I met with Vang, there were some individuals that they provided me with a folder full of pamphlets to get help and counsel during a tough time like this.
Did you go to counseling?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, I'm going to move from talking about.
Unfortunately, I can't do 1.25 because this is a video file. This isn't on YouTube. In fact, much of this trial, the period is not on YouTube yeah. So like this is a video file. So I can't, I would have had to speed it up before I exported it. So I can't speed it up.
That to talking about the period of this happening. First of all, before this happened where Jason was looking at your iPod.
Yes.
Did you break off with Alex before that occurred?
Yes.
Do you remember time-wise how recent it was before Jason looked at your iPod?
It was briefly before approximately.
Like a day or two? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Briefly?
Yes.
Okay.
That was weird.
And,
That was weird.
So I'm going to ask you some questions now about that period between
All right.
you moving back home, breaking off with Jason, then breaking off with Alex. First of all, why
Yes.
did you break off with Alex? Let me ask you that first.
I broke off with Alex because during this time there was so much going on and he wanted my love and vulnerability, and at that time I wasn't ready for a relationship. I felt there was just so much going on. I wasn't even sure if I wanted to work on my previous relationship yet. I wasn't ready.
And during this period, what were you doing generally with your life? You said you were living with your mother, I believe,
Yes.
right? And living with your mother, were you working or what
Yes,
was
I
going
was.
on with your life?
So I moved back home with my mom and I applied to a school that I graduated from. And I started soon after working as a paraprofessional in the kindergarten through fourth grade special.
This makes no sense because we know she didn't graduate from what she calls it secondary school, even though it's college, I guess. She doesn't graduate. She was trying to get back into school. This is all bullshit.
Education room.
And besides working, were you talking much with your Jason during that time?
Yes, I was.
What were your feelings or your thoughts about Jason during this time in March?
During this time, lots of feelings of love from the love we had when we first started a relationship.
What's going on?
Memories from when we first started. Just being away from him made me miss him, and I was feeling again a lot of that love.
From the guy who's so violent that he broke your iPad, quote unquote, or iPod, quote unquote. I just, there's so many things to. This is why I said it in the Discord. This episode is probably going to be worth watching more than once because there's so much to unpack. It's like for me, with each sentence she says, I'm like, hang on, you know.
Were you texting about that?
All of the time, yes.
Was Jason reciprocating your texts?
Yes.
Did there, in the middle of March, did you go to Eau Claire and spend any time with Jason?
Yes.
Just tell us about that briefly.
I went and I spent some time with Jason. We had started.
Didn't she already talk about this? Because remember the hotel and she said that it was like, oh, Jason wanted to see her again or whatever bullshit lie she made up. Anyway.
Sleeping with each other again and talking about possibly maybe getting counseling, thinking about all the things.
She's saying this to corroborate the lie that she told in one of her interviews. I forget which one, but I pointed it out at some point that they were technically broken. Right. Because she's trying to get back together with him and he's done with her. That's right. I pointed it out because of that, because he's done with her, right? So when she has the interview, if it's either the 23rd or the 24th, one of her interviews with Detective Proc, that's when Jason broke up with her because he was done. That's after the March 19th blowout, right? He's done. He broke up with her, done. No more lies, right? And she tells the detectives that they're going through, they were talking about getting counseling and this, that, all that's bullshit. He was done. So she's saying this now to try to corroborate what she lied about back then in that interview.
Things we had said to each other in the past, just seeing if maybe this really needed to work out because of how much we did love each other.
And when you said you started sleeping with him,
Yes.
where did you spend some time, a couple of nights with him or anything in Eau Claire?
Yes, I spent a couple of nights with him. We got a few hotel rooms. We didn't really want to be at the apartment.
So again, back to the hotel thing, but all of this is in February. See, they're trying to screw up the timeline. This is all in February. Ugh.
Okay. After spending a couple of nights with Jason, do you recall what time that was? Was it like the date? Do you have any memory of what the exact dates were?
I have no memory of the exact dates, no.
Okay. Did you
I mean, and that's the thing.
return
That's
after?
the other interesting thing. This whole thing about them going to the hotel, the dates have not come in. It's just we have a time period. And I mean, I don't know what the deal is. Like, the business records exception to hearsay could get those receipts in, right, for the hotel room. Jason paid for it. Either side could bring that in, and we could have actual hardcore, here's the dates. That's possible, but no one's doing it. I don't know why.
After spending a couple of nights to Jason's to your mother's house.
I did, yes.
And what happened when you got back to your mom's?
Well, my mom wasn't supportive of me continuing or exploring the idea of rekindling the relationship I had with Jason. And me being her child, and she was my mom, we got into an argument. Of course, I knew what I wanted, and she disagreed, so I moved out after that.
Okay. Let me ask you then about going, so did your mom feel the same way about Alex that she felt about Jason in terms of what she expressed to you?
She had some mixed feelings about Alex as well.
And when you broke up with Alex, how did you break up with her?
I will just say, if her mom, okay. Again, I come back to the same idea of if you were a parent and you found out that your child, your son or your daughter, I was a young adult, and was sleeping with at least two people that you know of because you've met them both, not just sleeping with them. Sorry, let me be more accurate here. In like actual relationships, like, I mean, really, she was in a relationship with Alex. Again, we're still working on this idea that she could have met Alex before Jason. But really, even if we go with the August 8th, which is her story, right? They'd have this first conversation about cannibalism. That's going to come up and cross. It's almost as long as Jason. And according to her testimony, they're talking every day. They're hanging out every day. We know she stayed at his house a lot, or his apartment. But in other words, if you think about, it's like she had two boyfriends. It really is. It's like she had two relationships. And we know that Alex felt second to Jason because she wasn't leaving Jason. In other words, it's, I think it was Jordy, somebody that said brother, what was it? Brother wives or whatever, like sister wives, that like, that's what she wanted. Accurate. I think that's accurate. But see, Jason and Alex being normal are like, not that this doesn't make sense, right? Like, we're supposed to be monogamous. And she wanted three dudes. So according to Ezra, she identifies mostly as female these days, but I think she's saying that because that's how she's presenting herself at trial. I just lost my train of thought. Anyway, I think I was finished, but maybe if I'm not, I'll remember it maybe.
Pam.
I regretfully broke up with him through text.
Why did you do it through text?
I did it.
Oh, yeah, I know what I was saying. Yes. So, but I just find it so hard to believe that like a person's parent would be supportive of like them cheating on everybody, right? Like, so in other words, I'm thinking like if there was a blow up between her and her mom, potentially it was because her mom was like, "What are you doing, you whore?" Like, and that would have been valid, in my opinion.
Through text because I did it in a rushed way. I just wanted to just be done with all of this drama.
Okay. we'll come back to talking about you and Alex later, but I'm going to ask you, after your mother was upset with you because
Yes.
you were saying Jason and asked you to leave, where did you go?
I went to my dad's.
And is that your father, Joe Shane Carlin, who we saw in court?
Yes.
All right. What is your father's main employment?
He's a correctional officer.
And
Anybody else like, wait, what? I thought he owned a tree company.
besides his correctional officer primary,
Yes.
does he have a do-it-yourself or secondary business that he owns?
He has a tree cutting business that I helped name when I was about 5.
Did you
Irrelevant. Objection relevance. Who cares if you, again, with this whole self-congrat, the question was, does he have a side business? At least now we're getting to the tree, but what that I helped name when I was about 5.
work with him at that tree cutting business?
All of the time, yes.
And when you worked with him, did you use knives at all?
It was a part of every day.
They're getting to the day of the crime because they've covered everything else under the sun, right? They can't procrastinate any longer on this.
When he, in addition to knives and the tree cutting service, did your father, I'm going to call him your father, he's your adoptive father.
Yes, he's my father. He's my dad.
Did he give you or let you have other knives in your car?
Yes, he seemed to always give me one or want me to have one in different places.
There's been discussion here about the knife that that you used, or the knife that was in your car that the police found by the side of the road, the knife that was involved in the knife fight with you and Alex. And
Yes.
was that, and how did you get that knife?
Objection, Your Honor, to
Sustained,
characterization.
argumentative.
Okay, the knife we're talking about, how
Yes.
did you get that knife?
That knife was a knife that my dad had given me. He always likes to make sure I'm prepared for every situation. So various EMT knives he would give to me to break glass. It has seatbelt cutters. He just wants me to be prepared. It had been in and out of the house. He has a few of them, yes.
And that particular knife, did you put it in your car on the morning of March 22nd?
No.
Do you know when you put it in your car?
No, it was in and out always.
Do you remember in the days leading up to, you said you were in the defendant's vehicle. Do you remember looking for a knife in the vehicle?
Yeah, at one point she used to always have one in the center console, and I forget what I needed to cut, what I was going to cut, I think I had a shoelace that broke or something. I was going to cut it off and retie it, and I couldn't find a knife.
I think you said that was within a few days prior to March 22nd, 2018?
Yes.
You looked, but you couldn't find a knife?
Yeah, the one that I had given her had usually resided inside that.
Is that the knife that you gave her?
Negative.
Is that a knife that you have ever seen in the defendant's vehicle?
No, I've never seen that one.
That's the murder knife.
And just so the jury can understand that, there's some markings that says EMT on that knife, correct?
That's the knife
Yes.
from her dad's house.
You know when you put it in your car?
No, it was in and out always.
Okay. What would your dad, specifically with the use of knives, what would your father tell you about that?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, it goes to her state of mind, not the truth
my
of the
God.
matter asserted. Let me rephrase
All right.
the question, maybe
Okay.
it'll be more clear. Did your father ever say anything to you about having a knife in your car specifically for defending yourself?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, it's not offered for the truth.
No.
The matter is sort of just for what is in her state of mind, so
Correct.
I'll overrule the objection.
Okay, what did he tell you, or what do you recall him telling you?
What I recall my dad telling me, he told me many times, and he would always tell me, when you're in a situation with an individual or if someone's attacking you, that you need to do anything and everything you can to get away, to defend yourself. And he would tell me about, you can use knives, you can scratch, you can kick, you can fight.
Were you aware that there were firearms in his house?
Well aware.
Did you know where they were located?
Always, yes, he made me aware of this.
Were you able to have access to them?
Yes,
Did you learn how to use firearms when you were young?
of course, he made sure of that.
Did you go hunting with your father?
I never hunted.
firearm. Sorry, I'm not.
but I've gone hunting many times.
Now, did you take a firearm with you when you left your father's house on the morning of March 22nd?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
All I was doing that day was going for some errands. There was no need for a weapon or a firearm or anything of that sense.
Was one of those errands that you were going to do on March 22nd, in your mind, was one of the things you wanted to do to talk to Alex?
Yes.
And so did you want to bring a gun with you to talk to Alex?
Absolutely not.
Were you afraid of Alex?
No.
All right. I'm going to ask you some specific communication that you had received on the evening of March 21st. Were you sent a picture on Instagram by Jason?
Yes, I was.
And that's a picture we've seen. That's an evidence of the bathroom wall.
Yes, it is.
After you received that picture, what did you do?
Well, I wasn't happy about it.
Did you have then a voice conversation with Jason?
Yes, I did
in
call
addition
him.
to texting?
Yep.
And when you saw that picture, did you have some thoughts in your mind about who had written your phone number and, F me on the bathroom wall?
I had some ideas. I thought it was either a barista or maybe some of the kitchen boys, as they're called.
What do you mean by kitchen boys?
Kitchen boys, well, that's what they call the workers who work in the kitchen side of Racy Dell Lanes, which is called the nucleus. Just a bunch of guys.
Like cooks, chefs?
Cooks, chefs.
Did you, in your mind, did you think Alex had written it?
No.
Your Honor, then I'm going to object to this whole line of questioning as not being relevant.
Well, the state brought this in for some reason. I think her state of mind about it.
I'm
is
going to
important.
relate.
Thank you. Were you planning to mention it to Alex?
Yes, I was.
What was your intent with telling Alex about this?
My intent with telling Alex about this was just to ask him, like, how do you think they got my number? It kind of sucks that this is going on. There's a lot of drama. Do you know who might be doing it? So I could ask them that this isn't right. Can you stop, please?
All right. Before, in the period of time where you were at home.
Yes.
In March, were you writing any journals?
Yes, I was.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 365.
Yes.
And what's the title of that journal?
This journal is Ezra McCandless, Silence Broken.
I'm also showing you what's been marked as 366. Is there a title on that journal?
There's no title, but it's called Journal 2.
Okay. Over what period of time were you writing these two journals?
It was a period of a couple weeks. I had been visiting someone for counseling, and they told me maybe to write down.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Why were you writing the journals?
To express how I felt about everything.
And were you doing it specifically because you were trying to have this be part of the therapeutic process for you?
Yes.
All right. So there's been some testimony about these journals being edited on March 21st.
Yes.
Did you open the journals on March 21st?
Yes. Over the period of weeks, I had finished it a couple weeks before, but as a writer, you always open it to correct misspellings, alignment of paragraphs. Every time I open it, it adds that it's been seen or edited.
Was this journal in a format called Google Docs?
Yes.
And in Google Docs, every time you open a document, does it update the date?
It does, yes.
Okay. Did you, you've reviewed these journals, right?
Of course, yes.
And were you going to send them to a friend named Julia Post?
Yes, I had sent them to her already.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
The reason why I spent time with a few weeks before and why I had sent them to her is she's great with grammar and she's great with words, so she was helping me out. She was kind of my consult for cleaning it up.
Okay. I'm going to put this now on the Elmo. We're not going to read everything, but I'm just going to ask you in this journal what you're talking about and why, just in summary form.
All right.
So just to summarize, this part of the journal, when you're talking about moving back, it was the past summer and you had moved. Had you where had you been before the summer you moved back with your parents?
The summer before I moved back with my parents was spent in Marinette, Wisconsin, and that's where I was starting my first year of secondary school.
Okay, so after your first year of, so secondary school for you, does that mean, are you referring to college?
Yes.
Okay, just some people call secondary school high school, so I just
That's
wanted
true.
to clarify
College.
that. Okay, and so after your first year of college, are you telling us you had gone back home?
Yes, I am.
All right. Now, when you went back home, did you then write in your journal about your relationship with Jason Mangle?
Yes, I did.
You used this sentence: months have passed between us and love had grown. It's an ancient love so powerful it often scared both of us. I became sick and had the suspicion of what it could be. So what do you mean when you're writing in those passages?
What I mean by, as I said in there, an ancient love so powerful. Many times between me and Jason, our own philosophical discussions, we talk about past loves, being old spirit. We both consider ourselves, even though I'm young, to be very, very old spirits. So
Is that expression people use sometimes? Oh, he or she's an old soul?
yeah, all the time, all
Okay.
the time. He would describe me as his old soul. So as saying that this love, this passion, this love, it was just, we felt so much love and so much in common with each other right away that's just how I express that.
In the essay, did you go on to talk about your abortion?
Yes, I had.
And did you express how the abortion impacted your relationship with Jason Mango?
I expressed how it impacted us greatly, yes.
Okay. And did you then write in this journal about after, you said in this journal that you became, I think the word is, a husk of a woman.
Yes.
And what did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is after the operation and after everything that had happened, I felt like a part of myself had been taken away. I felt hollow inside.
You then start talking about two individuals invading your empty mind,
Yes.
dragging you down a rabbit hole, told what ideas to follow, masks you should wear. Can you explain what you meant when you wrote about that?
Yes. So during this incredible, vulnerable time when I had terminated my pregnancy, the two dominant voices I'm speaking of here were friends, Alex and John Hansen. I was talking about in this how during my vulnerable state, I was being told kind of how to feel, how to get over things, what to do, just kind of how to, I describe it as a mask, just kind of how to move past this in ways they thought might help or what I should do, they thought.
So this is your feelings then, but as you were going through this, you talked about developing feelings of love for Alex.
Yes.
So in here you're expressing it completely differently.
Yes.
Why the difference?
The difference is coming out of the relationship.
I don't want you to look at this. I just want
Okay.
you to talk about how you feel.
All right. So coming out of the relationship, in that relationship, I felt all of this love and this warmth and listening to him and him telling me what I should do and what I should think, essentially. In that moment, all I felt was that love. That's all I could notice. And then being completely removed from a relationship, and from that relationship, I noticed all of the red flags or things that really didn't fit right with me, and that it's opposite now because I'm expressing what I had ignored because of love.
Let me ask you this. Okay?
Yes.
In this,
Yes.
without putting on the screen, you wrote, I was an object even called a fetish, and that it horrified you to be described as a fetish. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
What I meant by that in this essay, or journal as you can call it, was that the person I had loved at that time, where instead of just being me and wanting to be seen as me, they started to express how I was a fetish to them, how I identified, how I looked, what they wanted from me. instead of essentially being Ezra McCandless, the person, I was just the want, the fetish, the sexual aspects.
Is that how you felt at that time in your relationship with Alex?
Yes.
And you talk about what happened with John and vomiting and
Yes.
fears. And then you also then talked to that you had turned to your other friend for advice and concerns.
Yes.
And what do you mean by that? You would turn to your other friend. What were you writing about?
I had talked about in there turning to my other friend being Alex about what had happened between me and John.
And you said that when you turned to Alex, you wrote, you said, guilt towards our friendship only to once again for it to turn to his desires of making me the boy he wanted. What did you mean by that?
When what had happened between me and John had happened, I quickly, shortly after I went to go talk to Alex, I told him my fears about what had happened, the confusion, the kind of the betrayal aspect of it. And during that time when I went over to his house to see him, he just kind of told me, well, I can make you forget it. You can sleep with me. We can spend some time together. Let me make you forget.
What you wrote in your journal after that was, quote, it was painful, and I often said stop.
Yes.
I can't. And then you wrote but I think you mean but. But he would then
Yes.
change the position and proceed to say, I'm fine and just too sensitive. Earlier, you talked about your sex with Alex, talking about you're fine,
Yes.
that he should finish. Is that what you're referring to in this journal?
Yes, and I was referring to, yes, the sensitive, feeling bruised. I was referring to that, yes.
And at the end of the journal, you have a section called What is Next?
Yes.
What are you talking about in the What is Next section? Do you need me to put it up on the screen for you to refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay, all right, just put that section. Okay, so just, again, I don't want you to read the whole thing, but,
I'm refreshed, yes.
okay, so let me ask you this. When you're talking about this in this section, about what is next, what are you talking about in this journal?
What I'm talking about in this journal, there were sections of this in this journal going through my relationship, my loves I had had, and in this what is next is I was writing about like, what am I going to do next? What can I become? I felt that my opportunities are endless. I can keep pursuing the career I want. Very inspired by a conversation I had with my father and how I can take a course of action for myself. I can become who I am.
When you said I betrayed the one I love in many ways and felt nothing but regret and pain, knowing how far I lost myself, you put that in there.
Yes, I had.
And were you talking about how you were going to change that, or what were you talking about?
What I was talking about that, not that I was going to change the betrayal and the feelings of guilt, is that just acknowledging that this had happened. I'm not going to hide from what I had done. And I acknowledge the fact that my partner at that time was deeply hurt, and I can recognize that and acknowledge it.
You ended this with writing, I cannot hurt myself anymore. I cannot hurt the ones I love.
Yes.
I can become Ezra McCandless again. I am worth it. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is there was so much going on in the past months. There was drama, there was loss, and there was pain, and there was love. And I've stepped back and I recognize all of it. I recognize that I am worth it as a person. I can be what I want to be. I can do what I want to do. As in career-wise, as an artist, I can just express myself and embrace that it's time for a change.
Okay. The part about what is next, you talked about being inspired by your dad. Did you write the whole paragraph, what is next, or was that just a feeling you're having? I'm a little confused. The whole paragraph at the end, what is next?
Yes, I wrote it, yes.
I know you wrote it, but did you
Yes.
write that whole paragraph that night, or did you write it?
No, it kind of corroborated the fact that I can do this. I am worth it. He helped me embrace that feeling more with our talks.
Okay. And you also, and I'm not going to dwell on it, but you also
Yes.
wrote what's called Journal 2.
Yes.
What's Journal 2? What are you writing about in Journal 2?
In Journal 2, it was more of a reflection of the guilt, the pain, the relationship issues I had had. It was also, it was kind of disconnecting myself from another in a relationship and looking at that, reflecting on that and how I felt about that at that time.
Is that Journal 2 much more specific to your relationship with Alex Woodward?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you end that with saying, I do not discount my part in the abuse. I do not feel innocent. Are you referring also with Jason when you say I do not feel innocent? Who are you referring to?
I'm referring to all of it, to Jason, to all of my relationships at the time.
Okay.
My mother, my father.
Are you feeling that you're taking responsibility or?
Yes, very much so.
Is that a theme in therapy? Was your,
Yes.
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you wanting during this period of time to take responsibility for your own actions?
Very much so. I wasn't running from anything I've ever done. I was taking responsibility for my actions, and even if I didn't want to look at all of the ugly parts, I was going to do it because I have a responsibility to grow as a person, and that's a big step of that.
You ended that essay with, I know I can be human, I know I can be free, I know I can love, I know I can only strive to never do this again. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is to be more aware, to be more conscious of my relationships. What I meant by that is I can be human, I can express myself. I'm not hiding, and I'm not... Essentially, that was mostly about cheating and leaving someone for certain reasons.
Now, after you, did you send those journals to Jason Mengel?
Yes.
Did you want to show your journals to Alex and John?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay, or I'm sorry, meeting.
I'm sorry, what?
Was there?
Meeting.
Okay,
Okay,
besides,
sustained.
let me just rephrase the question. Besides giving the journals to Jason and Julia Post, did you want to go show these journals to anybody in person?
Yes, I wanted to discuss these in person and talk about it and show them. Yes.
Who did you want to show these journals in person to?
Alex and John, they're integral parts of the journal, so I thought they should be shown.
And of those two people,
Yes.
who was more important for you to do that with?
Alex.
Did you bring physical copies, or were you just going to look at it on your phone, or what were you going to do?
I didn't bring any physical copies. I have it always loaded up on my notes and in my Google, so there's really, if I want to read it to him or if I want to look at it, I can just pull it up.
So on the morning of March 22nd, did you come into town?
Yes, I did.
And when you came into town,
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about coming into town that day. All right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted to evidence as Exhibit 424. Can you see this from where you are?
Yes, I can see this.
Okay. This is called the timeline of events on March 22nd. Do you remember
Yes.
this?
Yes, I do remember
All right.
this.
So when you first came into town, where did you go first when you drove into town?
First, when I drove into town, I went over to Alex's to see if he was even home yet. Or
What
he
happened
was
when
home.
you got there?
I knocked on the door, and nobody answered at all.
So when nobody answered, what did you do?
Just go to Racy's, continue my day.
When you left there, I think you're saying you went to Racy's. What did you do
Yes.
when you got to Racy's?
When I got to Racy's, I got my favorite drink, a mocha,
Okay.
and I noticed my friend Max.
Before noticing Max, was Jason Mengel at Racy's?
Yes, he was out front smoking his usual cigarette, so we just kind of exchanged some quick words. It was brief.
Okay. When you go in, you've seen the tape, you going in.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Then you walk up to the, what do you call that? The counter?
The bar.
The bar? The coffee bar?
Coffee bar.
Okay, not a bar.
No.
Okay. So you walked up to the coffee bar, and I think
Yes.
you were just saying you talked to Max.
Yes.
What was your conversation with about Max?
Well, after I got my coffee with Max, I was just like, hey, I've got the painting I'd like to give.
I have to back that part up just 1 second, because did you guys catch the part about the bar?
When I got to Racy's, I got my favorite drink, a mocha.
Okay.
And I noticed my friend Max.
Before noticing Max, was Jason Mangle at Racy's?
Yes, he was out front smoking his usual cigarette, so we just kind of exchanged some quick words. It was brief.
Okay. When you go in, you've seen the tape, you going in.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Then you walk up to the, what do you call that? The counter?
The bar.
The bar? The coffee bar?
Coffee bar.
Okay, not a bar.
No.
Okay.
I love how, like, when Ezra, or, in the last episode when she talked about how she met Alex at the joint, of the bar. I love how Miss Fishney just doesn't even come up, like, after the fact that she'd made such a big deal about her not being old enough to go to a bar, and I pulled that clip up in the last one, like that, it showed that contradiction. Just doesn't even bring it up. It's like, yeah, that's normal, right? You're underage, and yet you were at a bar.
So you walked up to the coffee bar, and I think
Yes.
you were just
And then this just draws more attention to it, right? Not a bar, trying to be like, yeah, you couldn't go to a bar. It's just
saying you talked to Max.
Yes.
What was your conversation with about Max?
Well, after I got my coffee with Max, I was just like, hey, I've got the painting I'd like to give you in my car. I'm in town today doing some errands. I was wondering if you'd want to do the art swap now.
Okay. So had you put the painting in your car, when you say you were in town to do errands, was that one of the errands that you were hoping to do on that day?
Yes.
So apparently, was it your original plan? First you'll talk to Alex, and then you'll talk to Max and exchange
Yes.
paintings?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay, I'll rephrase that. What was your plan when you were coming in for the order in which you were planning to do things on that day?
Yes. So that day, first I was going to, I gathered my things and I put my painting in the car and I was going to go talk to Alex and get that done for the day. And then I was going to go to Racy's and see if I could find Max and do the paint swap. And then I was going to see, before I had to go home to watch my little brother now, I was going to switch over. I had a change of a mail address that needed to be handled.
Okay. So after seeing Max, what did you do?
also noteworthy is she never does anything with that change of address that she just mentioned, because we know her whereabouts. She was on surveillance camera. She never does anything with a change of address.
After seeing Max, he was pretty excited that I had the painting for him. And he had this painting he described to me as a cosmic goat that I would really like. So we exchanged those paintings.
And during this period, there's a picture of your car at Racy's and then returning to Racy's. So what did you do after seeing Max?
After seeing Max?
Or after going to Max's house?
Oh, after going to Max's house, we talked for a little bit. He went inside, grabbed his paintings. We came back to Racy's and I dropped him off, gave him a hug.
Did you tell Max what your plan was?
Yes.
After you were seeing him? What did you tell him?
I told him that I wanted to go over to Alex's house. There was a lot I have to talk about with everybody, and I definitely wanted to talk to him today.
All right. So let me just ask, why did you only have a brief exchange that morning with Jason when you saw him?
When I saw him, he seemed kind of occupied. I thought he was busy.
All right. Was that unusual to you?
No.
Okay.
We've had many times where we just pass.
When you left Racy's,
yes,
after seeing, I think that at least,
I mean, I can't help but think too that she went to Racy's because she knew Jason was going to be there, and she just wanted to, do that thing.
They have your return to Racy's here at 11:13, right? Did you stay at Racy's very long after you dropped Max off again?
No, I think I went to the bathroom and got ready to go.
And after using the bathroom, where did you go?
To Alex's.
And same route as before?
We're getting there, guys.
Do you know the route you took?
I take a couple routes to get to Alex's. It's probably the one I take usually, just right over.
Again, that's stupid because we know the route she took. It was on the surveillance cameras.
Okay. And when you got to Alex's house, what did you do?
When I got to Alex's house, I parked my car in the driveway, I left it running, and I grabbed his heating pad and such, and I went up to the door and I knocked on it.
All right, let me ask you about the heating pad. Why did you have a heating pad with you?
I had a heating pad because I had some really awful menstrual cramps, and I was like complaining about it one day, and he's like, "Oh, here's a heating pad I never use. Why don't you use it?"
But specifically, maybe my question wasn't clear. Why on that day did you have the heating pad in the car with you, and why did you take it out to Alex's house? That's what I'm going to ask.
So when talking to an ex, it can always be awkward. It was my way of kind of having an icebreaker, a buffer to start a conversation.
Were you planning to do something with the heating pad?
Give it back to him, yes.
Were you also planning to retrieve anything from his house?
Yes, I was hoping that he still had a few clothing items, and possibly I left an antique cup there that I really liked.
I think last week it was mentioned that The Little Prince, had he ever given you a book, The Little Prince?
He had given me 2 Little Princes.
What was the difference between the two of them?
The difference between the 2 Little Princes is that one was a kind of, I call it a children's style book. So it was in English, and it was wide and large. And the other Little Prince he had given to me was a smaller version, and it was in French.
Which is really interesting, right? Because we know she can't speak French.
Had you brought one of those copies previously back to Racy's?
Yes, I had.
Do you remember which one it was?
It was the large child's version, as I would call it.
So you go to Alex's house, you ring the bell. Are you afraid of him?
No.
What happens after you ring the bell?
I knock on the door, and
Oh, you knocked on the door, not ring the bell?
yeah, no bell.
Okay.
Again, I think that's truthful. I think that's truthful. I think there was no doorbell.
I knock on the door, and I hear some kind of shuffling around, and I noticed his roommate kind of comes down the stairs and pops his head in, and then he's gone.
When you say his
That does match the testimony from that roommate.
Was this anyone you had ever met before?
We hadn't met, but I had seen him plenty of times. It was Dave.
Had you ever really talked to him though?
No.
All right, so he popped his head, and then what did he do after popping his head?
Kind of, well, I seen that he just kind of seemed like he went and got Alex, and then he just kind of scurried off somewhere.
Was Dave Stoiting dressed when he came to the door?
No.
Okay. You said you thought he got Alex. Why did you think that?
Because Alex came down shortly after.
And when Alex came down to the door, what happened?
Alex looked a little surprised to see me, and I said hi, and I was like, I have the heating pad and stuff for you. And he took it, and he was like, do you want to talk? And it was a quick exchange of words before we went upstairs.
When you were going to see Alex,
Yes.
What are the things that you wanted to do or accomplish in having a conversation with him?
What I wanted to accomplish in having a conversation with Alex is that I abruptly broke off our relationship, which I felt was unfair. I thought it was immature, the fact I did it over text, first off. I just wanted to make sure he was okay and how he felt, and I just felt that he had the right to express himself fully about how he felt our relationship was going, how things ended. Just wanted to check in with him.
Did you also want to talk to him at all about
But I'd been
John or anything like that?
Yes, I wanted to. I knew that because he was close friends with John that I wanted to ask him about. It was an apology, actually. I was like, I'm sorry if you have to talk to any investigators. I know this situation's uncomfortable. And I wanted to share to him about my counseling and writing I've been doing since it.
So with all of these purposes in mind, you go up,
Yes.
you go inside with Alex. Where do you and Alex go?
We go to our usual spot, which is his bedroom. And I sit on his bed, and he's kind of milling about his room. And then he sits next to me, and we start talking.
Are you afraid of him at this time?
No.
What were you and Alex
What's he
talking
about? Maybe he's afraid of you.
Well, first I said my apology about, I'm sorry that if you're uncomfortable because of you might have to talk to an investigator, there's things going on. I also mentioned I seen a photo with my name and with not my name, but my number and some crude words. Do you have any ideas who might be doing this?
Are you referring to the Racy's bathroom hall?
Yes, I'm referring to the Racy's bathroom hall.
Okay, and so you tell him those things?
Yes.
And how does the conversation proceed from there?
The conversation proceeded from there. I was a bit tearful because I was expressing to him about how upset I was about what had happened and how I had been seeing some help about this and how I was expressing myself, kind of writing, and I was telling him roughly how I felt.
Had you brought a knife into the room?
No.
There was some testimony that I think Jason Mangle said he noticed a knife in the room when he got there. Was that something you had brought into the room?
Hold on.
I don't believe there was any such testimony.
There
number
wasn't.
one.
Did you guys hear that? Miss Fishney just fucked up. She fucked up. That did not come. That was, she said that. Dude, incredible. Incredible. That was incredible. Did you guys hear that?
I don't recall any testimony. to that
Oh,
effect.
okay. Maybe that's a mistake. Did you bring a knife in the room with you at all?
No.
Okay.
Wow.
Or why not?
Objection, relevance.
So that to me means that Jason must have said that at some point, at, maybe, prior to the trial, but they didn't bring that testimony in for some reason, and she forgot that it didn't come in. Incredible.
Overruled. You can answer.
Thanks. Why didn't you bring a knife up there with you?
Well, I didn't bring a knife up there because we were talking. We were spending time together. I don't see any reason for a knife at all.
All right. Did you, do you know how long this conversation was going on?
I never wear a watch. I'm bad at keeping track of time. So no, I don't.
At some point, as you're having this conversation, let me ask, what's the tone of the conversation between you and Alex as you're having this conversation in this
The
room?
tone of our conversation was somber, very solemn between us. We were both pretty quiet and soft spoken, and it was just a gentle conversation at that point.
I think, did there's come a time where something interrupted that conversation?
Yes.
What did you hear that made you realize that somebody else was there?
What made me realize someone else was there is that I heard a ringtone very loudly, not far outside of the room we were in. I was surprised by that, kind of taken back.
I think I forgot to ask you this. What had you done with your car when you had gotten over to Alex's house?
I left it running.
Why?
I often leave my car running because it's, I don't take care of my car like I should, and there's sometimes when if I don't leave it running for periods of time, it will just not start again, and I also didn't really think I was going to be there that long.
You're afraid because your car's running?
That's going to come back up on cross. And I think I asked this earlier. I don't know if you guys said anything, but what do you guys think the significance of leaving the car running is? And I said, this was a few episodes ago, but I had expressed that I thought it was interesting about how she calls out, according to Jason, right? Just let him help you when she hears the ringtone. And I had thoughts at the time. I was like, that's interesting because, and I'm going to put together for the next episode probably a little video with the clips that will show you what I'm talking about. But that, okay, so she brings 3 knives, right? A steak knife. We don't really know where that came from, but she has the knife that Jason gave her, and then she has the knife that her dad gave her. And Miss Fishney just accidentally let it slip that apparently Jason had said something about how she had a knife with her up there. And remember, he did say very explicitly how he was worried that now this would make sense with or without a knife, but that he was worried that for both of their safety and that they should be in public, right? But I had it this was a couple of episodes ago. So even without knowing the part about the knife that Miss Fishney just said, I thought the part about just let him help you was so interesting because of the fact that whole story from before with Alex cutting his wrist or whatever, and then Jason helps him. And I said that at the time, I said, when we first heard that, I said, was her plan when she heard Jason's ringtone, was she initially planning on maybe killing him then, Alex, right? And then saying, just let him help you, so that if Jason came upstairs and he was, Alex had been stabbed, that there would be an assumption that it was self-inflicted, right? Like, is that setting that up? Or was it also potentially setting it up to where she was going to maybe frame Jason? But leaving the car running is interesting. And that's going to come, again, I wouldn't have thought much of it, except that it does come up on cross. And so therefore that shows me that there's something important there. And they're about to bring up the just let him help you thing. She's just going to say it never happened, which is, there's no way. Like, Jason's testimony about that is very clear and very, believable, right? Because it was clear that he expected to come up there and find that Alex was hurting himself again. And the other thing is, Ezra knows that if she says that, that's what Jason would think, and then he would go upstairs, right? It's almost like, if you think about it, it could be a way to lure Jason upstairs. Just let him help you. There's only one way Jason would interpret that, or really anybody, but especially with the history that they'd had, that she knew what Jason would think and what Jason would do. And then Jason said he was surprised to come up there, and then he was like, you guys scared the shit out of me. That's what he said.
Somebody might steal it?
No.
Okay.
It's an ugly car.
When you heard the ringtone, were you saying anything to the Alex about having Jason help him?
No.
Were you saying let him help you at all?
No.
Was Jason invited to come into the house?
No. He just let himself in.
All right. So had you heard a knock at the door or the bell ring or anything like that?
No, I didn't even know the door had opened. He just kind of...
You already said there was no doorbell, Miss Fishney. Yeah, that's a good point, Kitsmans. Yeah, I think that maybe it really does speak more to the fact that she was maybe initially planning on trying to do like this. Well, Jason was a surprise, right? So it might have been a thing of like opportunity, right? Like, well, now a witness to a staged suicide, if you will, if that makes sense in a way.
Burst in.
Were you surprised, or let me rephrase that, what was your feeling or your emotion when you heard Jason's ringtone?
I was surprised and just kind of, it shocked me. I was like, why did he just let himself in? Like, what's going on?
And when Jason all of a sudden shows up on the scene,
yes,
was there any change that you saw in Alex's demeanor?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us what that was?
After Jason just let himself into Alex's home, I could tell that Alex, he was no longer sitting next to me like he was. He stood up, and he was very, I call it being bristled, but he seemed on edge.
What conversation took place with Jason, you, and Alex in the room?
Jason kind of burst into the room, and he was just using his hands a lot, and he was saying, "What's going on? Is everybody okay?" And he was talking, and I kind of stepped in, and I said, "Everything's fine. We're just talking." And trying to calm him down, I said, "We're fine. We can talk in a public place."
Who suggested public place?
Oh my God.
Kind of all did. We came to this conclusion that we should go somewhere public.
But was there something to be afraid of that was going to happen in the bedroom?
No.
Were you concerned about what Jason might think, that you were in Alex's bedroom?
Yes.
And what was that about?
I knew that he'd probably jump to the conclusion, because that was our place where we talked, that he would assume that I had decided to sleep with him that day.
Had you decided to sleep with Alex on that day?
No.
So
interesting that that even came in, right? Because there's motive, right? There it is, right? That's the state's theory. She was concerned that what Jason would think. There it is. She just said it. That day, that same day, she was concerned that Jason would think they were sleeping together. Well, why would you care, Missy?
after this conversation with Jason, and again, is Alex showing any other reaction or any other part of that conversation?
He's as I said, bristled. He's frustrated. He's a little, he started to get quiet, and I always see that as a sign that Alex isn't particularly very happy.
Who left the room first?
Jason.
After Jason left, what did you and Alex do?
I kind of looked at him and I said, well, I guess we both kind of were like, I guess we should go somewhere to talk.
All right. So did you and Alex leave the room?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went downstairs and outside.
When you get downstairs and outside, what's going on?
I was so confused to see that there were police vehicles there. And Jason
Did you
was...
call the police?
No.
I wonder if she worried that they were there because she wasn't supposed to be driving and she was going to get arrested.
All right. At the time, did you know how the police happened to be there?
No, that's why it took me by surprise.
I mean, if you're driving with a restricted license or a revoked license or whatever the case was, and we know there's issues with her license, she doesn't find her license to show them. That should make you nervous, right?
So much
Well,
that
not to mention if you're plotting murder.
all of a sudden there's these 2 police vehicles, there's police officers. I was just like, what's going on?
And that's the other thing too. It does make you think. So if she was planning on doing something to Alex at the house, she was interrupted twice. First by Jason, then by police showing up.
Did the police officers come and talk to you at all?
Yes, they did.
Do you remember anything about that conversation?
I do, yes.
What do you recall?
I remember the usual police contact. They asked for my license and my name. They asked if everything was fine, and I said,
Notice how she doesn't mention that she didn't give them her license.
yeah, we're going somewhere public to speak. Everything's fine. I had no concerns.
How long did you talk with the police for?
It wasn't very long, no.
And when you were talking with the police, was there anything worrisome to you?
No.
After the police left, were there any words exchanged between you and Jason or Jason and Alex at all?
Yes, I had said a few things to Jason. We talked before we got in the car and I talked to Jason before he rode off on his bike, and then I got back in the car and we left.
I'm going to ask you some questions about what you were wearing on that day.
All right.
How were you dressed that day?
That day I was more layered and casual. I wasn't planning on dressing up because I had errands to run.
Okay. Aside from underwear, what was the first layer on top against your skin? What was your first layer next to
From
your
top
skin?
down. So my first on top. My first layer was a yellow tiger shirt I have.
Is that the t-shirt we saw on the screen before?
Yes.
And on top, what was the next layer that you had on?
Was my favorite button up, which seems to have, it looks like dots, but they're little plants. It's a blue button up.
I hate to ask you an embarrassing question, but were you wearing underwear under your clothes that day?
No.
Okay.
Well, why did you say you were skipping the underwear?
And so you had no underwear on, no. All right.
No.
And after the blue button-up shirt, was that common for you to not wear underwear under your clothing?
Yes, I had tights on, so that kind of what I thought counted it as underwear.
And a bra, is it common for you to not wear a bra?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right, let's go back. I want to go back to the top garment. So I think we've talked about the t-shirt, the button-up.
Yes.
After the button-up, what was the next thing you had on over that?
The next thing I had on over that was my gold sweater.
Okay. And is that the gold sweater we've seen the pictures of? Sometimes
Yes.
looks gold, sometimes looks brown.
Yes, it looks brown, but it's gold.
Okay. And after the gold sweater, what did you have on top of that?
I have this very large, it's a flannel, it's very large on me, so I kind of use it as a coat or an overcoat.
Okay. Anything else on your top half of your body?
Well, around my waist I kind of had another sweater kind of tied loosely. It's like a long sweater.
Do you know what color that was?
It was kind of goldish.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the bottom half of your body.
Yeah.
Another thing that's interesting too is she did have a lot of gold clothing items. It's interesting that she's not worn any gold in the trial.
I think you mentioned tights.
Yes.
Were those the tights we've seen the pictures of?
Yes, my knit tights.
And on top of the tights, what did you have?
I had what's been called as mom jeans, but some light wash, high-waisted pants.
Okay.
Okay, is this a good spot?
Let me just
Great.
ask what she had at her feet, and then we can
Okay,
finish
get
this.
through all the layers and we're good.
Yeah,
For
okay.
lunch. Okay.
The mom,
Were you wearing shoes on that?
trying to make herself seem frumpy, I think, with that.
Yes, I have
I wouldn't have called them that anyway.
my work boots on.
That's a good point.
That's it.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for, again, about 1 hour from when we leave the courtroom. So, all rise.
Okay.
Ezra, before we broke for lunch, I think we were at the point where the police had left and you and Alex are now leaving his house.
Yes.
All right. Whose car were you in?
My car.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
All right. Here's the point where we're going to go through this real quick. This is the time. Let's do this. I've talked a lot about this. I've been waiting for the right moment. You guys ready? Y'all are going to have your minds blown by some of the stuff I discovered with this. Okay. Let's remember what's going on with this crime scene. So let's hear her version of it.
It's a house.
Okay. So there's the vehicle. Okay. So as far as the door locking, because we had talked about potentially her, we had talked about the potentiality that Ezra could have had to have put the child locks on the doors if he was in the back seat so he couldn't get out. So I downloaded the manual for that exact car, the 2003 Impala. I downloaded the owner's manual. And while it doesn't actually mention anything about a child lock, my other research on the child locks is that the child locks are only on the back doors. So if he was in the passenger seat, which at this point, I think it's pretty clear he was driving when they get there, but if he had been in the passenger seat, there wouldn't have been a child lock, but in the back, potentially. But there was something that was interesting about this. So where was it? Oh, a power door lock switch is located on each front door above the armrest. The rear doors do not have power door lock switches. The lever on each rear door only works that door's lock. And remember, we're going to get to the part with the blood in the car, but remember, there's a little bit of blood on that back passenger side door. And that does make you wonder if he was reaching for that door to get out of that side, to get away from her. But we'll go through all of this, and yeah. That's cool. I have to say again, the way the vehicle is parked is substantial to me. The angle, the way the vehicle nearly hit that army trailer, it's odd. And this to me, I said this from the get-go, like seeing this to me is like something happened. This to me almost would seem like if Alex was driving, right? And that's when she started the Stabby McStabberson time. And then that's what caused him to veer off. Now, the only kink in that thought is the cigarette butts, which we'll get to. And again, this is where we're going to walk through all this because there's an explanation for everything. And what we didn't have in this trial is a crime scene expert. Like, I was going to say Kenny Kinsey, but honestly, Trooper Paul would be even better, right? But like, dude, if they had Kenny Kinsey, man, that would have been awesome. But we're doing it. We're doing his job. So, yeah, again. What it doesn't speak to is, hey, baby, let's pull onto this dirt road and pull over at this weird angle near this army trailer when it's cold and like have sex, like a lover's romantic spot. Like it does not speak of that to me. This is from the drone footage. Actually, let me pull my banner or the banners in the thing. Okay, never mind. All right, the windows. So Here we go to the who's
The
driving.
window down? It appears that the window is just slightly more than halfway down.
Okay. And I want to zoom in on the front window again. Can you put it on the, is it,
You might get,
yeah. And that window appears not to be down, or at least partially down, like the other window. Is that accurate?
it looks that the window is up or closed.
Okay.
All right. Here's where it gets interesting.
So I took a cutting of the filter paper around the end of the cigarette butt that might be in somebody's mouth. I obtained a male DNA profile from this cigarette butt, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right. What can you tell us about that cigarette butt that was found at marker 11?
So I, again, took a cutting of the end of the cigarette butt that may be in somebody's mouth. I obtained a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals. I was able to determine a major male contributor, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that major male contributor DNA.
Were you able to determine anything about the minor contributor to that particular sample?
No, I was unable to make any comparisons to the minor contributor.
Okay, I'm pausing it real quick. You guys, are y'all under the impression that his coat was on when he got stabbed or off when he got stabbed? Yep, maybe Ezra took a drag, accurate. And part of the reason I first started thinking about this thing with the coat is because I had always thought the coat was off. But here's the thing, is that the cigarette box or whatever carton thing, that we're going to see the testimony about this, was in the coat pocket. So my thought was, if he was driving, let's say that they switched drivers when they were parked in front of that dirt road. If they switched drivers and he was driving and his coat was, because initially I thought, oh, well, maybe the reason his coat was off, maybe he took his coat off when they switched drivers. Possible, right? That would, okay. But then what about the cigarettes? Because the cigarettes were in the coat pocket. So I was like trying to wrap my head around how the heck, what's going on here with that, because I thought, well, is it possible that he could have thought, well, I want to smoke a cigarette, so I'm going to take one cigarette out of the box and then put the coat in the back or whatever? Possible, but there's 2. But what did you guys think about the coat? Were you guys under the impression that he was wearing the coat when he got stabbed or not wearing the coat? I want to hear what y'all say before I play the next part. Because again, as I went through this, y'all are going to have a bunch of what the fuck moments. I think I noticed some things. I'm like, how the heck did this get missed? Not wearing, Kit Smith says. What? Okay, anybody else? I had been thinking that, Kit Smiths. No, you shouldn't change your answer. There's only one little thing that I could find going back through this testimony that could answer that. Besides the idea of the cigarette box was in the coat pocket. There's only one other thing, and it was easy to miss. So let's play the next part of this.
Item number B7 was a cigarette box that had 2 cigarettes inside, which was collected from the front right pocket of the black and gray coat. State exhibit number 99 is a wad of dark brown hair that was located on the back of the black and gray coat at marker 4A.
Coat. All right.
And can you rotate the jacket once there's been an opportunity?
Want to ask you some questions about the coat, all right?
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
The coat, as when you held it up, were you able to make observations of the defects to the back of the coat?
I did see defects, yes.
Okay.
That's it. That's the only time we hear that. There's defects to the back of the coat. Stab wounds, stab cuts, stab coats. Stab cuts, cuts in the coat from being stabbed. And I don't remember if I included the blood DNA, and I think I did, but just in case I didn't, the DNA found on the coat, there's blood, and it's Alex's blood. I think he was wearing it. That changes things. Let's keep going. Okay, so this is a picture. I zoomed in on that picture. Okay, this is going to come up again later in this presentation. I zoomed in on that picture that we just saw. So there's the coat on the bottom of the floor well, okay, or footwell of the car, okay? So this is the best view that we have that I could find in evidence, from the evidence of seeing the ground right beside the car. Because remember, he was like half in, half out, as you all know, right? And there was a blanket there. It looks like they've already gotten rid of obviously his body, but also the blanket and the other stuff outside of the car, and you can see the ground. So you can see the ground right there. Do you guys see any blood? Yes, stab coats. I know. Yeah, this is my brain. It's my brain getting excited. Do you guys see any blood right there? And that matters. That's going to come up again at the end in this presentation. Is there any blood that you guys can see right there where the open door is on the ground? I don't see any. We're going to get to it. Don't you worry. I've got plenty of clips from opening statements in this presentation. I got you covered. I did a lot to make sure I covered all this in this presentation. Yep. But it is right. Yeah, that's the other. That is, and it doesn't make any sense because the coat is there. So there is blood on the seat. Yes, there's blood on the seat. And we're gonna go through all that. The ground, it's only a small sliver. Good question. It's only a small sliver. It's on the very left-hand side of the screen. You can see the open car door. That's where the ground is. Yeah, there is blood. There is blood there, and we'll see it. Don't worry. There is blood there. Yes, but the ground part matters.
This area here, you can see.
This is from opening statements, okay? This is the part you were just referencing, kids.
His blood in different patches on the ground. He's staggering around. She's sitting at the edge of the seat, overwhelmed, afraid, confused.
Yeah.
Doesn't know what to do. He's still up. She's cautious. She watches him. She hears him. He says, I need help. She's afraid, but she wants to help. She stands. She steps and approaches him. He approaches her, and then all of a sudden it's happening again. He grabs her again. He pulls her in. He's pulling her down. He is in. He's pulled her in. She has the knife. She reaches around, stabs him one last time. He lets go. She backs up. He stands there. He takes off his coat, throws it on the ground, and lays on the ground.
Yeah. Also, besides the fact that he wasn't laying on the ground, his coat didn't have any mud on it. So before we get to the Alex being wet part, oh wait, hold on. What was I going to say? So okay, no, I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to wait to make that comment. Okay, let me keep going.
Part of the issue is the way he was cut. There wasn't a lot of blood found there.
Remember this part?
And he was soaking wet. How did he get wet?
The ground was wet.
Did he fall on the ground at some point?
When I left the car, he was on the ground.
So remember when we talked about that, guys? We talked about that, thought about him being half in and half out of the car. And I told you guys, okay, I'm going to make sure I go back and look up the testimony about the weather. This was from a couple streams ago. Well, I did that. So the testimony about the weather, it's from Jason Stalker on the stand. He gives testimony about the temperatures, but he doesn't say anything about the precipitation. What we know of the precipitation is that from all the law enforcement officers, they thought it was going to rain, and it had been raining or snowing, you know. And so they covered up the footprints with like cardboard and stuff, but because it looked like rain was coming in. The other thing is from the drone footage, like we saw earlier in this presentation, it's really overcast. and it looks like it's going to rain, or you can kind of tell. But the answer to that question is going to be coming up. I have these in an order on purpose. I put a lot of thought into it. So first we have Alex being wet. Okay, next.
And I don't know. I peed my pants. And I didn't even know. And it was so scary.
There was no evidence that she peed her pants.
Okay.
Okay, so what's the deal with her peeing her pants? One thing I'm thinking of will come up in a second when we get to the medical examiner, and it has to do with Alex being wet. But the other thing could have been her planning ahead for when she gets a SANE kit, because we heard from the nurse, the SANE nurse, that because she had said when she got to the hospital, she said she'd already urinated. There were certain tests that they didn't do because of that, knowing that evidence would have been gone if there'd been any evidence of a sexual activity, right? Because, and by the way, in that interview, she says she peed herself 5 times. I just picked one of them, but I pointed it out when we watched it live. I pointed it out. I was like, why does she keep saying she peed herself? She really wants them to know that. She really wants it on the record. It was weird. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Don't you worry about a thing. Oh, by the way, it's about to get a lot crazier with the scarves. Brace yourselves.
Where was your scarf?
My scarf was in the car.
Bullshit.
The yellow and the blue and the red scarf was in the car.
Okay. Did he have anything around his neck?
Do you observe any cuts or anything on that scarf?
Matters.
I don't see any cuts.
Okay.
So remember, and we're going to get to the pictures, but I'm sure you guys remember. So the scarf was around his neck when he was found, and he had all these stab wounds to the neck, which we're going to get to, but the scarf has no puncture wounds in it, right? Meanwhile, the coat has puncture wounds in it, but is not on his person. You guys see what I'm seeing? Do you see what I see? Do you guys see what I'm seeing? The way that I freaked out, I couldn't even, this is blowing my mind still, even though I knew it was coming. Do you guys see that? There has been no talk about this item of evidence. It's another elephant in the room. I have gone back so many times, just in case I'm missing it, to I don't even recall it being listed as an item of evidence at all. But wait, it's going to get worse, because wait till you see how many pictures it's in, but it's never talked about. It's weird. Yes, it's a black scarf. Yes, that's what that is. It's a scarf. What? Hold on. So one of the things I had to figure out was, wait, was he wearing a scarf? Is that Alex's scarf? Because Ezra testifies that colorful scarf is hers, which just because she says that, it doesn't necessarily mean it's true. But if there's 2 scarves, I mean, it would make sense that one is Ezra's and one is Alex's, right? So hang on. It's a scarf. So there's another picture of it. And there it is there. You guys, do you see why I'm freaking out? Because I'm like, how the heck? There could be other pictures. Those are just 3 pictures as an example of there's the scarf. What? And it's never, they don't even say the words black scarf. They don't mention it. What? What? What is happening? I feel like I'm in crazy town. Okay. So the next thing I did was I scoured the body cam stuff to see if there's a picture of Alex where you can tell if he's wearing a scarf or not. This was the best picture I could find, and I enhanced it the best I could. I'm not someone who's good at that stuff, but I enhanced it the best I could to try to see if it looks like he's wearing a scarf or not. This is the best I got. What do you guys think? Is he wearing a scarf? Oh my God, that's so right. It's a scarf. Yep. And again, with the evidence, right, it was tough because a lot of it is like they just go through the list and they read the list and then it's tough because of the way they have to work it with the chain of custody and the foundation. They can't just say, here's this item, here's a picture of the item, and here's what was found. Was there blood? Was there not blood? Was there, you know what I mean? It's like, and it was all separated by different witnesses. So it was hard. And like, it's disjointed and it sucks for the jury, right? So that's why I went back through. Alex is on the left. Yep. That's Alex on the left. This is the last time he was seen alive on camera. This was at around 12:47 p.m. Ezra's in the driver's seat. So it's hard to tell. I think, honestly, it looks like he could be. But again, that was not a fluffy scarf, right? Compared to like Ezra's scarf. It's not, it was a thin scarf. So I think he very well could be wearing it, but it's just hard to tell. But that was the best picture I got with it, with that where you could see his neck, basically. Right? It could be the collar, right? Exactly. So, but I included it.
It almost feels like kind of like if somebody would have blindfolded you, kind of feeling.
Here we go.
As he's on top of her, he takes a scarf. He covers her eyes. She gets the knife, and she needs to get out. He is on top of her. He is in the car. There is one way out. It's through that door.
So remember, so far what he has said, is that he's blind. So he's put a scarf around her eyes, right? And I said which scarf, but in other words, she's blindfolded, right?
Tries to scoot around through the well of the seat. Her bottom's through there. He's still between her. He's stopping her. He's preventing her. He doesn't let her get out. She moves towards the back of the seat, where eventually, if this is the back of the front seat, her back is up against the seat. Alex is right here. The open door is here. He's not letting her out. She can't get out. He's holding her. He's attacking her. It happens in a rush, and she stabs him. He reaches out, and he grabs her throat. He pushes her head up against the headrest. She can't breathe. She can't breathe.
How much of this
She's struggling for her life. He holds her neck, he squeezes her neck, and he looks her in the eyes.
How?
And she just stabs anywhere and everywhere that she can.
Okay, so there he is with the scarf around his neck. And again, there was no puncture wounds in the scarf. So how did the scarf get back on Alex? And what, if any, way was the black scarf involved? Alex's injuries. Okay, guys, I made this really simple, or tried to. Okay. Because the way it comes in the testimony is like over the period of like 2 hours. Okay, I made a list. I went through and listened to all of it, and I typed up a list. I hope this helps you guys. It definitely helped me. 1. So these are just in the order that the medical examiner describes them. They're not necessarily in the order that they happened, but the way she did the autopsy was top to bottom kind of thing, right? So 1 above now she does say that this is the first injury, the one at the head, which is not. So this one that says number 1 actually was first, but not all of them are in order. So above the right ear, 1 inch deep, front to back, right to left, slightly downward. Above the right ear. By going through these injuries and really thinking about them, I think we can figure out the order of things, and we can figure out a lot, right? So above the right ear, 1 inch deep, front to back, right to left, slightly downward. 3 across the neck, back to front, right to left, slightly downward, jugular vein separate. And remember, she's right-handed. So because we have to figure out, like, is he in the car? Is he out of the car? I kind of have my thoughts, but I'm saving those. And like, how, like, what would the angle be, right? 3 stabbings on the front left side of the neck. So he had 6 wounds to the neck, right? 3 across, like slicing, right? And then 3 stabs, like punctures on the left side of the neck. So if we start with the ones that go across, they go back to front, right to left. So that would be like she's maybe still on his right side, and then 3 stabbings on the front left side of the neck. So that means she's either he turned or maybe she's on the other side of him, right? And I have thoughts about that. I have thoughts about this. I think we can figure out when things happen when we get to looking at the crime scene here, which we will do after the injuries. So ranging from 1/2 inch deep to 1 inch deep, only soft tissue. So the important thing there is where it says number 3, those 3 stabbings, only soft tissue. So those were not like the more fatal. The second one was, though, where it says number 2, right? That severed the jugular vein. Okay. Next, 3 stabs to the left side in the rib cage area. 1 damaged the lung and the diaphragm, 3 and 3 inches deep. So that's the deepest one yet so far in order that we're looking at. 3 and 3 inches deep. That's deep. The other ones were like 1 inch to 1/2 inch or something. And then according to the medical examiner, he didn't live much longer after this due to the lack of blood pooled in the chest cavity. So what that means is, to make sure that's clear, she could tell that, in other words, while that was in other words, those when that happened, there must have already had been other stabbings that he was already dying, basically. Because in other words, if those had been early on in the sequential of order of these, if those had been early on, there would have been more blood pooled in the chest cavity. But the lack of blood in the chest cavity means these happened maybe later than other things. All right, 5, 1 stab to the pubic region, pierced the bladder. What do you think, guys? Are you remembering back to the earlier parts? Why is Alex all wet? Remember, when they had that interview, that interview happened the same day she started her autopsy, and the findings take weeks. So the investigators would not have known about the bladder. I'm thinking, yep, O is right. I think the reason he was all soaking wet is because of the blood. That I think is the best explanation for him being soaking wet. And as we're saying, she peed herself, right? Because if she got urine on her, it could explain it. It would have emptied out. Yep. And a side note, it would have been a long time since he peed, because even just, from Ezra showing up and ostensibly waking him up, and then they were talking, who knows? Anyway, it would have been at least a good period. Yeah, his bladder would have emptied, and I would imagine Ezra maybe got pee on her. Yep. And ante-mortem, by the way, is the earliest, right? Ante-mortem is like before death. Peri-mortem is like in the process of dying, and then you guys, I'm sure, know what post-mortem is. So with some of these injuries, she couldn't say exactly when they happened, but the ones that she could say, I noted. So this one she could note was ante-mortem, or like it was one that was most obviously could have been one of the earlier ones, piercing the bladder. 1 stab to the scrotum, internal bleeding, and we're going to hear more about that from this in a second. I'll have her testimony with that. All right, 1 stab to the finger. That one was not very consequential. 1 stab to the right thigh, also less consequential. 2 stabs to the back of the right shoulder. 1 damage to the right lung, 2 3/4 inches deep. Now this is noteworthy. So there were 2 stabs in the lungs, 1 on the right and 1 on the left, and they were at approximately the same time because of the lack of blood pooling in the chest cavity. Approximately the same time. So she must have gone side to side, basically, when she was stabbing in that area. Think about it too, guys. If you're not an accomplished assassin, right, and you're trying to kill somebody with a knife, and you're Ezra, and you stab, stabbing in the head is like probably a good bet for, like, if you don't know what you're, I wouldn't know what to do. I can't even, anyway, but imagine if you stab in the head and you're like, oh, that didn't do it, right? And then you stab again, and they didn't. Like, the nature of these stab wounds to me, and especially because they're not very deep, because she's not able to use a lot of force or whatever, right? I think a lot of this is because he wasn't dying yet. Like, I'm not dead yet. Like, he wasn't dead yet. So she just kept stabbing, in different places to see what would happen.
And exhibit number 31.
This is the back of the sweater that Mr. Woodworth was wearing. And again, it has blood that you can see, the red-brown discoloration back of the right shoulder that the pointer's pointing at right now, as well as a defect here on the right side of the back of the sweater. And then another defect on the left. It's more lateral, but the way I have it laid out, it looks like it's on the back.
All right. Moving on to exhibit number 38. What are we seeing
I think
here?
this is helpful because you can kind of get an idea for where the wounds were, right?
Here.
I mean, we see pictures, but the pictures are kind of close up. This is more helpful in terms of where on the body.
This is now showing the left side of the back of the sweater, and you can now see 2 defects on that region of the sweater as well.
All right. And that would correspond to what area on Alex's body when the sweater is being worn?
The left lateral torso.
And also, doctor, in addition to the pants, did you check the sweater to see if there was any obvious mud on the sweater as well?
Yes, I did.
And was there any obvious mud on the sweater?
No, there was not.
All right.
So here's the thing. I've been really working through this crime scene in my head. And part of the thing I wanted to make sure I worked through was, is it possible that he did die outside of the car and then she was trying to drag him back into the car? Like in other words, whether he chose to do it or he died or whatever, is there any potential way that he was on that ground, the way it's described in opening statements, right? For example, again, trying to figure out the half in, half out of the car thing, right? And we're going to look at the blood, but I think here's the thing. None of his clothes had mud. Not the coat, not the sweater, not the pants, not the socks. None of his clothes had mud. The only thing that had mud was the bottom of his shoes, and it's a tiny amount, which we're going to talk about. I don't think I included pictures of it because it's just like, it looks like normal shoes, right? They have a little bit of mud on them or a little bit of dirt, but they're not muddy like the way Ezra's, like, it's just the bottom, like you were walking outside, right? Right. There was no, right.
What are we looking at here?
Sorry.
We are.
There was, correct, Kitsmits. Yeah, there wasn't mud on the coat. There wasn't mud on the coat. And so here, okay, let me keep playing this.
Looking at Mr. Woodworth's hands, the photo on the left is his right hand, and you can see dried blood. And the photo on the left is the unbagged left hand, and you can see a little bit of dried blood.
And she actually got it backwards because they're labeled, but yeah.
On his left hand and a little bit of dirt.
Go with the label.
This
Now remember the way he was positioned, his arms were laying out, his arms were in the dirt like that. So that, like, his arms were, and we're going to see the pictures here in a minute, but his arms were outside of the car down into the mud area, right? So that's not surprising to me.
This is the front lower abdomen or suprapubic region of the abdomen of Mr. Woodworth here at the left side, showing sharp force injury number 11. And then we are looking at the scrotal sac of Mr. Woodworth and what I've labeled as sharp force injury number 12.
All right. Let's start with sharp force injury number 11. What can you tell us about that?
The bladder.
That particular sharp force injury damaged the underlying abdominal fat, but it also went down into the bladder.
All right. And approximately how deep was that injury?
That was 3 inches deep.
All right. And what can you tell us about sharp force injury number 12?
This particular injury is had struck a highly vascularized area, so there's a lot of internal bleeding or bruising, and you can also see the bruising of purple discoloration. Most of it's been blacked out to preserve the genitalia, but you can see a little bit of bruising here and as well as there on the other side of the grayscale.
Can you tell us?
Random girl, if you've missed, I would recommend, if you can, go back to where I started this hipster business presentation, because we're going through the crime scene really detailed, and there's a lot of stuff that we had missed. I would recommend seeing if you want to try to maybe catch up on like 1.5 speed or whatever, you know, if you want. Because, you know, that way you'll get caught up.
Which of those?
And the reason I'm doing this now is because we're about to get to Ezra describing her, like she's about to tell us what happened. Okay. So we're watching this in preparation for that so we can be really clear on what the evidence has shown so far.
Injuries had the greatest impact on his death?
From that of the autopsy, that would be the sharp force injury to the head, so number 1. The sharp force injuries 2 through 4 to the right side of Mr. Woodworth's neck. They would have bled profusely. And sharp force injury number 12 to the scrotum, that again bled profusely.
Internally.
All right. And even though 12 is a pretty small injury, correct?
Yes, in size.
But there was significant bleeding from it?
Yes, there was.
Were you able to obtain an approximate height for Alexander Woodworth as of the time of your autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And what was his height as of the time of your autopsy?
5'8".
All right. And did you also?
I will just say before anyone comes up with their theories, there's some more evidence that you might want to consider. Just saying.
Also obtain an approximate weight of Alex at the time of your autopsy?
Yes, I did.
And what was that approximate weight?
137 pounds.
Blood in the mud.
Let me just say this. Have you seen scene photographs from this case at all?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that what you saw was a significant amount of blood both outside the vehicle and inside the vehicle where Mr. Woodworth was found?
Yes, there was blood there.
All right. So we're going to take a look at some pictures. I mean, so these pictures are going to be without text, and then they're going to be like zoomed in with text labeling things that I did. So here's the evidence markers, and it's like, I don't know what I'm looking at. Don't worry, guys. I got you covered. I got you covered. All right. So the ones I labeled are blood DNA matches. Okay. So Alex, there's number 9. Alex, there's number 12. That's right near the driver's side door. And then Ezra, so that's on that green army truck thing, right? Only as that was Ezra's blood that was there on the green army trailer thing. Okay, again, zoomed in. So closer up here, again, these are out. This is Alex's DNA blood. There's 12, there's 9. It's not that much blood, right? The rest of those evidence markers are not bloods. Sorry, they're footprints, with the exception of the 2 cigarette butts at markers 10 and 11. Which are, by the way that where those, so I wanted to mention this. Where those cigarette butts are, I think is noteworthy because the window was down. If Alex is driving, this is part of the reason why I'm saying wait. Alex is driving, right? So that window, the cigarette butts are important in this. So if he's driving and because that when we know that window was down, right? He's wearing his coat. That's how he got to the cigarettes, right? Both of these are where they're located. If he threw them out the window, it would have been right before the car stopped. Because see how they're just beyond that passenger door. So if you imagine the driver is like, it would be like throw the cigarette butts out and then like drive another second and then stop. Now, why it's weird to me is that there's 2. On that same side of the car. Like, let's just say, because we know that there was 2 DNAs found on one of them, and like maybe Ezra took a drag or whatever. But like if she'd been if she'd had her own, like, okay, the way that I can imagine them coming out being there simultaneously would be if 2 different people are smoking at the same time. But then you'd have a cigarette butt on that side of the car, the other side, right? They're both on the driver's side, which is what's weird because it's like, this is part of the thing. I don't have an answer for you. I'm just thinking it through. Like, it would almost mean like as if you were stopped and smoking and not going anywhere. But then when you threw the cigarette butts out of the window, they would be right there, right? Does that make sense? 10 and 11 are the cigarette butts. So 10 is like right in the center of the screen and 11 is towards the left. Okay, and then there's another close up. There's Alex, Ezra. And now here's marker 15. Marker 15 was too far away from the others to where it could fit in that same picture. So this is the furthest away and the furthest, in other words, if you go towards, obviously that's the front of the car. So this is the one that was just a little bit of blood on a leaf.
Blood in some of those footprints?
Yes.
What can you tell us about that situation? What did you actually receive?
So I just received an envelope with some of the vegetation in it that had reddish brown staining on it. I tested a little piece of the reddish brown staining with our presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I then took a small sample of that reddish brown staining for DNA analysis, and I developed a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Let's move to B27. Where was B27 reportedly from?
B27 is a swab of a reddish brown stain,
The one that I missed. I think we all missed this.
reportedly from the upper portion of the driver's seat at marker 33.
You guys hearing that? Driver's seat, guys.
Exhibit 132 here, counsel. So we're seeing marker 33 here.
Right there. Remember, it seems like the first, and according to medical examiner, like that stab to the right side of the head just above the ear was probably first. And it would make sense that if that doesn't kill him, she would have then done the ones from the neck when we looked at the list, right? Back to front, right to left, slightly downward.
What can you tell us about the analysis of that swab?
So B27, I also obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA. So item B25, I also performed the presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive.
Wow.
I obtained a male DNA profile, and Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Okay, so far, thinking back over the wounds we just looked at, if he was sitting in the driver's seat and then she stabs him like in the head or whatever, and maybe the neck, and then he's just now starting to bleed, and then he goes to get out of the car to get away from her, right? Opens the door, goes to get out. And then remember, like that picture we just saw, there's that one drop of blood on the leaf. If you look at where the blood is, there's less blood. Like there's like a smear and then a drop. Then there's a drop on a leaf. And then as you work your way back to the back door, the pools of blood on the ground are bigger, get bigger progressively, right? Like he's losing blood. Wow.
And what can you tell us about the swabbing from that particular?
Not on the center console. It's on the driver's seat there, like where your shoulder would be, right? And then on the steering wheel, not the center console though. Now here's the passenger door on the back.
Marker number.
So the swab, I performed our presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive.
Remember what I was saying about those locks?
I attempted to obtain a DNA profile.
So if there was a smear, it might have been mud, but they did. I did go through this a million times, and they did not say that there was blood on that center console. This is the back passenger door. So I think these blood stains tell a story, and this is kind of what I'm trying to see if we can figure out. Like if he then, let's say he's in the front driver's seat, right? And again, because if you look at the blood stains and where is the most blood, if he goes out that door and then opens that driver's side or back door, right? The one that's open when they find him. And she's still coming after him, right? Then he would be attempting to get out that side of the car, right? And we're going to tell there's more to it than that.
from this item B22, and I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA. Item B21 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain from the passenger side rear seat bottom at marker 21.
All right. And I'm going to show actually two exhibits. Let's start with exhibit 118. I'm showing this one because it shows context. Marker 21 is located on the seat. And then we'll move.
So this is, I'm going to pause right here so you can get a good view. I have thoughts. So initially, the coat is a big part of this because remember when we talked many streams ago about where would you guys put your phone? Where do the guys that you know put your phone? Remember that conversation? If you have a coat, if you know a guy and they have a coat on, would the phone be in the coat? Would the phone be in the pants pocket? Where would the phone be? And the reason we were asking that question is because of the coat, because it's like, oh, the coat's off, right? So maybe if so initially it was like, oh, the coat is in the back seat, so he's going to get the phone, so that's why he's going back there, okay? So yeah, that is a cut in the seat. Yep. I mean, that's what that is, a defect. Yep. She's trying to stab him. She doesn't, I mean, she missed, right? Because he was, I mean, right. If he's trying to crawl towards that door, that passenger door, and she's trying to stab at him, right? I mean, that would explain that, right? So, but it changes when we consider he's wearing the coat. So here's what I'm thinking. I thought about this. I was pacing around my living room. This was this morning. And I was like, if put yourselves in that position, if you are in the driver's seat, someone starts stabbing you, right? You get out of the first thing you do is get out of the car. And I kept thinking, well, he would want to get to his phone to call 911. But then I thought, wait, how would you do that if someone's chasing after you with a knife? The thing that would make so much sense is you get out of the car, right? And then if the phone would be on his person. I mean, there's no doubt about that, right? If he's got his coat on, and he had his coat on, right? There's stab wounds. So yeah, so the phone would have been on his person. You would need, I think this is what it is. I think his goal was to get back into the car and lock her out so that he could call 911 and she wouldn't be able to get in because the keys would still be in the ignition. Yes. To call 911 and lock her out. She would have nothing to do. He would have lived maybe, right? I mean, especially because I think at this point he'd had some of the wounds, but not all of them. I think he had the head and probably the neck. And then when you think about those stab wounds, all the stab wounds are to the back right after that, like in the back shoulders, the ones that punctured the lungs and all that. And remember, there's like 3 on each side. And the crawling thing, I think, is a good thought, but I think that's him on the back seat. I think what happened was, and when you look at the blood in the mud, you see how it starts with the small amount on the steering wheel and the drop on the leaf, and then it gets bigger. It shows that, and it's in the footprints, right? Those are like, in my mind, I'm like, these are his foot. He's going to that back door. He gets in there, and he's trying to lock the door and lock her out so he can call 911. But he remember what we heard. He would have been disoriented from that stab wound to the head, right? He was losing a lot of blood. I think she was, before he could lock her out, she was after him. He's crawling. So then what would you do? Then you would say, well, shit, now I got to get back out of the car. You'd be crawling on that seat towards that other door. And meanwhile, what is she doing? She's stabbing at him. Hence the cut in the seat, right? Okay, let's look at the next pictures.
Move closer. This is exhibit 119 then. What can you tell us about marker 21 and item B21?
So item B21, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I also obtained a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA. Item B18.
All right. So a thing that matters is the smears versus the drops. So like, again, think about like the drop to the steering wheel, the drop on the leaf. Now looking at this one, this is all his blood, not Ezra's, this is his blood. Then we're going to see some more pictures in this area. This is the back seat. This is the driver's side door. These to me seem like they were kind of sprays, right? Like off spray or whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean?
I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I developed a male DNA profile and
squirted on.
Concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA. B31 is a swab of a reddish brown stain at scale B5 above the rear driver's side window.
All right. What can you tell us about
that. I mean, that's pretty, I mean, we've all seen that from other cases, right? That's like spray from a neck, spray from a stabby stab.
Out that swab from
Versus like, again, like some of the smudges on the back seat, like him crawling around, right?
B31.
And so B31, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and also obtained a partial male profile.
And it makes sense. This is what I think matters, because that door was open. So there's all this blood that I'm not showing you guys all it. There's more, but all this blood in that area where the door is open, both above and below, right? Like that door frame, if you will.
And that profile is consistent.
Again, if she's chasing after him and he's trying to get to that other, he's going in through that seat and she's stabbing him, right? I mean, that explains it.
Consistent with the profile from Alexander Woodworth.
That's right, Kitsmith. Okay, now look at this. I have thoughts about this. I think this is really, so there's another slicey slice to the seat, okay? Could be cast off, could be cast off. Okay, there, so 12 and 13, and then you got a slice there. Again, all of this to me, you know, I think that's exactly my thoughts, right? She caught up to him before he could close the door, right? If he'd been able to close that door and lock it, and I guess lock the other doors, I don't know how he would have gotten to all the doors, but that would have been a different situation. So I don't know that. Okay, I think it's possible that that slice to the seat and then the blood that got there might have happened at different times. I mean, obviously the slice is her just trying to stab anywhere and everywhere, right? But interesting that that is above where his body is found, isn't it? And then there's that blood there, which we'll talk about. The back window was not open. Only the driver's window. I'm pretty sure. Am I wrong about that? I recall. Yeah, I remember it was only the driver's window is what I recall. And then the passenger's window in the front, they said it was closed, but we talked about that extensively. It looks like it's cracked, but either way, the one that's down is the driver's side window, which again goes to the smoking, which also puts Alex in the driver's seat when this happens. Right. That's right. I know. Yeah, that's true. He would have had to roll that window up. I mean, this would have happened so fast. The first thing that he would have done is he would have wanted to get in that door, the bit in the back, right? And lock that door, right? And then he would have had to try to figure out what to do next. But it would have been hard being disoriented. But yeah, the window being down is a problem. She got kind of lucky, right? Like, I mean, in best case scenario for Alex, had he been able to lock that driver's side or the back door, she got kind of lucky that he was smoking and had that window down, right? Because yeah, she could have reached it. I did think about that. But again, he wouldn't have been able to figure all that out that quickly, right? After being stabbed in the head, like he would have one thing at a time. Like you would go in and the first thing you'd want to do is lock that door where you're at, getting into that back seat, lock that door, and then you would move to the other doors potentially. And so here is, the thing is that's significant. So this is on the edge of the back. This is back seat. This is driver's side. And this is where, again, where he's found. So this is the seat. Now remember where we've got that spray, whether it's spray or whether it's cast off, is directly above this. So it seems like a lot of the end of this happened when he was in this area, right? And if you imagine, he's already been stabbed sometimes. He can't get away. You know, he's in the process of dying. And then she does the rest of the stabby stabs. Right. That's what I think. That's what I think, Kitsmith. I think he had to be. I think he was in that driver's seat when she stabbed him. And maybe, see, I'm still trying. So maybe they were stopped and he was smoking. Okay, this is a thought. I wonder, I can't help but wonder if, you know, so Ezra, what was Ezra thinking, right? I can't help but wonder if she was wanting the cigarette butts, like if that was she was going to use that to her advantage, because it would make it seem like it would give credence to her story, right? Like the cigarette butts being outside of the car, it could maybe suggest that he'd gotten out of the car and they'd been stuck in the mud, like the whole story, right? Again, we're going to hear her tell it, but I'm just saying like it would bode well for the fact that he wasn't just brought out there to be stabbed, right? Like if that makes sense. Like that would be something that she could maybe want those cigarette butts to be found there, maybe. So maybe what happened was they were actually stopped, and maybe she was waiting for him. Maybe she was waiting for him to finish smoking and to toss the cigarette butts out before stabbing him. Because what, like the timing, right? I mean, because getting stuck in the mud is a happenstance thing. That's not something you like. This was premeditated murder. So I don't think it was like, oh, we're stuck in the mud, we're trying to solve this problem, and now I'm gonna, you know what I mean? Because you couldn't. So I wonder if they were on that road and then they were talking, and maybe they stopped, maybe they were going to turn around, right? And she waited for him to finish smoking, potentially. He tosses the cigarette butts out, and then they're like, okay, let's go. And then he puts the car in drive, and he goes forward, and then she starts stabbing him. I still really feel, this is just my personal opinion, I still feel like the angle where the car is, to me, looks like somebody who's driving and then is stabbed, right? Or shot. You know what I mean? Like when you see those situations, like somebody is injured, like they're driving, and then like if he had just put that car in drive and went to go start the gas or whatever, and then she started stabbing him, that could explain that angle of that car and why it's just past the cigarette butts. Because you can't plan on getting stuck in the mud, like unless you're like in a mud pit. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't enough mud, especially because it was half frozen and stuff, right? That you could have been 100% sure that the car is going to get stuck in the mud, you know? Yeah, the swerving, right. And that's also why I included at the very beginning of the presentation the stuff about the vehicle being front wheel drive, I think it said, and that it said right there in the description that it's better at handling mud, less likely to get stuck in mud. So that was like the first thing I had on this presentation. So in other words, even though you can see that the tire is in mud, it doesn't necessarily mean it was stuck. And again, where the vehicle was found was in less mud than the road. The road was muddier than the grass, and they were in the grass. So if anything, if they were going to get stuck, they would have been stuck in the muddy road, not in the grass. We heard that testimony early on in the trial from the first officers on the scene testified to that, because there's shade there with the tree line, that ground where the car was more frozen solid than even the other side of the car. Okay, graphic image warning, but you guys have probably already seen this anyway. But yeah, so how he was found matters, right? So again, not a position you put yourself in on purpose, right? And we talked about this before, the way that his legs are bent, this looks to me either like he was maybe crawling on the back seat, right, still, or more than likely, I think he was sitting up. I think he was sitting up, and then that, because again, the vast majority of that blood is right there at that opening of the door. And actually, we can see the window. It's hard to tell if it's up or no, it's up because there's a sticker on it. Yeah, it's up. It's up. That window's up. So wait, let me go back. So remember those smears to that seat? Like I said, I said, we'll come back to that, right? Hold on. The head is blurred out in the pictures. Yep, the head's blurred out. His head is not shown to any of the pictures that were given to the media. Like, this is how they presented them, which makes sense. Like that, it's not just the head. It's because of the neck wounds, right? The slices to the neck. Yeah, it's for the it's to make it. I appreciate that, right? Like it would have been a lot more. I mean, the jury saw it obviously, but yeah, this is how all what was presented to the gallery, right, and everything was exactly what we've seen. We've seen what the gallery saw. So take a look at this. So remember when I said the thing about the slice to that seat and then the blood smears maybe not happening at the same time? Look at his knees, look at his pants, and look at those smudges on that seat. That speaks to me of Ezra trying to get him out of the car, which was my original theory, was she was trying to get him out of the car and she couldn't, and that's why he's like that. And looking at that blood, the way that blood is from the pants, his legs would have been locked like that, which from rigor mortis, right? She couldn't straighten them. And I wonder if that was part of the problem. She couldn't get his legs straight. He's locked. And look at how he's wedged in between those two seats, man. She couldn't get him. I think her original plan was probably to get him out of the car and leave the body and drive off. That's a good point. I didn't even think of that. That's a good point. The sweater being pulled up. Yep. Good point. Good point. Good point. Yep. I don't know how fast it sets in, but we had somebody when I first had that thought during a different live stream. I forget who it was, but somebody in the chat was like, it definitely would have been set in by then. I don't remember who it was specifically though. Might have been Random Girl because her husband is like a retired detective. Might have been Random Girl. And I don't know if she's still here. I know she popped in 2 hours. So remember, the time frame of this was like around 2 hours and 45 minutes in terms of like they got to the dirt road and then she shows up at the farmer's. So, but then that's the other thing too, is that he would have been, we always hear about this, right? People commit murder and then they forget they don't know how heavy the body's going to be once it's dead, right? So that's the other thing. That's why I included earlier how much he weighed and his height. Now, mind you, Ezra weighed almost that much actually at the time. So whether it was the dead weight or whether it was the rigor mortis, but it's clear that his legs are like, it's like what's the right way to say it? You know, it's like he's wedged in there, right? Her pulling him made those legs get wedged in there like that. You can tell. And I think that that's how that blood ended up getting onto that, potentially onto that seat there. So the next question would be, what's the deal with the coat, the shoes, and the scarf? Because his shoes are off. His coat is off. And remember, this all changed because he was wearing the coat when he was stabbed. So then it dawned on me. I bet she took his shoes off and his coat off trying to make him lighter so she could get him out of the car. And then again, good point, Kid Smiths, with the sweater being pulled up. So I think that is why the coat is off, right? She takes the coat off of him, throws it down there in the footwell before she tries to pull him, and then he falls like this. Takes the shoes, same thing, shoes off, coat and shoes off because they're underneath him. Takes the coat and the shoes off, trying to make him lighter. That is the only that to me is like, oh, that makes sense. And we'll see. I haven't watched closing arguments. It'll be interesting to see because stuff like that would be for argument. It'll be interesting to see if they make those arguments. And that's also possible. But the shoes, though, right? I mean, really, pants being undone would have been the thing to do, right? Pants being undone. And his pants were fastened. Zipped, belt was fastened. Because I mean, that was an initial thought that I had like really early on. And now I'm remembering why I kind of went off that train of thought because of the pants, which we learned like day one of trial. So, like if you want to make it look like an essay, it's like the shoes and the coat are off, but the pants and the belt are fastened. And my initial thought with the shoes was that she took them off of him to make it look like he got outside the car. That was way back early on when I didn't think he'd gotten out of the car, but before we saw any of the blood evidence. And then now we saw the blood evidence that there's blood outside of the car. It's clear that he got out of the car. So the shoes, that's where I started to think, well, so she didn't take the shoes off to try to fake footprint. Oh, right. And then with all this, right, it just makes sense that she was trying to make him lighter. But there's going to be another portion to this here in a second.
This, where I'm parked on the ground, is eventually, well, that's different than 9, apologize. Is there a sample taken of the reddish brown stain under the blanket?
No.
The blanket itself was collected.
Yes, it was.
And the blanket itself, you have no knowledge whether the blanket itself was ever tested in some way for DNA. Agreed?
Right. I don't know.
So that's why I was asking about Kit Smith's. I was asking about blanket. I think the blanket was tested. So that's that was Katie Hoffmeyer. She says she doesn't know, but she doesn't ever know because it gets sent off, right? So that doesn't mean it wasn't tested. I think it was tested. And that's what I've been looking for. I've gone through the testimony with Kevin Scott, and I feel like I must just be missing it because I feel like they did test the blanket, and I feel like I remember, or I feel like I heard back in the day. I feel like I heard them mention the blanket, but I wasn't listening for the right things. I didn't know. I didn't think that the blanket was going to become that significant, so it didn't. Anyway, like I heard it in passing, I think, but I went back and tried to find it. I couldn't find it. I'm not giving up yet. But the reason I included that was because, again, the idea of the blood under the blanket. He's trying to suggest, remember his opening statement was that he laid on the ground, whatever. But isn't it interesting? Because if he's suggesting that there's a good amount of blood under the blanket, that would suggest he laid down on the ground, right? And his clothes aren't muddy. But that's why I also was like looking for a picture, and I put this in the Discord also, a picture of the ground after the blanket is removed. And the closest thing I could find is the one we already saw, where I was like, do you guys see the ground? I feel like there's got to be others. I've gone through it. I'll go through it again. So I'm still looking for anyone that wants to help, I'm still looking for a good picture where they show the car, but they've picked up the blanket. And then I'm also looking for the DNA results of the blanket. So if anyone comes across those things. We don't know. Let's go back to the picture. So this is him suggesting it, probably because it aligns with the theory from the opening statements, right? And again, we're going to hear Ezra. So we can see there's some blood there. But it's not, the thing is that to me, I've gone through it a whole bunch in my head and like, I think he's suggesting it because he's suggesting it. The odds that there's like a big, huge pool of blood under that blanket, I thought about that. And that's what made me start thinking, okay, what if he did lay down, right? Like that's what that would be. If he laid down and died on the ground, that would be, there's a whole bunch of blood under that. But that would have had to mean that he was under the blanket, right? And not on top of the blanket, which A, doesn't make any sense. And then B, he had no mud on his clothes. It's deer antlers, yes. And actually, Mr. Dufour at one point calls it a deer claw. So I'm always, from now on, I'm calling them deer claws. So here's what I think. I think, potentially, she was trying to use the blanket as like maybe a sled, if you want to call it that. I wonder if, because the way, so his body, in this picture, his body's gone, okay? His body is half over that blanket, okay? Initially. Let's go back to the other pictures because, hold on. See? I'm wondering if she was maybe trying to use the blanket to get him out of the car like a sled. And she was going to maybe she was going to wrap him in the blanket. I think she was planning on ditching the body and driving off. That's what I think. Yeah, deer claws. That was Mr. Dufour. I think that might have just been there already. The deer claws. Yep. And my guess is the pillow was like maybe in the with the blanket and it just came out of the car. Yeah, something like that. I think she was trying to get him out of the car, trying to make him lighter, took his shoes off, took his coat off, trying to use the blanket, trying to pull him out of the car, and was maybe going to try to wrap him up and leave him there. I mean, and honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, that army trailer truck thing, if her goal was to maybe take him and roll his body under that, it would have taken a long time to find him. The black circle, if you saw from, let's see, episode 2, where we have the guy who did the really awesome, oh my God, what's it called? That presentation, Thero. We've seen it in a lot of trials. I have it timestamped as the most awesome Pharaoh presentation ever. the way that the Pharaoh presentation, so the Pharaoh scanner, that means that's where the scanner is itself. So it blocks it out. But this angle you only get from the Pharaoh scanner, right? So you have the pictures that were taken with a camera where they're on the ground. And then you have these images from the Pharaoh scanner, which I think are helpful, even though there's a big black circle. You can see things in a different manner. So, but that was a really good witness and really good testimony and very educational and really interesting. So it was awesome. I loved that Pharaoh presentation. That was one of my favorite parts. So I've never seen a Pharaoh presentation done quite that well. So here's that other picture. So again, this is from the camera. I mean, I think that's entirely possible. The cigarette butts are that was my initial thought. Actually, the only thing that throws me off is the cigarette butts and the window being down, which makes it seem like he was driving. Otherwise, that to me was exactly what I thought. That she was going to pull over, fake swerve. Again, even she could have even used the whole faking the anxiety attack thing, remember? I mean, all that testimony came in for a reason, right? From her defense team. Like the whole thing about her previous car, and we're going to hear more about that now that it's their case in chief, but like the anxiety of driving, and we heard all about that, and it seemed like a known thing. Like Jason testified, yeah, if she panics, you have to switch drivers. It's just for safety. So my thought is she easily, like my thought was like when they were parked at the front of the mud road initially, that they were stopped there. I was wondering if maybe that was when she saw that road and then Fate did the whole, oh my God, right? And then they switched drivers. Because if he was driving, she would have the element of being able to take him by surprise and he would have been preoccupied. And remember, the other thing is the stabs being on the right side of the body. That's the other thing, right? The right side of the head and the right side of the neck. It would be so much easier, right? If she was driving, like some of these things would work so much better if she was driving, but then, I don't know, and vice versa is also true. It's tough. It's a tough one. Yeah, that's possible. The other thing I did think about this, what if he was in the driver's seat and she got out of the car because there's this whole fake stuck in the mud thing. But then the trouble I have with that is the injuries and the blood evidence in the front seat, right? Being the right side of his head, the right side of his neck. And then the blood on the right side of that seat. And then and again, the amount of blood, right? Because if she approached him from the outside of that, from the driver's side, it would have been to the left, right? The first wounds. And we know the head wound was probably first, she said. And that makes sense. If you picture her sitting in the passenger seat and him sitting in the driver's seat, and he's got his arms up on the steering wheel, that stab wound to the head, that would make the most sense for someone like Ezra, right? Because she probably would have thought that would have been enough to kill him. That would have taken him completely by surprise, disoriented him, but also just thinking about just the angle of it, right? And that's the other thing I thought about Kitzman's. And honestly, that could be the explanation right there. Yep. Now, having said that, again, the wounds to the right side of his head, it still makes it seem like she was on that side of the car, though. And there's no blood in the front passenger seat. So okay, let's think this through. I wouldn't put it past her. I think the cigarette butts being entirely possible. But how would that change things? So it would be like if we're going that route, then it would be like that means either she's driving when it starts or they're both in the back seat. But there's his blood in the front driver's seat. Now the smear on the seat, okay, could have come. I mean, I don't know. But that drop on the steering wheel is really significant to me. That looks like it dropped from a wound, right? Like he dripped it there. That's not something that's not a smear. She couldn't have transferred that. That was a very specific droplet, globule, if you will. Gross word. So, okay, let me keep going here with this. So, and then the other question, so then the scarf around the neck too, though, right? So that would have been one of the last things, I think, if she was trying to make him lighter. I don't know. That part I can't figure out. Was she trying to hide the neck wounds? Like what was the deal with that? Was she trying to hide the neck wounds? Like, you know what? Actually, that just gave me a great idea. Maybe she tied it around his neck and tried to pull him out with the scarf. I bet that's got to be what it is. She's got to be at her wit's end. She's taking his coat off, his shoes off. She can't get him out. She's trying to pull from his sweater, right? The sweater pulls up, can't get him out. She gets the blanket from the trunk probably, tries to pull him out with the blanket, doesn't work. And then lastly, maybe she takes that scarf, puts it around his neck and tries to pull him out by the scarf. That is it. Yes. Well done, everybody. Teamwork. Yeah, that's got to be it. Okay, you guys, I feel so much better now. I feel like we're really getting somewhere. And I think we're going to, just like with Murdoch, right? We took a lot of stabs at the crime scene. That accidental pun. Not that there was any stabbing in that case, but we went through that. Now that's for anyone who didn't watch Murdoch. That's where this hipster business came from. Okay. With Murdoch, it was chicken business. We looked at that feed room and that timeline with over and over again. And I'm so proud of the work we did. We figured it out. I feel like we solved it. And all the questions that we had, I think we answered all of them actually. And, but that's where the chicken business came from. And so then this is hipster business in honor of chicken business, right? So chicken business was the crime scene in Murdoch, and hipster business, obviously this. But we kept coming back to it, right? And I think that, so if we're all in agreement, he was in the driver's seat, right? That's also possible, Jordy, but that's also possible. I did think that's a good point. Yeah. Yep. All good points. And she was, relatively bloodless. I mean that in both ways, right? Like her blood runs cold, but also like, she had mud on, she was covered in mud. And it seemed like, from what I can get, like she covered herself in mud because what do we keep hearing? They kept seeing things. They can't tell if it's mud or blood, right? So I think she covered herself in mud to try to look bloody. But of course, as they found, it was actually not blood. It was mud. She didn't have blood on her except for just where her cuts were drying. So that's another good point. Yep. Cuts. Yep. So if we're all in agreement that he was driving, what are our okay. I know that we haven't solved all of it, but I think some of it might have to marinate a little bit. And my plan is, as we hear her story, we might pull this back up during the rest of Direct and Cross whenever they're going through it, because I feel like it might be one of those things where it's like, there's an answer. There's an answer for this, right? I do think that she probably used that whole thing with the anxiety as a reason to switch drivers, right? And I think that probably happened when they were stopped right in front of the mud road. And then it would make sense, okay? And again, from what Jason said, this was like a known problem that she had. It would make sense that she's like saying, oh, I'm so anxious, blah, blah. And then she's like, I just need a second to just talk, or, I just want to get off the road. I don't know. There would have to be a reason that they would go down that road, right? And the thing is if he's in the driver's seat, then he's in control of the car, but Ezra would be in control of the situation, right? Especially if she's using her anxiety as a thing. I think she was in control the whole time with all of it, right? Like, yeah, right. Of course, right? Uh-oh. It'll come back, Kitsmits. Do you guys remember when we took, okay, hold on. I'm glad I remembered this because I kind of was planning on doing this and then I forgot. Let me do this real quick. Because this matters. Let's do this. Let me pull this up. Okay. Hold on, guys. Let me do this here for you guys. Field trip. All right. The way that they would have gone is they would have been taking a left. And what's really funny is before we knew this, when we did this field trip back in the day on like episode 3 or episode 2, and we did this field trip, I went both directions because we didn't know which way they went at the time. I went both directions. I went from this direction and from the other direction. And you guys can go back and watch it, seriously. And I said, I don't know why, but I said, it looks a lot creepier if you come from the left, this direction. Like I tried it both ways and I was like, I don't know why, but this seems a lot creepier coming from this direction. Turns out, let me back up a little bit. That's the direction they came from. So I almost passed it. Let me go back. Let me show you what I mean here. Like with the dirt road on the left, for some reason to me, I was like, oh, that seems creepier. That was just me being a squirrel. Like that was just my squirrel thought. But this is the direction that they came. So imagine you're in the car, okay? And no, not that. Stop. Ostensibly, right, Ezra's driving this juncture. And then, okay, then they get here. And remember, the way that the car was parked, as seen by that witness, was it was like, if you watch my mousy thing, it was like this, like blocking the road, right? Right in front. And the gates were open, by the way, the Decrepit gate, as I call it. They were like blocking the road in front of this, but like here. So I asked the question then, and I ask it now again. Regardless of who's driving, like, first of all, it's private property, clearly. But how do you convince someone to go down that road? Metaphorically, figuratively, and literally. Like, what do you say? Again, it's trespassing. She's not supposed to be driving anyway. I mean, it would make more sense if, okay, just hear me out. It would make more sense if Ezra was driving in that situation, right? Because then he couldn't have a say. But if they did switch drivers here, what would she have said to make him go down that road? Now, the alternative, there's another alternative. What if she was still driving at this point, okay? What if she was still driving? Actually, this might be the solution. If she's still driving, and then okay, let's say they're approaching the gate. Let me go back. Okay, so let's say that she's driving. They're approaching the gate, and she sees an opportunity. And then she's like, whether it's faking anxious or real anxious because of the murder, but either way, she's going to do that whole thing about the driving anxiety, right? So she stops the car in that weird manner, and she's like, I'm anxious, blah, blah. And then she's like, I just have to get off the road. I just have to get off the road. Actually, this makes a lot of sense. So then let's say she drives down. And then when they get down there, she's like, okay, I can't handle it anymore. I need to switch drivers. They switch drivers. And maybe they decide to talk for a minute or whatever. He's smoking a cigarette, or he could have been, okay, what if he's on the path? Okay, what if he's already smoking? Okay. What if he's already smoking? He's on the passenger side. And let's say that they're going down here. And then she's like, and when they get down towards the trailer or whatever, or at the trailer, maybe even, right? Towards that way. Then she's like, I can't handle, I'm too anxious. Can we switch drivers? So then they switch drivers, and then she gets in the passenger seat. She might roll up that window, right? potentially, and then he would roll down that driver's side window. Because I'm thinking, like, to me, it makes more sense if he was almost done smoking at that point, right? Like that makes way more sense in my brain than them just sitting there at that weird angle, stopped for a period of time. So if he had already been smoking, or, but again, there's 2 cigarette butts. That's where it just gets tricky. But the one that had her DNA, maybe that's one that was in the car, like Kidsmith was suggesting. Anyway, so, So they switch drivers maybe, and then he's almost done with his cigarette, and then she rolls up the passenger window, and he finishes smoking, I guess, and then tosses that. I don't know. Because I'm just thinking about it. I'm like, how would she talk him into driving down that road, though? That's what I'm thinking. That makes them, the only problem is that there's 2 of them. Otherwise, that to me is what it looked like, right? That's what it seemed like. Like looking at the angle of the car and where the cigarette butts are, to me, let's imagine there was only one. To me, it's like clear. Oh, they were driving. He throw, like again, if he's driving and she's waiting for him to finish that cigarette so that there's evidence outside of the car, it would make sense, right? If he's driving, he's smoking, and she's waiting for him to finish that cigarette. He throws the cigarette out the window, and then stab time, right? The only problem is that there's 2 of them. I just wish there was only one. Oh my God, I did not see the rainbow. Thank you. Oh my God, good eye, Jordy. Thank you for that. I did not see the rainbow. I was so focused on the stabby stab. I mean, it does look like a rainbow, though. It really does. It says this is from September 2008. I don't know if that helps. I was thinking if it's like rainy weather and it was like raining and then sun, but 2 cigarette butts. I mean, again, as I'm thinking it through, like one had only his DNA, and the other had a mixture, and he couldn't say for certain if it was, but it had to be hit. It was 2 people, right? It was Alex's and someone else. It had to be Ezra, right? I mean, so. And again, she could have just taken a drag of it. If she was smoking it more than just a drag, it could explain the 2 cigarettes, right? It's being finished at the same time. And I have an idea. Guys, I might have solved it. Maybe. Okay, if he's driving, well, wait. Hold on. I'm almost there. My brain's working on it. So yeah. Okay, right. So again, going along with this idea, if Ezra's driving down the dirt road, right? Because the anxiety stuff. Let's say that she's driving down the dirt road, and let's say they're both smoking. Okay, bear with me. I think I might have solved it. Oh my god. Okay. Let's say that she's driving down this road. They're both smoking. And they both start smoking at the same time. That would make sense. Maybe they light up a cigarette when they're parked here. Who knows, right? She says she's anxious. She starts driving down here. They're both smoking. If she's in the driver's seat, the driver's window would be down. Okay. And if he's in the passenger seat also smoking, maybe that window was down, right? We have to remember that could have been down and then rolled up. So then let's say they get down here and she sees that's a good spot, the army trailer, right? Maybe going to dump the body there. And that's when she's like, okay, I'm too anxious to drive anymore. Let's switch. And then he's done with his cigarette and he tosses it. Wait, hold on. Like what I'm thinking of is like if they switch drivers and then she's like, here, I don't want the rest of this. And then she hands it to him and then he finishes the cigarette. And that would explain, because again, if they switch drivers at that point, that could be, and then she gets in the passenger seat and rolls the window up. And that driver's side window was already down. And then you get 2 cigarette butts on one side of the car, both on the driver's side of the car with her DNA on one of them, right? Yeah, that's, so the DNA, he does say, I didn't include it in the video, but he does say the DNA was saliva DNA, not touch DNA. But that is a good thought. But he did say it was saliva. Yeah, like if they switch drivers and he's like still finishing his cigarette, right, when he gets in the driver's seat, and then she hands him the one she was smoking, and then he finishes that one and tosses that cigarette butt, that would explain all of it. And she rolls up that passenger window. I think it comes out on cross that he, Mr. Nelson asks him about touch DNA, and he said that it would have been saliva. I don't remember specific. I just remember that came up. I overthink everything. That's just how I roll. I love it. It's like solving a mystery. Right. Well, I will have to go back and double check exactly the wording. See, again, you don't know what you need to know until you know what you need to know, right? Like, in other words, I wasn't listening for that at that point when I went back, of course, like I said, but I was listening for, like, this morning when I went back through, I was listening for the blanket, right? That was the thing I was really hyper focused on, the blanket, and I forget what else it was or something else. But yeah, I in my mind, I thought I was already done thinking about cigarettes, but again, that's why you always come back to it, and then it's new thoughts. So, so if it was touch DNA, so you're saying if he smoked both of them. Now, one thing I will say is that there's no evidence that there was ever an ashtray with ashes in it or any of that. Like, you know, when they talked about the interior of the car, I know we talked about that on a different stream. Like, they didn't say that there was any ash or ashtray situation in the car. So that came up because we talked about it and being like way more likely than that was why the window was open. Because of that. So, okay. Let's finish. We're almost to the end of this little presentation here. Hold on. Let's go back to that.
This, where I'm parked on the ground, is eventually, well, that's different than 9, apologize. Is there a sample taken of the reddish brown stain under the blanket?
No.
The blanket itself was collected.
Yes, it was.
And the blanket itself, you have no knowledge whether the blanket itself was ever tested in some way for DNA. Agreed?
Right, I don't know.
What was B26?
B26 was a gray LG cell phone from the center council.
She didn't have a cell phone that she could just pick up her cell phone and call you and talk. She didn't have a cell phone. There was a house phone at her parents', but her mode of communication was an iPod at that time.
How about your phone? Did you have a phone on you? Do you still have the iPod, or do you actually have a phone now?
I don't have a phone. I just have my iPod.
So I made this presentation before. Well, I've been adding more to it, but before that part in Ezra's testimony, before I had gotten to that part in the testimony. However, it's irrelevant. What she says about the cell phone is irrelevant to me. Honestly, I left it for that reason. Because it's again, who are you going to believe 15 versus 1, right? So, okay, back to Ezra. So now, hopefully you guys liked that presentation. I think we'll be coming back to it. And hopefully it was helpful. So I think we did a good job, though.
When you left Alex's car, did you go to drive your car, Alex's
Yes.
house?
Yeah, buckle
Sorry,
up.
I'm talking too fast. Did you go to drive anywhere in particular?
Thank you.
No.
What was your intentions?
I paused it on purpose at the right time because they're talking about right now what was her plan driving away from the house. I did it on purpose. This is the moment where she's going to say, here's what happened when we left the house, right? The driving. That's where we are.
It was briefly discussed about maybe possibly going to a park or just somewhere in common to speak. We didn't settle on something.
As you were driving, were you paying much attention to where you were going?
No, just driving.
What was the subject of the conversation between you and Alex as you're leaving his house and starting to drive?
What we had started talking about is
Dirt roads?
like feelings towards
Mud?
the relationship we had, and he started to now speak about how he felt about my relationship with Jason and how he felt about our relationship ending.
What was Alice's mood or demeanor during this conversation?
Alex was very solemn and he seemed frustrated.
As he was talking and you were talking,
Yes.
what was happening to you and your feelings?
I started feeling anxious after our conversation being abruptly interrupted. And now we were driving and talking about me and Jason and things like that. I started to feel anxious, just uneasy.
What did you do as a result of that anxiety?
As a result of my anxiety, I asked him if it'd be all right if he could drive for a while.
Okay.
How did he respond?
He said, yes, yeah, I can drive. It's fine.
So what happened after he told you he could drive?
After we briefly parked, we switched drivers and he started to drive me.
Do you know where you were at that particular point?
No.
When he was driving at that point, did the conversation continue?
Yes.
Were you paying attention at all to where he was going?
No, I was trying to focus on what he was saying.
Did you know where he was going or direct him to a certain direction at all?
No, we were just driving.
What was the conversation about then?
The conversation was more led by him at this point, and he was voicing his opinion about my continuation of the relationship with Jason.
And as that conversation continued, was there at some point that Alex stopped the car?
Yes.
Do you know where that was?
It was just some road. We just stopped.
And when he stopped the car, what happened?
When he stopped the car, he just, we sat there for a moment and a car passed.
Glad you asked. 18 to 22 minutes. And actually, hold on. I got you covered on that one as well. Let me find this one specific thing here, because this is actually relevant to this testimony. Again, it's helpful to refresh our memories, even if we have seen it, because it's been a while in terms of the trial. So, hold on. So let me skip ahead. Find the spot I'm looking for. Yeah, if you're a visual learner, I've got all kinds of these presentations. I make these presentations for that reason. All right, so
Northbound on Bellinger.
Alex, what was
this is Ezra on the surveillance camera, right, that morning. I'm going to skip ahead to the part. I've got all these maps. I'm going to skip to where, okay, this is where I wanted to go. So this is where they're at Alex's house, right? They're talking to the police. Crime scene. 12:49. This is going to help.
no problem? You have a good day.
Yeah, I've got a map.
You're welcome.
As we close the door, Alex gets in the passenger seat. There's Jason with his bike. The replay is to show her closing the door, the fact that she's in the driver's seat. That's why I did that. The last officer leaves the scene at 12:50 p.m.
Did the defendant and Alex eventually leave?
Ooh, good question, Jordy. See, that's a good question. I didn't think. Let's take a look. That's a great fucking question. Thank you. Dude, yes, you win today. Million billion squirrel points. Ooh, okay, let me go back. Man, okay. Good I think it's down. I think it's down. But I think it's all the way down. Although that would make sense though, right? Because the police come over and you have to roll your window down. Although she opens the door. Huh. Like normally you're not allowed to open the door actually, right? Like normally they're like, you just roll the window down to give them your stuff. Although she's like, I can't find it.
Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome.
I wonder if it's all the way down. Ooh, I'm glad I did this. Okay, I think it's all the way down, guys. Look, it's all the way down. It's only half down at the crime scene. That's what she said. But that's not what the body cam shows. I didn't even think about that. You can see it glistening. So the body cam, and of course that's not the entire thing, but we've seen the entire thing. When in the body cam, they're already in the car. I didn't even think about that. I'm sure that'll come up on cross because that's a really glaring discrepancy. Wow. Why even lie about that? You know, it's on. She saw the body cam too in trial. Yeah, I'll rewind. Oh, I didn't go back. Well, hold on. It plays. Okay. Oh, I did see the glisten. Good eye, Jordy. Good eye, good eye, good eye. Yeah, good eye. Yep, that's a good eye. Well done. Well done on that. So what they play in trial is the entire body cam video. Yeah. From before the body cam plays from when they're pulling up to the house, and there's two different officers, and they played the entire thing. Yeah. That's a really, I think you're right. That's a really good that's a really good point. Yep. You know what? Oh my God, I just thought of something. This could be the explanation for all of it. And remember, I saw what you said, Kits, was about potentially maybe there was an ashtray and they emptied it, but I just answered my own question, maybe. Remember when I just said, you guys, a second ago, I was like, well, why would she lie about that? It's on body cam, so it seems so different. This is why we overthink things, Jordy. Guess what? This is why. Because there's a reason she would lie about it. The whole time through this trial, I've commented on how it must have taken so much convincing for her to convince Alex to go with her. And that's obvious by how much time they were talking in the house and then how much time they were sitting in the car before the police came and then after, right? And then because they sit there longer and then they go. We're going to get to that in the timeline, don't worry. But I'm trying to remember when Jason says they get in the car. I can probably find that. That's important because Jason was there. But they're already in the car. The main thing is though, they're already in the car when the police show up. They are already in the car when the police show up. She lied about that. That was a good point. Thank you for bringing that up, Kit Smits. You guys are awesome. So why would she be doing that? Because what if they're sitting in the car smoking? What if that's why the window is down? And then this goes to the whole thing of like, it could be broken. That's a good point. But if they're sitting in the car smoking, that could go to the thing of her saving the cigarette butts for later, right? But if they're smoking with the windows down, they wouldn't be, then again, you wouldn't be, I would imagine you're not using an ashtray, right? In the body cam, They're already in the car. Okay, because we don't ever just leave things. Like, let's make sure. I'm going to find it, and we're going to find also what Jason says. I am. Sorry, guys, if StreamYard did the thing. It's been messing up, as you guys, I'm sure, are well aware. I'm still here. Don't worry. So let me do this. Right. That's right. Alex gets in. Correct. But yeah, but that still matters, right? Because she fucking lied about that. Hold on. So let me do this, because luckily, being the overachiever that I am, I do the really specific timestamps on all the videos. So I'm going to pull it up. Hold on. It does make it, and times like these, I'm glad, because it makes it so much easier to find things. Hold on. So I'm looking for the body cam. Okay. Okay. Let me share my screen. That's a good question about the car door. We'll check out that testimony, and from Jason, we'll see. I don't actually remember that part, but that's a good question as well. Okay. So let me find, look at all my timestamps. There's like 50 trillion. Let me find the right place here. So I think it's earlier. Oh, there's that girl. Okay. This is the first. There's two officers. Okay. This is the first one. Really bad for the defense, and it was go forward.
The police department.
Yeah. I'm getting to the body cam. This world is zero.
System.
Okay. Here we go. This is her. Hold on.
Your assigned call has been updated.
Oh, yeah. Done. So, okay. So I'm pausing it first to say the other officer arrives first. But this officer, because of where they're parked, you can see that the car. So we're going to watch the other officer too. But when she pulls up, it's clear. Alex is outside of the car. Ezra's in the driver's seat. Jason's over there with his bike because he's worried. Okay, let's go to the other person.
Park your bike over here, and then walk over there, look around in that car. Do you know that person that lives there?
That's my girlfriend's car, or my ex-girlfriend.
I've just paused it real quick to say he's probably going to tell the officer about the car door being open, if it's open, like the stuff that we're just wondering about. He's probably going to say that, so we might even get an answer right here. Now we're getting to hear much better. It's like some neighbor
is involved in an assault case that she's with, or
she's the victim of.
She's the victim of an assault that happened, and when she went to him for consolement, I was gone on military orders.
Okay.
She went to him to talk to him about stuff, and then he kind of took advantage of her too, and she wanted to talk to him, I think, today about some stuff, and I was paranoid because she had like fire in her eyes.
Okay.
So
Who's the girlfriend?
Ezra McCandless.
Okay.
I was just worried because, like,
was the door standing open over there when you got there on the car?
I knocked like 3 times. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear a scuffle or anything. So knocked, yelled, opened the door, and I heard her say, "Let him help you. Let him help you." So then I said, "Hey, is everything okay? Is everyone all right now?" I mean, I'm a medic in the military, so like, I was paranoid.
I think there was a miscommunication there. I think he was asking about the car door, and Jason answered about the door to the house. Jason's answer is about the house, though, right? So the door was open when the officer got there, but we don't know about Jason. Right? Hold on, let me see.
Paranoid that someone's going to do something irrational. Okay.
And they're in the house on the corner here, or?
Yeah, they're on. I think they're fine though. I mean, I don't know. I just
saw the door.
So when Jason got there, okay, I'll hold. When Jason got there, they were not in the car. We know that. They were in the house, right? Interesting to let him help you. I wonder if Ezra was saying that to try to make it seem like I was just referencing this earlier in the stream. Anyway, hold on. Let me go past that. Squirrel theory. Let's just double check here.
And she went to him for consolement. I was gone on military orders.
Okay.
She went to him to talk to him about stuff, and then he kind of took advantage of her too, and she wanted to talk to him, I think, today about some stuff, and I was paranoid because she had fucking fire in her eyes.
Okay.
Light in your eyes, not fire.
Who's the girlfriend?
Ezra McCandless.
Okay.
Okay.
I was just worried because, like,
was the door standing open over there when you got there on the car?
I knocked like 3 times. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear a scuffle or anything. So knocked, yelled, opened the door, and I heard her say, "Let him help you. Let him help you." So then I said, "Hey, is everything okay? Is everything?"
I don't know. She's acting like he needed help, and I wonder because we've heard there's these incidents already come out. This incident about. I was thinking,
I was paranoid. I was paranoid that someone was going to do something irrational.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't need
worried because it was running, and I was like, "Okay, what's going on? Like, what's going on? Is everything okay?"
Okay. Do you have any ID with you?
I mean, they were in the. Here we go.
No.
Do you know what his name is?
Alex Woodsworth.
Okay.
Let's real quick. Let's jump over to the Jason testimony. Hold on, real quick. Let me pull this up while I'm going to it.
Did the defendant and Alex eventually leave?
Yeah, we had a conversation and they both left.
How long?
What was your impression from that conversation as to where they were going?
Well, we had all talked a little bit and said, it probably makes sense to go someplace public. I mean, so they'd agreed to go to a coffee shop. It sounded like they didn't want to air their dirty laundry at like Racy's, so they were going to go someplace else. So
right, like great point.
I understood that, so I was like, yeah, that's probably a tender place to go.
Okay, so let me pull up because we need to go to the testimony that would have been right before that. So let me pull this up for you guys from Jason. Okay, so let's see where we're at in the test. This whole happenstance thing, we're check that we find this.
We had actually left the hotel because we went on a drive. But
okay, go forward.
Sir, assume, but did the defendant say whether or not there was a sexual encounter between her and Alex Woodworth?
Forward.
He was going to kill himself.
And when
forward.
You said Racy's is a pretty tight-knit group?
Yeah.
Did people have expression in her eyes?
Yeah, I mean, like throughout our relationship, like, there were times when she just
with the 977.
Okay, pass that in person by he was maybe like
Defendant moved out of your apartment.
Past that.
Impression that they might object on other grounds, whether.
Wait a second. Goading. Hold on.
Diagnoses, that sort of thing.
I went too far.
While he's in the house.
And
that's an interesting thing to say. Like, it seems like an attention thing.
Money for gas, anything like that?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think this is really getting far.
This is just like medic Jason talking like, I'm worried for you.
Okay.
You shouldn't be
This is right at the let him help you.
puking this much. And
Oh, no, it's not. Just kidding. That's when Ezra's pregnant. Okay, we need to go forward a little bit more. There's the pregnancy bit.
being out in an environment besides Eau Claire, because Eau Claire is a great town to make.
Go forward. Here's the thing. Goading.
Do you remember how you first met him?
Probably.
I believe it was actually at D&D.
D&D.
And what were the dates that you were gone, if you recall?
Okay,
05 to
right
14.
after this.
She didn't have any money, so yes.
Hotel.
She didn't have. Again, you either you captured them somehow and
They captured them somehow,
and
yes.
sent them to your phone or kept them on your phone?
Text messages
Yes.
with John Hansen.
And those are accurate as
These
you
are horrifying.
actually created.
I created a timeline.
Timeline.
That's what
Remember
she
just
said.
vaguely.
And I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That was information that she told you.
Yeah, there was,
I think, Jordy, did you not? It seems like you haven't watched the entire trial, but you would have missed some key testimony about why that matters. That we learned early on. And actually, you would have heard it if you watched Jason on the stand. It has to do with the fact that there's that incident that happened with Alex self-harming, and Jason saved him by like bandaging his arm and all that because Jason's a medic. It has to do with that.
yes, I had a conversation with them.
Okay.
There was another situation. She put it as if he had taken like advantage of her weekend state almost.
He's so central.
With some questions, but I just want a yes or no first of
Really, StreamYard booted me. Just trying to find. I know.
all.
Yeah.
Is that an accurate picture?
I mean, it's a picture of it.
Spring chicken France.
So you were going back and forth between the dry cleaner and Racy's. Did the defendant
Here we
expression
go.
in her eyes?
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, like throughout our relationship, like there were times when she just would.
It seemed like she was fired up.
Yeah, like it didn't always mean negatively though. She just like had,
Okay. Did you have a conversation recently
I know where we are. We are close. Why, dude? We're close.
about journals? I'm showing you what's marked.
This is Instagram, yes.
We're close.
Counselor, are you?
Dyslexia. But
Okay.
Dyslexia. Change it.
What's that?
Message. Okay, so
Like,
There's a lot of goading, and I'm sure alert. Make yourself.
the defendant, correct?
These are the messages from the drill.
I'm coming to town and
Okay, we're getting really close.
who's that was by.
to the defendant. Alex,
Correct.
you.
They're talking about Alex.
When did he do that?
I don't know why timestamps aren't
Correct.
on this one, but they're in the description. But
This is me off, correct?
she goes to
You.
Yeah.
To the defendant.
I'm going to use the,
Says when someone heard
we're really
977. Okay.
see them in person by person. Yeah, if to go in person.
Certain copy of her journals.
Oh, the journals. Come on.
Is that your best?
Miss McCandless told him she already sent to Julia Post to us.
In 2018, go looking for the defendant.
Here we go. Here we go.
Was there anybody in the car?
Negative.
Thank you, Kitsmits. Oh,
No, I wasn't sure for both parties
there was nobody in the car. Okay, so what we want to see is when do they get to the car?
involved.
The thing is his.
I thought I'll go to Alex's first. Negative.
Interesting.
But obviously the keys were inside if it was idling.
Yeah, I was idling.
Right,
What did you do?
Well, I sat across at the, there's like a school across the way.
Prep. Alex now. I'm trying.
He dropped his voice and
That was about it.
Door to the house?
Not initially.
Forward.
Yes, I was in the house.
You went upstairs?
Okay, I
And
forward.
located in the room, if you recall.
Thing is how she's.
Help you. There was bickering going on. So I was under the impression that she wasn't being allowed to leave. So I was scared for him. I was scared for her. But they seemed like oddly calm.
When you got.
He may have opened the door to, you know what? He may have opened the door because the car was running. I believe he says he shuts the car off, right? Didn't he say that? Hold on. I think Spring Chicken asks him that, but he doesn't answer it because he gets sidetracked. Let me go back a little bit. I know you're probably like, what? No. But I think he might say he shuts, or Spring Chicken asks him. Let's just see.
Closed when you went upstairs?
Slightly ajar.
Who was inside?
Ezra and Alexander.
Did you the person who said that?
So I just ran up the stairs.
Okay, go back
On the door to the house?
door to the house.
That was about it. Passenger seat. At that time, I noticed that note that was.
So that makes sense because it's over because they saw something.
No, I wasn't sure for both parties.
And when you went to Alex's,
Okay.
what did you see from the
Okay.
outside?
I saw her car idling in his driveway.
Was there anybody in the car?
Negative.
Interesting.
But obviously the keys were inside if it was idling.
Yeah, it was idling.
What did you do?
Well, I sat across at there's like a school across the way. I sat there, parked my bike, because I just was like, well, everything's probably fine. Everything's probably fine. I wasn't sure for both parties involved that they should be alone.
Did you eventually go in the car and take the keys out?
We saw that school at the beginning of the live. Talk about the fact all the police. Quiet me, Alex and Ezra. But he was figuring out. I'm sure it didn't matter on the across. Did you take the keys out? Sense. Right. Okay.
Car and turn the car off. Yes.
There it is. There it is. We did it, guys. Okay, he turned the car off. Excellent.
At that time, I noticed that note that was on the passenger seat.
I'm sorry, he dropped his voice and I couldn't hear him.
At that time, I noticed the note that he had showed me earlier on the passenger seat.
Was that the note from Jenna?
Yes.
Do you know how that note got there?
I had given it to Ezra, I believe.
Was there anybody else in or around the car aside from you in that area?
No, I looked around. I didn't see anybody.
No. He says he took out the keys, right? Took out the keys. I know I just said took out the keys, right? He took out the keys. So does that mean he kept the keys on his person? He gave the letter to Ezra. Yeah. Oh, you missed that, Kit Smits. You missed that. That was at the beginning of the episode tonight. We clarified all that with the letter. He gave it to Ezra. Yeah. That you missed that part. Whenever you go back on Replay Crew, there's the Hipster Business Adjacent Unhinged clarifies a lot of that type of stuff. So he said he took the keys out, right? Hold on. Because I'm wondering, that's interesting, because we know she wasn't supposed to be driving. I wonder if he took the keys out and kept them, at all. Hold on.
Ezra, I believe. Earlier.
He dropped his voice.
At that time, I noticed the car off.
So that makes perfect sense. Right. Okay.
Car and turn the car off. Yes.
Okay. Turned it off. Never mind. He didn't take the keys. He turned the car off. Took out the keys, I think, out of the ignition and then turned the car off. Okay. So now let's go back to the timeline one.
Did you see them leave?
I saw them drive away.
And Ezra's in the defendant's car? Were they driving? Were they leaving in the defendant's car?
Yes.
And who was driving, if you remember?
Ezra was driving at that time.
Alex was in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Okay, here's the map with the drive. This is how we got here to this part. Here we go. So there's Alex's house. And then on the left, it's hard to tell because that was the best I could do with the picture, but that's the Decrepit gate, as I've called it. Capital D, capital G, capital T. 18 to 22 minute drive. So as you can see, they would have been taking a left at the gate. We made it back. Yes, we did. So the three of them talk for about 10 minutes. Jason leaves on his bike, and Ezra and Alex leave in his car between 1 and 1:04 p.m. Putting them at the Decrepit gate at 1:22 p.m. where they are seen parked and blocking traffic by Chester Davidson. Decrepit gate, actual photo. I love it. It looks so decrepit.
Yeah, Mr. Sipple, did you call someone?
Well, then here's where she calls 911. Yeah, I did all the math. I did all the math. So let me jump ahead because then I have the timeline at the end here of how long they would have. Okay, there we go. Therefore, the events that occurred here took from 2 hours and 38 minutes to 2 hours and 48 minutes. That's the max window, is 10 minutes difference. Okay, so, all right, let's go back to this.
Does not much happened other than he started to pull into what seemed like a driveway.
And 911 call was at 4:18, I believe it was, 4:18 p.m. Yep.
Was this, okay, just to clarify, where he initially pulled the car over, was it on the muddy road or was it on a paved road?
It was on a paved road, turning into the muddy road. It's the best way to describe it.
All right, but at that point, had he completely gone onto the muddy road yet?
No.
After he decided to start driving again,
Yes.
what did he do?
He proceeded to drive up the muddy road, and that's when we started to get stuck.
First of all, you've seen the pictures with the gate at the muddy road. Was the gate open or closed?
Started to get stuck. You don't just start to get stuck. You get stuck or you don't get stuck, and then you get unstuck, right?
It was open.
All right. So when you say he got stuck or started to get stuck, what do you mean?
As we started to drive up this muddy road, it's kind of at an incline. We got stuck in the mud the first time.
Was there conversation about why he was driving up the muddy road?
Did you guys hear that the first time? Hold on. I hadn't, what, the first time? The first time. The thing that's going to be interesting is there's going to be times where she says things that she didn't mean to say, right? Yeah, I'm going to back that up. That is crazy. Like, what the hell?
Was it on a paved road?
It was on a paved road, turning into the muddy road. It's the best way to describe it.
I mean, we've seen
All
this
right, but at that point, had he completely...
Like with Murdoch and others, right? They're going to say things. The truth is in there somewhere, right?
gone onto the muddy road yet?
No.
After he decided to start driving again,
Yes.
what did he do?
He proceeded to drive up the muddy road, and that's when we started to get stuck.
First of all, you've seen the pictures with the gate at the muddy road. Was the
Yes.
gate open or closed?
It was open.
All right. So when you say he got stuck or started to get stuck, what do you mean?
As we started to drive up this muddy road, it's kind of at an incline. We got stuck in the mud the first time.
Was there conversation about why?
I will say, I've not heard many questions from the prosecution that would suggest that they think she'd been to that area before. However, we've heard it from her defense attorneys. And this happens all the time where attorneys show their hand, if you will. And you end up figuring things out because of the questions they ask when they don't even need to. Great example. Miss Fishney saying the thing about the knife in Alex's room. That never came out on direct. So we learned that through her. So there's been questions, and I keep thinking, what is the point of this? Why are they asking these questions? In my mind, I'm like, of course she hadn't been out there. Like, I'm thinking she just drove and that's where they ended up. But the defense has gone time and time again, and this is just now dawning on me because of her testimony. The defense time and time again has kind of asked these questions to establish that she hadn't been there before. It makes me wonder if maybe she's been there before. And I never really thought of that until now, because the first time, what if she had been there before? What if she'd been there before with Alex? And maybe that's how she convinced him to go down that road. Maybe there was like a memory. Maybe they had sex out there back in the day. I don't know. It's interesting. Let's see what else she says.
He was driving up the muddy road?
No. Well, it was just kind of, this seems like a nice place to stop, I guess.
All right. Was there a plan to do something?
A nice place to stop, you guys. We looked at the pictures on a nice, beautiful, sunny day. Would you guys call that a nice place to stop? And then we saw the picture of what it looked like at the time. Cloudy, overcast, cold, rainy, rain on the way, muddy.
Get out, and we both love nature, so to get out, maybe look around a bit, explore, talk.
When he got the car stuck,
she could have gone to a park. The way she keeps suggesting all the parks, we went to Owen Park. They could have gone to a park, but they didn't.
What happened?
When he got the car stuck in the road, I said, I can take over. I think I can pull it out of the mud. So we then again switched drivers.
What happened when you decided you were going to try to, well, let me ask you first. Had you ever been to this place before?
No, I've never seen it before.
Speak of the devil, right? There you go.
Did you know where you were?
No.
You get in the driver's seat. Were you able to move the car?
Yes.
Were you able to do that without the assistance of any objects?
Yes.
Okay. And once you were able to move the car, where was Alex sitting when you did that? Or where was Alex? I'm sorry. That's what I meant to ask.
Alex was in the passenger seat with me.
When you were able to move the car, what did you do?
I was able to move the car because I maneuvered it onto what seemed to be grass, so it wasn't muddy. It seemed like the frost hadn't given out yet. So I proceeded to drive up this hill of sorts, and then I got stuck in the mud.
That's what she meant by the first time. Again, her attorney's questions. They're trying to explain all the things. They're trying to explain why her story was getting stuck in the mud, and then it didn't make any sense that she was actually in the frost, right? Like I pointed out, that's what we heard, that place was frozen over. It wasn't as muddy. Her story is trying to explain all the evidence. Why were they seen stopped? How did they switch drivers? How did she end up down the road? Well, he was driving, but then they switched again. And it's this to me is very clear, just trying to come up with an explanation for the evidence, which is what their job is, right? I guess so.
You've seen the pictures of your car stuck in the mud.
Yes.
Did your car ever move again while you were there? And let me ask you now, you're stuck in the mud.
Yes.
What efforts do you make to get unstuck?
Well, I tried your typical backing up a little.
I want to hear her explanation of that again. This is really...
because I maneuvered it onto what seemed to be grass, so it wasn't muddy. It seemed like the frost hadn't given out yet.
Did you guys hear what she said? What she said matches the testimony. It wasn't muddy over there. It was more frozen over.
So I proceeded to drive up this hill of sorts, and then I got stuck in the mud.
If your car is, you guys, have y'all ever been stuck in mud or stuck in anything? Like if you're stuck and you're trying to get unstuck, you don't have to keep driving for like another half a mile or a quarter. It's not like you get unstuck and then you have to keep trying to get unstuck for a distance after. It's not, that's why, that's one of the reasons this makes no sense, because she's saying we proceeded to drive up a hill of sorts. It's like she was trying to get them unstuck. And in doing so, the car was able to drive up a hill. So it's unstuck. So then why are you driving into the frost? It's not stuck. If it's moving, it's not stuck. Do you guys see why this doesn't make any fucking sense? I mean, I've gotten my car stuck in all kinds of things. I know what it's like. This just doesn't make any sense. What did I misunderstand? Right. But you guys aren't getting my point. If she's able to move, then they're not stuck. You guys see my point? If she's able to move the car is no longer stuck. You guys see my point? If you're stuck, you can't move. If you're moving, you're not stuck. That's why it doesn't make any sense. If she's able to move the car and proceed to drive up a hill, they're not stuck. You guys, why is that confusing? Because she's saying she's trying to get them unstuck. It'd be different if she said, yeah, we got unstuck the first time, and then we kept driving and we were going to go on our merry way. But instead, she's like, we got unstuck, and then to try to get us, what does she say exactly? Let me back it up again.
He said, I can take over. I think I can pull it out of the mud. So we then again switched drivers.
What happened when you decided you were going to try to... well, let me ask you first. Had you ever been to this place before?
No, I've never seen it before.
Did you know where you were?
No.
You get in the driver's seat. Were you able to move the car?
Yes.
So.
Were you able to do that without the assistance of any objects?
Yes.
Okay.
So no longer stuck.
And once you were able to move the car, where was Alex sitting when you did that?
Do you guys see what I'm saying? Able to move the car means not stuck.
Or where was Alex? I'm sorry. That's what I meant to ask.
Alex was in the passenger seat with me.
When you were able to move the car, what did you do?
I was able to move the car because I maneuvered it onto what seemed to be grass, so it wasn't muddy. It seemed like the frost hadn't given out yet. So I proceeded to drive up this hill of sorts.
That's where it gets weird, because that makes it seem like there's a distance and like she'd been driving in the grassy part for a distance. But the way the car is parked, it's not at that. It's not the tire tracks and the angle of it. It's like she was on the muddy road and then swerved right there, right where the tanky thing, the thingy is, the tanky thing. Oh, that's a good catch, Kitsmits. I didn't catch that. Huh. I'll back that up. Wow. What a mess, right? Wow.
We both love nature, so to get out, maybe look around a bit, explore.
Trespassing, you know,
Talk.
never hurt anybody.
When he got the car stuck, what happened?
When he got the car stuck in the road, I said, I can take over. I think I can pull it out of the mud. So we then again switched drivers.
What happened when you decided you were going to try to, well, let me ask you first. Had you ever been to this place before?
No, I've never seen it before.
Did you know where you were?
No.
You get in the driver's seat. Were you able to move the car?
Yes.
Were you able to do that without the assistance of any objects?
Yes.
Okay. And once you were able to move the car, where was Alex sitting when you did that? Or where was Alex? I'm sorry. That's what I meant to ask.
Alex was in the passenger seat with me.
When you were able to move the car, what did you do?
I was able to move the car because I maneuvered it onto what seemed to be grass, so it wasn't muddy. It seemed like the frost hadn't given out yet. So I proceeded to drive up this hill of sorts.
Okay, hold on, guys, hold on. Don't you guys worry about a thing. Let's look at this real quick. One particular part or two particular parts. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to pause it. Shout out to the road trip crew. What the hell? Lolly bird. Oh, wait, let me go back one here. So there's that, first off. Okay, now let me go find, hold on. Let me find the spot that I am looking for. Okay. This is what I was looking for. Yep. Okay, this is what I was looking for. Let's take a look at this again. Now that we're going, because this is why I wanted to have this ready for her story, right? So the way she described it is as if they were in the grass already, right? I don't see a hill. And also, there's that drone footage. Where's the hill? I mean, we saw the drone footage. I don't have it in this video, but we saw the drone footage where, I mean, there's a slight hill at the very beginning of the road. We saw that. It's way far away. So I don't see how there's a hill that would have caused this to happen. You guys see what I mean? Kit Smith says, wait, I'm waiting. Yeah, the angle is telling to me too. I've only been harping about the angle since like day one. What do you think about it though? I don't, let's see. So I did include all the drone footage, obviously. Let me go back and just see. I'm pausing it here. I see what looks like it could be tire. I think I might see what you're talking. Unfortunately, this is from the drone, so it's not the best quality. And remember, it was getting dark. He came back the next day when it was light out and the car was gone. But this thing is about where the car was parked, right? So I included the car. But I know I can see what you're saying, that it looks like it's tire. I don't recall it being tire tracks. But the other thing is, like, how would the car be at that angle? That wouldn't make any sense either, you know? Like the angle, I wish I included more pictures. The angle is like it was on the mud road and veered off immediately. That's what the angle looks like it swerved. Yes, the incline from my memory, was at the very beginning of the dirt road towards the gate. That's what I recall from the drone footage and from the testimony. And I think I already said that actually. But yeah, that the incline, the hill was like at the beginning of the road. Like once you get right through the gate, that's where I remember the hill being. So I'm not saying that that's not the case, but that doesn't match her testimony. That's the problem. Because her testimony is they were already in the grass and then they went over a hill. I mean, actually, directly in front of the car, if it proceeded straight forward at the angle it's at, is like a big mud pit right there. You see where it's muddier and the grass is actually kind of gone right there. The other thing is, this is going to get picked apart on cross, so we have to keep that in mind. So wait, let me just pull this next picture. Okay.
And then I got stuck in the mud.
You've seen the pictures of your car stuck in the mud.
Yes.
Did your car ever move again while you were there? And let me ask you now, you're stuck in the mud.
Yes.
What efforts do you make to get unstuck?
Well, I tried your typical backing up a little bit, moving forward, maybe turning the wheel this way, turning the wheel that way a little bit, but...
You mean you turn the wheel to right and to left?
Yes, okay. To see if anything would help get this out of the mud, but it just, the tires at one point just started spinning. There was no use.
Did Alex get out and try to help push at all?
No.
And did you try to use any objects to get yourself unstuck?
I looked for some in my car, yes, after we stopped.
Okay, first of all, did you look for things in the inside of your car?
Yes.
What did you look for in the inside of your car?
I was hoping there would be a brick in my car, a board, anything I can use to wedge under maybe one of the tires to gain some traction.
A brick? A brick? Am I crazy? I don't think I can't. A brick?
Did you find anything you could do that with?
No.
And why would you have a brick in
Did
your
you
car?
look in the trunk of your car?
Weird.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes
What
no
did you
sense.
look for in the trunk of your car?
I'm pretty sure that would destroy a tire. And why would you have a brick in your car? Did you have a brick in your? Now I'm like, wait, did she have a brick in her car? No, we didn't see a brick. It's very weird.
Looked for the same thing, but there wasn't anything that I wanted to have to stick under my tire and see it break or get ruined.
Now, technically, if she really wanted to get unstuck, she could use one of those paintings. Okay. First of all. Second of all, is with as much descriptions we've had of her being prepared for all. Remember, she was talking about having a tool for like breaking windows and cutting a seatbelt and the knife in the car and all that testimony. You almost like survival gear. Like you would think that someone like that would actually keep something. I'll give you an example. My parents were born and raised in upstate New York, and that's close to Canada, and they would get a ton of snow. And it was normal up there that you kept a piece of cardboard in your car, honestly, like year round. You just kept something like a piece of cardboard in your car for if you got stuck in the snow. For that, similar, right? And you kept it in the car. It was like a way to be prepared, and it was just a way of life. You would get stuck all the time. And so, anyway, it just seems like if you're that much of a preparing for the worst case scenario type of driver, like you would, but a brick though, I don't know about that.
Was there something specific in your trunk you didn't want to get ruined?
My tent.
And
her tent. So I was expecting her to say painting, not that the paintings were in the truck, but if she was going to say, what didn't you want to get ruined? The paintings would have been the answer, right? Because why wouldn't you use the paintings could have helped because they're flat. But even more weird, how would you use a tent? My tent? How would you use a tent to get unstuck from the mud? I'm sorry, I have to hear that again. That makes no sense at all. I'm so confused. Thoroughly confused.
Well, I tried your typical backing up a little bit, moving forward, maybe turning the wheel this way, turning the wheel that way a little bit, but...
You mean you turned
a tent? I'm like, what?
The wheel to right and to left?
Yes,
Okay.
to see if anything would help get this out of the mud, but it just... The tires at one point just started spinning. There was no use.
Did Alex get out and try to help push at all?
No.
And did you try to use any objects to get yourself unstuck?
I looked for some in my car, yes, after we stopped.
Now remember, the examples she gave already of what she thinks would help would be, she gave the examples of a brick, and then she gave the example of a board. So if that's what you think are going to help you, regardless of how accurate the brick part is, right? If you think a brick or a board are going to help you, and you're looking for something similar to either of those two items, wouldn't a painting be the closest thing to fit what she just described?
First of all, did you look for things in the inside of your car?
Yes.
What did you look for in the inside of your car?
I was hoping there would be a brick in my car, a board, anything I can use to wedge under maybe one of the tires.
You can wedge.
Just to gain some traction.
Did you find anything you could do that with?
No.
Did you look in the trunk of your car?
Yes.
What did you look for in the trunk of your car?
I looked for the same thing, but there wasn't anything that I wanted to have to stick under my tire and see it
I looked for the same
break or get ruined.
Was there something specific in your trunk you didn't want to get ruined?
My tent.
And did at some point you take a blanket out?
Yes, I took a blanket out.
So could this whole story be a way to explain things like, oh, I don't know, the blanket?
When I was looking in the back of my car, kind of in the back footwells, in the seat area, I set it on the ground near the open door. I wasn't too concerned that it was on the ground.
Okay.
Yes.
When you say the open door, which door are you referring to?
The driver's side back seat door.
Remember, everything she's saying is a way to explain the evidence at the crime scene, right?
Why was that door opened?
The door was open so that I could look for anything.
No.
And
No.
did you ever close that door?
No.
Oh my God. It's just getting worse.
What about a pillow? Did you take a pillow out at all?
Yes, a pillow had come out when I took the blanket out.
So that just happened?
Yes, it just happened.
The crime scene does not, y'all.
So you're in the mud. You're
Yes.
stuck.
Yes.
What is Alex doing to try to help you get unstuck?
At that point, he was very quiet. He wasn't doing really much. He kind of stepped back and he seemed like he was just letting me look and try to figure this out.
The things that were in your trunk, I know there's been some pictures shown that there's a couple of knives back in the trunk.
Yes.
Were you aware those were in there?
Not consciously, no.
Do you know how they got in the back of your trunk?
There's always various knives from moving place to place between my mom's and my dad's, and there was a lot of things in my trunk from moving out of my apartment.
Nope.
So somewhere between moves.
Was one of those knives something Jason had given you?
Yes.
And
One of the knives was in a purse.
what condition was it in?
It was, one of the clasps was broken.
We also saw a picture of what looked like a steak knife or a kitchen knife.
That's the knife that was in the purse.
Did you know that was in there?
I didn't know that was in there, no.
Did you take those knives out at any time?
No.
Did you go into your center council to try and get anything to move the car?
No, I didn't really look in there.
There's been a lot of talk about the center console, and I don't know. We know that from other testimony, we know she usually kept knives in there, like Jason said. but that he had looked in that center console right the day before, 2 days before, or something like that, and the knives weren't in there. We also know the LG phone was found in the center console. There's just been a lot of talk about the center console in general. So, yeah, right. Again, she's just, yeah.
At some point, did Alex get out of the car too?
Yes.
And at some point, did you move other items from around in your car in the back seat? Just as well, what I want to ask you about is the paintings Max gave you. Do you know if you moved those at all?
I did move the paintings. One of the paintings was upright, so I moved it to the front seat. I didn't want it to get ruined in me rummaging around. And the other painting had slipped under the seat.
So when you moved that painting, the larger
Yes.
painting, or maybe we could call the abstract painting?
Yes.
Where was Alex at that point?
Alex was outside of the car.
After not finding anything to move the car,
Yes.
What were you going to do next?
Breathe. I was like, oh, great. I don't know where I am. I have no idea. I'm stuck in the mud. I don't know what to do. I need to breathe.
I'm just going to show you this diagram that has been used previously. It's
Yeah, that's-
exhibit number 285.
Well, the other thing, actually, sorry, I should have been more specific. Right. So the other thing is like the knife she usually kept in her center console was the one he gave her, right? The National Guard knife that was found in the trunk. So I guess that's the significance of it, is that that's the knife that was usually kept there, but that knife wasn't there. And the knife that she used as the murder knife was the EMT knife from her dad's. So. Oh yeah, you can get that.
Thank you. And just to orient you.
Yes.
Do you understand what is being shown
I
here?
do.
Okay. So this diagram shows tire marks in two different places.
Yes.
All right. The diagram shows to a pillow. Is that the pillow I was asking you about?
Yes, it's my pillow.
Okay. And although I'm sure it's marked on here, it's not. The diagram shows a blanket?
Yes.
All right. Now this is your car. Did you notice something next to your car by where you were stuck?
Yes, I noticed a large, what seemed to be military trailer.
At some point, did you go over by that trailer?
Okay, it says tire marks, but I'm confused because it looks like the tire marks are directly behind the car, which is the road, right? And also she said it says it twice, but it only says it once. I'm confused.
Yes.
Why?
It was a bit
Oh,
tall
there's
for me
the
to look
driver.
inside, but I kind of peeked at it to see if there might have been something. I stopped focusing on it and I decided to go sit just kind of on the hitch of the trailer.
Okay. Do you see this pointed object near where it says trailer?
Yes.
Is that a visual, though not accurate, representation of the hitch?
Yes.
So when you went over to the hitch, what did you do?
I went over to the hitch of the trailer and I decided to sit on it. And I was just trying to breathe through the anxiety and the feelings of being stuck, not knowing where I am. And I was just kind of looking out into the woods, sitting on this hitch of sorts.
During the time that you're sitting and looking out into the woods, was Alex talking with you at all?
He was behind me, but he was at my car at that point.
Was he in your line of vision, or how? Let me just ask this: how did you know he was at your car?
Let me ask you guys something. What evidence do we have that she got stuck? What evidence do we have that she got stuck?
I could hear him open and close the door.
Was he talking to you at all?
No.
During this time, were you facing towards Alex or away from Alex?
I was facing away from Alex towards the woods.
Did there come a time where, as you were facing away from Alex towards the woods, that he approached you at all?
Yes, he had approached me from behind.
Well, since he's from behind, how do you know he's there?
I could feel him. I could feel that he was there. I could hear him approach. I could feel just that somebody was behind me.
When he approached, what happened?
As I was sitting there, he approached me from behind and he wrapped his arms around me. It was kind of a hug. he held me there for a little while.
Did you say?
So, but what about, so, I mean, it depends on the picture, because some of the pictures, it doesn't look as stuck than others, but it's just the one tire, right? And I don't know that it's a few inches. But we saw, because I had it on that presentation, that it's front wheel drive, right? I mean, does it only take one tire? So Dory, you think both the tires are stuck? Kitsmits thinks one tire is stuck, I guess. I don't know. We'll see what happens on cross. I don't believe it yet.
I kind of tensed. I didn't really reciprocate the hug. And it was kind of a silent moment between us, but I felt awkward and uneasy, and it wasn't a time for me to feel like I wanted a hug, I guess.
And let me ask you something else. Do you know whether or not Alex had a phone with him?
Yes.
Did you have a working phone with you?
No.
You had your iPod, I gather.
Yes.
And the phone without the minutes?
Yes.
All right. Did you ask Alex at any point to make a phone call on his phone to try and get
no.
a tow truck?
No.
Did he offer to make any calls or try to get a tow truck?
It was a very brief kind of quick conversation about, should we call somebody for this? And I was like, I can handle it, I think. So no, we did not make a phone call.
All right, you could handle it, but you hadn't been able to move the car. What are you thinking when you're saying I can handle this?
What I'm thinking is I don't want to get my car towed because of how expensive it is. I didn't want to have to pay for that.
That's different than you can handle it.
So let's go back to him coming over. He gives you a hug.
Yes.
What happens after he gives you the hug?
After he gives me the hug, and I tense. I think he felt that because he let go after he held me for a while. And I think he could see that I was breathing. I was trying to breathe through some anxiety, and he suggested that maybe I should go lay down or look around in the car again.
Okay, when you say you were breathing, can you describe what you mean to all of us?
What I mean is I'm sitting there and I'm just a lot is.
The other thing is, even if I get the money thing, but you could call somebody to help you, right? You could call your dad, or you could call a friend, someone to bring a board, someone to bring, or if so many people know people with trucks. I mean, you don't have it was a good question, but she didn't follow it up with the other logical thing, which is if you can't afford a tow truck or whatever, you could have called somebody else for help. It doesn't have to be someone that costs money. It could be a friend, right?
Running through my mind, and I was breathing heavily. My anxiety was heightened at that time. I was trying to breathe through it, so I was trying to deeply breathe. It wasn't working too well.
Is deep breathing something you've used to try to control anxiety?
Yes.
Did Alex say anything else to you after he had eventually come over?
He suggested that I might want to lay down for a while and maybe just relax.
What did you think when Alex said that?
I just shrugged and was like, all right, maybe. And I decided to walk back towards the car.
When you walked back to the car, did you go in the car?
Could have gone to the farmers. There was one time I was driving to Asheville, which is in the mountains, and I was driving from Boone to Asheville, and I had my BMW at the time, and it was in the middle of nowhere between Boone and Asheville, and my car broke down, and in the middle of nowhere, and the very first thing I did was walk to the closest house. And I think it's because I didn't have cell service out there. I'm trying to remember. I think I didn't have cell service. So I was literally stranded. And so I needed to go up to a stranger's house and ask to use their landline. So I did. I went up to the stranger's house and I asked to use their phone so I could call AAA, which for me, I had AAA, but nonetheless, it just made me realize, I'm like thinking about, I've actually been in that position a lot of times where I've been stranded. It just made me think about like the next best thing. It's like, okay, let's say you don't have a working phone, or you don't have anyone's phone number, you don't have any money, you have no resources, but you're stranded. You know, walking to the closest house is like the first thing you would do. And that's I've been there. So, but I mean, and the thing is that she found the house when she went to the farmer's house, you know. In other words, it's like after this happened, right? And she's and it's an emergency, she finds the farmer's house. So whether she'd been to the area or not, her survival instinct, quote unquote, would have kicked in at that point, but it didn't kick in when she was stranded with someone who she seems kind of uneasy about. I don't know.
I went into the car, yes.
Where in the car did you return?
I returned to the car. I returned to the driver's side. Back door was open, and I approached into the car. I kind of looked around a little.
And that's the thing is like that, but like what else would I have done? If I hadn't have done that, I would still be there right now, years later. I had no other option. I literally had no other option. You know, that's the thing. It's like when you look at all your options and you have none, you have to go, you have to do something, right? I literally had nothing I could do without self-service, without any, you know, my engine died actually. So my car was completely ruined and broken down. I had to get a new engine. So, yeah, I've been stranded a lot. I've got so many stories. You guys are like, what the fuck? But you know, it's funny. I don't know. I will say that the people that lived there, I don't remember. It was like a father and a son, or maybe, you know, it was like, they had a couple generations in the house. And they were the nicest people. They were like invited me, like I was like going to go sit out in the car. It was winter, so it was cold also, by the way, freezing cold out there, that in mountains, snow. And it was going to be, AAA said they were going to be like 4 hours or something like that. And they were like, you can just hang out here. And so they let me stay and hang out at the house. They like gave me a cup of water, like use the bathroom and hang out where it was warm until AAA came. And then they made sure I got in the tow truck okay. And then actually the more risky part was probably the part where I got in the tow truck, and I didn't even think about it. It was just like, there's things like this where like other people are like, oh my God, that's so not good. But like, didn't even occur to me. But like, I didn't have a choice, right? Like you have to ride in the tow truck with the dude, but it was like an hour and a half from where I lived. So I was in the tow truck. I was in the cab with like the tow truck driver for like an hour and a half, towing my car back to Boone. Anyways. So, yeah.
A little bit, moved some things a little more, and that's how I was getting into the car.
Right, gotta find the nearest
back.
Why were you going to the back seat and not the front seat?
I was thinking maybe he's right. I need to lay down for a little bit.
Did you lie down?
Yeah.
I did.
At some point after lying down, did Alex join you?
Yes, he did join me.
How were you laying down when he came over?
When he came over, I was still...
I'm gonna back this up because this whole lying down part is really interesting.
Working too well.
Is deep breathing something you've used to try to control anxiety?
Yes.
Did Alex say anything else to you after he had eventually come over?
He suggested that I might want to lay down for a while and maybe just relax.
What did you think when Alex said that?
I just shrugged and was like, all right, maybe. And I decided to walk back towards the car.
When you walked back to the car, did you go in the car?
I went into the car, yes.
Where in the car did you return?
I returned to the car. I returned to the driver's side. Back door was open, and I approached into the car. I kind of looked around a little bit, moved some things a little more, and that's how I was getting into the car, was from the back.
Why were you going to the back seat?
One thing, and it's going to come up on Cross about the stuff that's out of her car, but like if you're just like looking for something in your car, if you have like a blanket and a pillow, especially if you don't have a lot of stuff and you're, you know, poor, you're moving things around to look for something, the way, like, would your normal thing be, let me just throw it onto the mud? Throw it out of the car and onto the mud? Like, normally, if you're looking for something, you, like, move it aside, right? So, I don't know.
And not the front seat.
I was thinking maybe he's right. I need to lay down for a little bit.
Did you lie down?
I did.
At some point after lying down, did Alex join you?
Yes, he did join me.
How were you laying down when he came over?
When he came over, when he first came over, I was still in a somewhat crouched position. So I felt him, I heard him approach, and I laid down. I got into the car further and I laid down on my back.
When you laid on the back, what happened with Alex?
When I laid down, Alex had started to come into the car with me and position himself above me. You could say, straddled.
Was Alex speaking to you at that point?
Yes, he started to speak to me at this point, yes.
Can you tell us the words you heard Alex speak to you?
What he said to me at this time was he started to describe me, and not in a third person sense. And he also started to speak of how he deserves this.
Well, let's just stop, because I don't know what you mean by he describes you in a third person sense. Can you tell us specifically what you remember him saying?
Specifically, what I remember him saying is, Ezra is beautiful. Ezra is my shining sun. Ezra, in the sense he kept saying my name and then something after that. Ezra is so handsome.
All right, so Ezra is beautiful. Ezra is my shining sun. Ezra is Hansen. Had he ever talked to you that way before?
He hadn't talked to me. He's said pet names before. He's sweet talked me before, but this was different because it was disconnected. It was third person.
So in other words, are you, like before he would say, you are this, you are that?
He would say, you're beautiful, you're handsome. He often told me how confident I looked and how much he was attracted to me because he could call me a boy, and his pet names for me mostly were his lamb. He would call me his son, as in S-U-N, and lamb, son, and his goon at times.
All right.
He would say, you're beautiful, you're handsome, you're this, you're that. But at this point, at this time, he was saying Ezra is, instead of, it was more as if I was an object.
After he's saying Ezra is beautiful,
Objection
Ezra
to that last comment, it calls for speculation.
That's how she felt. I believe that's perfectly admissible.
Are you objecting to the previous question before
Yes,
the
Your
answer?
Honor. Previous answer before counsel started again.
Oh,
I'm going to overrule it. Go ahead.
All right. So you're feeling that he's referring to you as an object. What else are you feeling at that point?
At that point, I'm not so sure how to really think about what was happening. I was a little confused because he hadn't come on to me earlier that day. I didn't think he was going to do this. I was starting.
Yeah, what better opportunity than stuck on a mud road, right? You guys were alone in his house where you guys usually had sex, but no, let's wait until we're stuck on a mud road. That makes more sense.
To feel my anxiety come back full force.
Did he do anything with respect to your glasses?
Yes, he started to do things slowly and methodically. He first removed my glasses.
When your glasses are off, can you see?
No, not at all. Barely past a couple inches in front of my face.
So when he removed your glasses, what were you able to see?
I was able to see that he was in front of me. I can't see much.
I think you were saying that in addition to his referring to you in the third person, he was also saying something else. Can you tell me what else you heard?
That I was handsome and that he deserved this.
I'm so excited for you, y'all. We're good. They spend not as much time on this as they did the rest of the stuff. Like, this is going to be done fairly soon. And then they have a housekeeping. Get ready for that. Y'all are going to be like, what the fuck? And then we have cross, and it's it's gonna, y'all.
I had betrayed him. I went back to Jason. He was upset about this and that he deserved me.
After Alex says he deserved you and takes off your glasses, what does he do?
He then takes my scarf and he places it over my eyes. And I felt his hand on my face and he asked me if I could see him. And I told him, no, I cannot.
So he puts this, you tell him you can't see him. What does he do next?
After he asks me a few times if I can see him, and I tell him, no, I can't see you, Alex. I can't see him, but I can feel him start to touch my clothes.
What's going through your head?
What's going through my head at this time is I don't know what I was assuming what I thought I knew what he wanted, and I wasn't sure, and I was anxious, and what was going on was going through my head.
Were you going to tell him to stop?
I hadn't really voiced much until after he had kissed me.
Then, after kissing you, but about the other things he was doing, touching your clothes, caressing you, or whatever he did. I'm not sure what he did, but...
No, I just was quiet and I was still.
Okay, I want to get back to his actions as you were quiet.
Yes.
What is he doing besides kissing you? What does he do?
After he kisses me and I pull my head back a bit, I felt he touched the hem of my sweater. I could feel a pull on it. And I wasn't sure at the time really what he was doing, but I could feel it start to give away. It felt looser, and my sweater had been opened.
Did you know how he had opened your sweater?
After I felt my sweater start to give away, I took off the scarf and I could see that he was cutting my sweater.
All right. When he kissed you, did you tell him to stop?
Yes.
Why say stop about the kissing?
He didn't ask me if he could kiss me. I couldn't see he was going to do it. It was so sudden and it caught me off guard, and it was strange.
It caught you off guard. You asked him to stop. Did he stop kissing you or continue?
He tried to kiss me again, but I tried to pull away with my limited room where I was.
So now he's cut your sweater open. Do you tell him stop then?
No, I froze.
What does he do after he cuts your sweater?
After he cuts through my sweater, he then starts to cut through my second shirt.
Do you move then?
No.
Why not?
I'm just trying to breathe. I'm frozen. I don't know what to do.
When you say frozen, what do you mean?
What I mean when I'm frozen is that I'm still. I'm limp. I'm not moving or resisting or fighting. I'm there.
Why?
I didn't know what to do.
After he cuts through your shirt, what's the very next thing you feel?
The next thing I feel is that my second shirt starts to get cut, and I can feel that he's cutting it, but I also feel a slight prick or something. And after that, he moves to my pants.
Were you able to see what he was cutting with?
Yes.
What was it?
It was a knife.
Now, about that knife, had you taken that knife out during the time that you were stuck?
No.
When you came back to the car before you got in the back seat, had you noticed that something was different?
I noticed something was different. I looked into the front of my car and I noted how it was strange that my wallet was out of the console and that my middle console was open. I thought it was strange.
Let me take you back to the cutting. So
Yes.
He's cut through your sweater, he's cut through your shirt, he's cut a little bit into your t-shirt, you have felt something on your
Yes.
stomach, I believe. And after that, what does he do next?
After that, he starts to cut through my pants. He's starting near the button, well, below that. It's on the front of my pants or the inner thigh, you can say. I can feel that he's pulled on it to give room so that he can cut through.
Was there, besides your pants, was he cutting through anything else at this point?
At this point, he had cut through my tights as well.
Where on your pants and your tights has he cut through at this point?
At this point, he had cut through the inner thigh area of my pants and tights.
After he's cutting through your pants and your tights, what happens next? Do you feel anything different at some point?
What was different at this point is that I could feel the knife start to graze and cut into my skin.
Where in your skin do you feel it?
I feel it on my vagina. I feel it. It's inside the hip region. I could just feel a pinch, and I could feel that the knife had been meeting contact with me.
Are you moving?
At this point, I was still frozen.
After he feels you feel him cut you in the vaginal area and in the inner thigh, what does he do?
Guys, should I go back and look for the part about the center console? Because I mean, unless we all are pretty sure, I think we're all on the same page, right? That she said there was nothing in the center console, right? Or something like that. Like it wasn't in there. Do you guys, are we on the same page that that changed? Her answer changed? Okay. Okay, cool.
Do next.
After I felt that, at this point, I had started to shift, and I brought my leg up.
Okay, I'm going to do before you brought your leg up, though.
Yes.
All right. What I want to ask you, as you're there, as you're frozen, as you're thinking,
Yes.
what is going through your mind?
Before I even moved, what was going through my mind is he's going to do what he wants. He's going to take anything he wants. He's going to use me. I don't know what to do. I'm terrified. I couldn't move.
Had Alex ever cut you with a knife before?
No.
What is different about this as you're laying there and he's cutting you with this knife?
What's so different about this is that in the past, only clothes had been cut, but this is the first time he ever cut me with the knife.
What are you afraid of now?
I'm afraid he's going to kill me.
As you're afraid he's going to kill you, at some point, why are you afraid he's going to kill you? Let me just first ask that.
I'm afraid he's going to kill me because he has a knife, and I'm afraid that he's going to take whatever he wants and he's just going to finish this.
All of the things you've read about Alex, and I'm not going to go through his books and his philosophies again, were the things that he had talked about with you, the names he had called you, the discussions about sacrifice, consent. Did
Yes.
that, I mean, is your mind swirling? What are you thinking?
My mind is running through his words that he deserves this. My mind is running through all of the possibilities of what he could want, of what he's going to take. I was wondering if he was going to kill me and then he was going to kill himself so that he didn't have to be alone.
All right, you're wondering this. At some point, do you manage to work yourself out of your frozen state?
Yes.
Tell us when that happens.
When this happens, I bring my leg up to position it more between Alex's legs.
When you say you bring your leg up, do you know which leg you're talking about?
Yes.
All right, and at this point, do you feel anything?
Yes, I feel him run the knife down a few times, the pants open, and then I feel that he punctures my leg.
At the point where he's running the knife and cutting
Yes.
you and punctures you, are you, besides the fact...
Guys, I want to play that sentence. That sentence has been driving me crazy this whole time. I want you guys to hear that again. The way she phrases that sentence is so weird. It just was weird.
I bring my leg up to position it more between Alex's legs.
When you say you bring your leg up, do you know which leg you're talking about?
Yes.
All right, and at this point, do you feel anything?
Yes, I feel him run the knife down a few times, the pants open, and then I feel that he punctures my leg.
At the point where he's running the knife and cutting
Yes.
you and punctures you...
She didn't, dude, she had surface, her cuts weren't, I guess she did have that one part that was a little bit worse on the leg, but still, I mean, barely requiring a Band-Aid.
Are you, besides the fact that you've brought your leg up, are you moving your leg at any point yet?
No, I was just closing off the area of my vagina.
I know that we're talking about this.
All of her cuts were self-inflicted. It's not, yeah, this is all bullshit. You're right.
Slowly, but in terms of the time it's taking as he's doing this, what, fast, slow?
It was very slow at first. It was slow. It was very slow. And then as I brought my leg up is when it started to happen faster. Things were starting to happen now.
After you feel the puncture in your leg,
Yes.
and he's cut these, into your leg,
Yes.
what do you do to try to move?
What I'm doing to try to move is I have my right hand gripping the side of the seat. I was just thinking maybe if I can pull myself away, maybe if I can do something, I can get out, I can get away from this. I need to move. I need to start to move. I was screaming at myself internally, you need to move.
Are you saying anything?
No.
Did you try somehow to reach for anything with your other hand, your left hand?
Yes, when my leg was pulled up, my leg is pulled up and I'm closing off the area of my vagina. I take my hand, my free hand, my left hand, and I grab for and bat at the knife that is puncturing my leg.
What do you feel when that happens?
I feel like a pinch or a prick on my hand every time I go to block it.
So when you feel that cutting into your hand, what do you do with your hand?
I pull my hand
Bats at the knife. I just
away.
Do you do something else then to try to resist him?
Yes, my
What do you
hand,
Go ahead,
as
I was
my
just
leg
asking again.
is between his knees at that point, gripping the seat. I
Jordan.
decided then
100% I agree. And actually, we've had a good example recently of Ashley Benefield in terms of a self-defense where the defendant took the stand. I mean, there's others, but I just, yeah, I mean, I understand that there's people that will say that, it's different for everybody and trauma is different for everybody. And I fully understand that. But for me, this is not. And, one thing that stuck with me was that phone call from to Jenna, right? You guys remember that testimony from Jenna? And she said that it'll haunt her the rest of her life. And the reason it would haunt her is because she said it was the way she was speaking was so cold. And remember what she said? She said that she was talking about her friend not believing her about getting sexually assaulted, but she was talking in the same manner that Jenna was talking to to us, to the jury, to everybody. And that basically it was like, I interpreted it as completely emotionless and hollow. Right. And that really resonated with me as someone who's a really good friend of hers. So I don't know. I find that interesting too.
to knee him in the groin.
What happens when, you decided to knee him in the groin. Did you actually do it?
Yes.
What happens then?
He reacts and he drops the knife at that point.
When he drops the knife, what do you do?
Instantly, I grab the knife and I've used my arm to pull myself into the footwell. And that's when everything really starts to happen.
All right, I'm going to talk to you about everything starting to happen. You have the knife.
Yes.
What are you doing with the knife?
At this point, I have the knife. I'm trying to get out of the car.
It looks like she's rubbing her lap too. Like that'd be like a self-soothing situation.
I need to get out. I need to get away is all I'm saying. And
just to be clear, I think in my opinion, it's because this is like if she doesn't pull this off, right, she's going to be probably going to prison the rest of her life. So
I can't get out of the car and he's still grabbing for me. And this is when I began to defend myself and stab Alex.
Now, you're saying you want to get out of the car. You're no longer lying down on the seat with your head by the passenger side door. Where in the car are you at this point as you're trying to get out and you're holding this knife?
At this point, when the knife is in my hand, I am trapped between the open door and the middle of the car, so where the console would be, or the seat.
You said you grabbed the knife and you start stabbing.
Yes.
Where's your back at that point, or which direction are you facing it?
I'm facing, what would be forward at this point is the rear of the car. I'm facing Alex, but my back is pressed against the driver.
Where is Alex?
Alex is in front of me. He's in between, he's not directly in front of me, but he's in between me and the door.
Are you trying to get out?
Yes.
I mean, you guys, this is the most convoluted car story. I can't even follow it. So, like, the only way that this would make sense would be like you would need 2 dolls and to have them like act this out. I mean, it just seems like there's a lot of steps. And also, I will say, remember how she didn't remember anything, right? And then she remembered everything when she was confronted? Whether you were guilty, let's just say that all this is true. And she let's just say all this is true. Or let's say that the opposite is true. No matter what, the details that she's giving and the level of details are not in details that could have been provided. Like, in other words, that's coming from memory. And it's not, I'll tell you what it is. It's not believable because it's too oddly specific about, like, I turned this thing to this part, and like, no one would remember this. It wouldn't, trauma or no trauma. It's just literally, it's just not like how, like, it's like it's a rehearsed script. Like, it's just, you guys feel me on that? Like, it's way too many steps. It's not telling a story. It's very confusing.
You said you're unable to get out. So what do you start doing?
What I start doing is defending myself. As Alex is grabbing me, I started stabbing him anywhere and everywhere I could. I didn't know what was happening. I just needed to get away. I just needed to get out of the car.
Were you consciously aiming for any particular place when you were stabbing him?
No, it was happening fast, and it was anywhere and everywhere.
Do you have any memory of the order in which you stabbed him at all?
No.
Do you have any memory in particular of him attacking you as you're stabbing?
Yes, as I'm trying to get out of this car, as I'm trying to make my way to the open door, Alex grabs me by the throat, and I'm pressed, my body and my head is pressed against the driver's side back of the seat.
And is this happening before you stabbed him, as you're starting? Do you remember?
It's happening as I was stabbing him.
Okay. So he's grabbing you by the throat. You saw a red mark from these pictures on your throat?
Yes.
Is that where he was grabbing you?
Yes.
And besides grabbing you in the throat, what else is he doing to you? Do you know?
His hand slips from my throat and it moves to the back of my head where he grabs my hair.
What happens when he grabs your hair? Do you remember?
I remember as he grabbed my hair, he was holding it very tight and he was pulling my face towards him. And I remember that's when I had stabbed him inside the head.
Why did you do that?
It was a response to being pulled so close to his face.
When you did that and you're stabbing him and he's grabbing you by the throat, he's pulling your hair, as this is going on, at some point...
I mean, the answer to that, okay, I'm just thinking, like, how would someone genuinely respond if, like, this was... She just asked why you stabbed him in the head. My response, like, my natural thing that I'm expecting her to say is because I thought he was going to kill me. Like, isn't that what you guys were thought? Like, isn't that what y'all thought? Like, that was the answer I was expecting because I thought I was going to die. I thought he was going to kill me. Like, that would have been a moment anyway. And she says that was a natural response to being pulled close to his face. Ugh.
Does he let go?
Yes.
When he lets go, what does he do?
He didn't just let go. He had ripped my hair out from my head. And he then got out of the car.
The thing is, this is a self-defense case, right? It's an affirmative self-defense. That's your moment to be like, this is why it's self-defense. I thought I was going to die and I needed to save my own life. That was the moment. That was the self-defense moment, if there was one, right? You stabbed him in the head.
When he gets out of the car, well, let me ask this first of all. Before he gets out of the car and you're doing the stabs, are you trying to kill him?
No.
What are you trying to do?
I just want to get away. I need to get out of the car. I need to get away as fast as I could.
So why do you keep stabbing him while you're still in the car?
Because he wouldn't let go. He wouldn't let me out. I was terrified.
He wouldn't let go of you?
No.
Where?
My throat and my head.
When he lets go and he goes out of the car, do you run after him and keep stabbing him?
No, I was...
What do you do?
I was crumpled. I was inside the car still, and I was sitting inside the car on the driver's side seat.
At some point, do you get out of the car?
Yes.
And where is Alex at that point in time?
Alex is standing up near what was the green trailer.
Did Alex say something to you as he's standing up there?
Yes. I was confused. I didn't...
Well, I just want you to tell us
What he said to me, what I heard him say to me was that he needed help to go to the bathroom. He needed help doing this.
When he said to you he needs help going to the bathroom, what do?
I instantly just wanted to help him, so I got out of the car and I approached him.
You just
When you approached him, what? How are you feeling when you approach him?
Disconnected and dizzy and full of... I couldn't breathe.
Well, if you're so afraid, why do you go by him?
I just wanted to help. That's my first response, is to help someone.
So you go by him, you're going to
Yes.
help him,
Yes.
and at this point, what does he do?
That's worth hearing again, because that's on another level, even for her. Hold on, let's hear that again.
He wouldn't let go of you?
No.
Where?
My throat and my head.
When he lets go and he goes out of the car, do you run after him and keep stabbing him?
No, I was...
What do you do?
I was crumpled. I was inside the car
Mind you, this is after she's stabbed him in the head, okay?
still, and I was sitting inside the car on the driver's side seat.
At some point, do you get out of the car?
Yes.
And where is Alex at that point in time?
Alex is standing up near what was the green trailer.
Did Alex say something to you as he's standing up there?
Yes. I was confused. I didn't...
Well, I just want you to tell us
What he said to me, what I heard him say to me was that he needed help to go to the bathroom. He needed help doing this.
When he said to you he needs help going to the bathroom, what do?
I instantly just wanted to help him, so I got out of the car and I approached him.
When you approached him, what? How are you feeling when you approach him?
Disconnected and dizzy and full of... I couldn't breathe.
One more time.
Well, if you're so afraid, why do you go by him?
One more time for go. One more time for go.
What was the green trailer?
Did Alex say something to you as he's standing up there?
Yes. I was confused. I didn't...
Well, I just want you to tell us
What he said to me, what I heard him say to me was that he needed help to go to the bathroom. He needed help doing this.
When he said to you he needs help going to the bathroom, what do?
I instantly just wanted to help him, so I got out of the car and I approached him.
Extra go.
When you approached him, what? How are you feeling when you approach him?
Disconnected and dizzy and full of... I couldn't breathe.
Well, if you're so afraid, why do you go by him?
I just wanted to help. That's my first response, is to help someone.
So you go by him, you're going to
Yes.
help him,
Yes.
and at this point, what does he do?
When I go to approach to help him, I come near him, and this is when he grabs me again, and he pulls me very close and tight to his body.
Where's the knife?
The knife is in my hand still.
When he pulls you close and tight to your body, what are you thinking?
He's going to kill me.
What do you do as you're thinking he's going to kill you?
So now she does that.
I reached around and just quickly stabbed him in the side, hoping he would let go.
Why do you think he's going to kill you at this point as he's grabbing you close?
I thought he was going to pull me down to the ground and get the knife.
Why do you reach around and stab him?
This makes no sense.
Why? I mean, are you not face to face or?
It's because I'm pulled tight to his body, and that was the only place my arm could go.
Did you?
She didn't have his blood on her though. I'm sorry. This is fault. This is what a mess. She would have had his blood and his urine on her. Now it seems like she maybe did get the urine, but she did not have the blood. I'm sorry. You guys are funny.
Did you stab him anymore after that?
No.
All right. After this last stab wound, where do you go?
I retreated back into the car and I sat there shivering.
When you're doing that, were you watching?
Well, what she could do is get her blanket out of the mud and use her muddy blanket to.
At all what Alex was doing?
Yes.
What did you see him do?
Alex took his coat off and he laid it on the ground near the trailer, and then he proceeded to lay down on the coat.
You know, I think I had forgotten to ask you, but in this.
Okay, hold on. That's crazy. So she's saying the same thing that's in opening statements. Why? That's not where the coat was. The coat was in the footwell, and he was in the footwell. What? Are they confused? I don't understand it, guys. I don't understand. Are they trying to gaslight the jury into thinking that that's how he was found? I'm so confused.
Earlier struggle in the car, had your boots come off at all?
Yes, one of my boots had come off.
Do you know which one it was?
No.
And did you later take off another boot?
Yes.
Had you done that yet at this point?
No.
He's laying on his coat. Is he talking at all?
I could hear him speaking, yes.
Can you hear what he's saying?
Wait. I'm going to take a guess. Ezra is my son. Ezra is my shining star.
I could hear him saying that he had been waiting for this for so long.
I'm sorry.
I heard him
Stop.
say,
You know what her whole thing, this just goes along with what we were saying with her being so her whole thing is that he couldn't live without her because she's that great. And that even in his dying breaths, what is he doing? He's complimenting her. Incredible. Incredible. I've been waiting for this for so long. Well, first of all, it had been, less than a month since they broke up? Never. There's no. Okay. Let's just play the video.
saying strange things about roommates, and he just kept saying he's been waiting for this for so long.
After you hear that, what do you do?
I was still in the car at that point, and
What is going on? I feel like I'm in.
I was breathing, and I kept saying out loud what's happening, what's going on, and this is when I decided I needed to go. I needed to get away.
Please get.
All right. So you decide you need to go. Are you kind of like almost feeling like things are black at all? Or are you conscious, or what's going on with you?
I'm feeling like
She's reminding her that she's supposed to be blacking out during all this points, yet remembering it.
I feel dizzy and faint, that I can't catch my breath, that things are starting to go black at the sides. It felt like I was in a tunnel, like I could only see so much around me.
Does Alex keep talking, or eventually, or
The roommate thing is not the weird thing. That could be. I would believe that, but the clincher for me is that before she said the roommate thing, she said the thing that's a compliment. I've been waiting for this for so long. When again, I already said so.
Or, does he stop at some point?
He was not talking anymore at that point.
I agree. Too much happened.
When you're in the car, do you find your glasses?
Yes.
Was this the first time you found your glasses?
Yes.
Up until that point, you had problems with what you could see?
Yes. I couldn't see at all. I hadn't put my glasses on yet.
When you put your glasses on, what do you do next?
I put my glasses on and I could see.
But isn't she still blindfolded? Just like I said with my problem with the opening, they never talk about when the blindfold comes off, right?
Everything. And I'm sorry. This is the point when I decided I needed to go. I needed to get out of there. I was panicking. I couldn't breathe.
Did you see a phone?
Yes.
Whose phone?
I seen Alex's phone.
Did you take it?
Yes.
Why?
In my head, I wanted to call the police. I wanted to get help. I wanted to do anything I could do.
All right, at that point, you're thinking that as you leave the car, do you still have the knife?
Yes.
What do you do with that knife?
What I did with that knife is I looked down.
That's because, yeah, as we all know, the best way to do that is to take a working functional cell phone, rip it apart, and throw it into a muddy ditch. That's how you get help.
And I opened my sleeve with the tip of it, and I hastily scratched the word boy into my arm.
Okay, everyone wants to know, why did you scratch boy into your arm?
I've thought about it, and when I think about this, I don't know. At that time, it's something that just happened. It was just a reaction. I don't know why I did this.
Had you ever cut yourself before?
Yes.
When had you cut yourself before?
In the past, when I had cut myself on my arm was at times when I felt like I couldn't breathe, when I felt numb, when I felt like I needed to act because I couldn't feel anything. It woke me up in a sense.
Did you feel that way at this time?
Yes.
Objection. Relevance. I know 402 or 404, I mean.
I think I'm asking about her feelings right afterwards. We're right in this incident. I'm asking her what she's feeling.
Well, I'm going to overrule. Go ahead, continue.
Thank you. All right, you've already said how you feel. After you cut boy in your arm, do you know where you were when you did that?
At that point is when I was staying away from Alex because of the fear. I was at the end of the car and I had my hand placed on the back of the car.
After you cut boy in your arm, what do you do? Well, first of all, is your second shoe on at this point?
No.
When you leave, where is Alex?
Alex is still laying on his coat.
Do you know, or had you noticed whether or not he had his shoes on at that point or not?
He still had his shoes on at that point.
And when you say he's laying on his coat, where is he laying on his coat?
He's laying on his coat near the green trailer.
You've cut boy in your arm.
Yes.
You told Detective Prock that you wouldn't forget. You did to not forget. Today you're saying you're searching your mind and you just don't know.
There's so many things I could think that it could be, but I search my mind, and when I think about this, I really just don't know the answer.
Where do you go after you have cut boy in your arm?
After I cut boy in my arm, I started to make my way down that dirt driveway.
You told Detective Prock that you could not get this outside of your head. What did you mean by that?
I couldn't get the feeling outside of my head. I couldn't get the panic, the visual of the horror of seeing Alex and seeing the blood.
Some of the things that you've said in court, but what I meant to ask you before that was, the way you've related this is a little bit different than some of what you related to Detective Prock when you told him what happened.
Yes.
A couple of days later. And do you have an explanation or know why you remember this a little differently now?
I've had time to process it. I've had time to process it. And the moment, speaking to Proc, it was fresh, all of the feelings. I was feeling the emotions and the sights, and now I've had significant amount of time to process what has happened to me.
When you told him then that you couldn't get it out of your head, was it like replaying it in order? Was it fragments? Was it here and there? Was it,
It was fragments. It was even smells. It was just a mix of parts of what had happened.
Okay. I'm going to have to take you back now to going to the farmer's house.
Yes.
To Mr. Sipples, okay?
Yes.
What do you remember about going there?
I remember a farmer, he took me into his house, sat me down and got me a blanket.
Before you got to his house, where were you going? I mean, do you remember how you got there at all?
I just remember stumbling down a road, falling on a paved road a few times, just feeling like I could barely get my feet to move, and I noticed some cars in a driveway, and I thought, someone's home. I have to see if someone's home.
Do you know at all when you fell, what happened to well, first of all, you were carrying the knife and the phone, I think you
Yes.
said that. When you fell, did something happen to those?
When I fell the first time, I had hit my hand very hard, and the phone, I dropped the phone and I broke the phone.
Oh.
And what about the knife?
We saw the phone. This was only 2018. That phone, okay, she described that she fell. She hit her hand. Like, it sounds like she's saying she hit her hand like on the road or whatever, dropped the phone. So anyway, she's bent over. She's falling. She's dropping the phone. That phone was completely split in half with like the components, like the back was off of it. It's just,
The knife I just dropped.
Were you trying to hide them?
No.
I think you were talking about what Mr. Sipple did when you got there.
Yes.
When you got there.
Right. It's not. No.
Was there some point where somebody asked you your name?
That phone would have had to been dropped off of like a 10-story building to risk get that type of damage, I would say. I mean, it was really apart. But dropping, phones these days, you take quite a bit,
Yes.
Do you remember at all what you said when you were there?
No.
Do you know whether when you were there, what your state of mind was?
I was just panicked.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about your name, Monica Carlin.
Yes.
So my thought is it actually looks like she would have had to pry the back off of it. It makes me think that she maybe took the knife and actually like pried the back. Like the way that they showed the pictures, it looked like it was pried apart,
You've heard the testimony that you gave your name as Monica Carlin.
Yes, I've heard that.
And I think as you're saying now, you don't remember doing that.
No.
Was there an earlier time in your life when you had a traumatic car accident?
Yes.
What happened then?
I think this is the very end of your round.
May we approach?
We know they're not supposed to bring this up. We know about this.
I believe I was asking about a traumatic accident you once had with a horse.
Yes.
Can you just briefly tell me about that?
I had just gotten my license and I was returning some movies to town, and I was driving my car and
First of all, how old were you? You said you'd just gotten your license.
16.
Okay.
I was driving and a horse and buggy bolted through a stop sign and went through my windshield.
After that happened and the horse went through your windshield, what happened to you?
I was taken to the hospital by
I don't know what size horse she's talking about, but unless she was driving, like, I don't know. I can't even think of a vehicle with a big enough windshield that a horse could go through it. Anyway.
Ambulance.
I don't know. I actually looked for that, by the way, guys. I actually looked for accident reports of that. I couldn't find it. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I did try to see if I could find something.
A couple of years later.
It doesn't make any sense. Not at all.
Did you have another car accident?
Yes, I did.
When you had the second car accident, what did you do that time?
That time I had blacked out and opened my eyes, and I was in the ditch on the side of the highway. I'd gone through a fence.
After you were on the ditch on the side of the highway, did you go to the hospital again?
Yes.
Who visited you there?
My mother and my boyfriend at the time, Jason.
And when you were in the hospital,
A horse-drawn carriage.
what were you talking about at the hospital?
Now remember, that is the event from what we saw. There's an interview where Jason Mangle gave her the green sweater that she wore when he took the stand, and she made sure he could see it.
The second time at the hospital, when I woke up, I was asking.
It's on the timeline, guys. It's on the timeline. Go to the Discord and look, so I don't have to pull it up. It's on the 2017 timeline. Yes. Why are you guys confused? There's two accidents. There's the horse accident when she was 16. Then there's another accident that happened shortly after they started dating. It's on the timeline. And then Jason visited her and gave her that green sweater that she wore when he was testifying.
where's the horse? Is the horse okay? Is everybody okay?
And
Was there a horse in the
come up a whole bunch in housekeeping that it wasn't going to be allowed to come in.
second accident?
No, I was right back into the first accident I had had.
And what name did you give after that?
I gave my name Monica.
Do you know this because you remember it, or were the people who with you told you you had done this?
The people that were with me had told me that this was happening.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as being hearsay.
All right, so staying on hearsay.
And
No.
ask that
And
that be
last
stricken.
answer would be stricken.
Okay, now after, I'm going to go back to this. So when you're at the farmer's house,
yes,
are you aware of just happened to you? Of what had just happened to you at that point?
At that point, I wasn't aware of much other than being panicked and terrified and hurt.
You said you were attacked by them. Is them a word you would use referring to a singular person?
Yes.
And why do you sometimes call a singular person them or they?
I've been known to do this many times. It's a pronoun that I've been used to using. It's neutral.
Again, the prosecution's
Did
not making a
you,
big deal
you
out
said
of
you
that.
were attacked, but without giving details when you were there. Why was that?
I said I was attacked because of the feeling of fear of having to get away from this individual, of feeling like someone was coming, or that I was hurt by someone and that something had happened. I looked down at my clothes and I could see they were open and I was terrified.
The police came. Did you talk to the police?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of those conversations?
No.
Do you know how you got to the hospital?
By ambulance.
Do you have any memory of that ambulance ride?
No.
What about getting to the hospital? Do you remember what happened once you got to the hospital?
I remember bits and pieces of what had happened when I got to the hospital because they had started to take my clothes.
Do you remember doctors, nurses, anything else?
It's all, I barely remember faces. It's a blur of movement and people checking in and people being with me constantly and talking to me and asking me questions and prodding and poking at me.
Prodding and poking.
Do you remember any of your statements to the police that day? That day, the first night at the hospital?
No.
Was there a point in the hospital where your memory began to return to you?
Yes.
When was that?
The point when things started to flood back to me was when I finally was able to take a shower that night. And I went to get some soap or shampoo from the wall, and when I pumped it onto my hand, I felt how much it stung. And I looked down and I could see my hand was cut, and I could feel everything start to come back.
Was that, all right, let's start there. The next day, Detective Prock came to see you.
Yes.
Do you remember talking to him?
I do remember speaking with him, yes.
Do you remember speaking with him twice, or is it a blur, or how do you recall that?
My talks with Proc, when I remember them, it feels like it's just one interview. It doesn't feel distinctly two different interviews for me.
All right. Whether you remember it as one or two, Detective Prock came to see you the next day, and he was asking you where Alex was.
Yes.
And the next day, when he's asking you where Alex was, did you tell him about
No.
what had happened?
I did not tell him, no.
Why not?
I was overwhelmed and I was terrified. I didn't know what to do.
When you don't tell him, was there any thought in your head that had you told him some help could be gotten for Alex, or what did you think had happened to Alex at that point?
At that point, I thought Alex was dead.
Was that also something you thought as you cut Boy into your arm and ran away from the car?
Yes.
Why did you tell Detective Prock that Alex put Boy in your arm?
Why I told him this was that I was afraid that because I did this to wake myself up, that he wouldn't believe that anything else that had happened to me was true.
But at this point, you're not telling him the other things that have happened to you.
No.
And you're making a decision not to.
Yes.
Why is that?
Yes. Of course we do. Let me find it on here. It's just the first way I thought of it. Because I know it's here somewhere. There's the farmer's house. That's Reese's. The crime scene is like, it's on the farmer's property. It's really close. Is it not before the house? Hold on. Okay, there we go. Pause. All right. All right. All right. All right. So the farmer's house where the red dot is, right? And then if you go to the right, and then there's that skinny road right there. You guys can't see my mouse, but if you see the skinny road, it's on down that road. Pretty far down, I think. You wouldn't have been able to see it from the main road. So there's the main road there, and there's the Decrepit gate. Can you, is that helping? Can you kind of see? Because the farmer's house and then the house right beside that is his daughter's house or whatever on the property, and all this is private property. And so that skinny road going, if the bottom right of the screen, right, there's that skinny road, that's the mud road right there.
Because of how terrified I am of what had happened.
The next day, and again, I really...
Yes.
And the next day, when he's asking you where Alex was, did you tell him about what had happened?
I did not tell him, no.
Why not?
I was overwhelmed and I was terrified. I didn't know what to do.
When you don't tell him, was there any thought in your head that had you told him some help could be gotten for Alex, or what did you think had happened to Alex at that point?
At that point, I thought Alex was dead.
Was that also something you thought as you cut Boy into your arm and ran away from the car?
Yes.
Why did you tell Detective Prock that Alex put Boy in your arm?
Why I told him this was that I was afraid that because I did this to wake myself up, that he wouldn't believe that anything else that had happened to me was true.
But at this point, you're not telling him the other things that have happened to you.
No.
And you're making a decision not to.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because of how terrified I am of what had happened.
The next day, and again, I realize these seem like one incident to you, but Detective Prock comes back with another investigator,
Yes.
Mr. Conkey, and he's asking you questions, and you don't tell him then right away either.
No.
Do you know why?
Because of how terrified I was. I wasn't ready to tell anybody. I didn't know how to process this. I didn't know how to handle this.
At some point in that conversation, he told you that they had found your car. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And when he told you that, did you start talking about what happened?
Yes, it started to come out then.
And eventually in that conversation, not right away, did you tell him that you had put the word boy in your arm?
Yes.
And again, were you hesitant to tell him that?
Yes.
I mean, even after you told him all of these things and what happened, were you
Yes,
hesitant?
I was.
And why was that?
Because after I told him, I still had that thought in my mind that he would assume that because I had done this, anything else that happened to me was my fault.
Ezra, the night before this happened, did you have a talk with your father?
Tasha's is going to finish
Yes.
it. Guys, we're done. We're almost done. This is the last thing.
I'm sorry. That talk with my father was about life starts now.
And when you had that talk, did you plan to start life by killing Alex?
No.
Did you come to Eau Claire to kill him?
No.
What were you hoping to do when you saw Alex?
I was hoping we could be friends still, even after everything that happened between us.
I have no further questions at this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess.
We did it. Guys, we did it. We did it.
And we'll
did it.
reconvene at 2:30. All rise.
All right.
Dufour, do you wish to address
Are you
those
guys
issues
ready?
before cross or before?
Yes, Your Honor, there are two matters. Whatever time the court wishes to do it.
Why don't we take it up now?
All right. Your Honor, we believe there's two things.
Remember all the times I kept saying the prone thing's going to be important? Oh, boy.
Things that the defendant, through her testimony, has opened the door to. The defendant testified that she had an argument with her mother and that she then, after that argument, moved out of the house, implying that it's her decision to move out of the house. In fact, and we had an earlier hearing on this, and the court had said that we couldn't bring in the fact that she was kicked out of her mother's house. But I think that she has created the implication through her testimony that it was her decision to move out. So I believe we're allowed to cross-examine her on the fact that she was kicked out of the house at that point in time. I don't know if the court wants me to address both points that I believe she's opened the door to, or if you want to argue each of them in turn.
Open the door.
Judge, I don't object to Mr. Dufour saying, were you kicked out of your mother's house? I didn't intend
Then that takes care of
I
that
thought that was clear, but if he wants to ask that as one question and not go on and on about it, I don't object to it.
I don't intend to ask,
Okay.
I'm not, I'm just going to ask that question. Second point, Your Honor, is that the defendant, through her testimony, as it relates to her sexual experiences with Alex, made the statement that she absolutely does not like to be in the, in her words, prone position. Your Honor, I believe that opens the door to a specific text exchange that she had with John Hansen in February of 2018, in which she sends a picture to Mr. Hansen by text of herself in the prone position, and then follows it up with, I want to do something similar, but I'd like you to tie me up for it.
Ooh, man.
Judge, first of all, I think that the state misunderstood. When she said she didn't like being prone, she was asked about prone at two different points. Earlier in the testimony, she was asked about being prone as in lying face down and having sex with Mr. Woodworth behind her. I didn't ask her if she liked it or didn't like it at that point.
He looks like he's going to throw up. He's like, oh, God. Miss Fishney stepped in it this time.
At a later part in the testimony, I was asking her specifically about BDSM. And I said, you've said something about prone. Now, was there a different kind of prone? I can't say those are my exact words, but I asked her, and she specifically referred to the fact
both Mr. Nelson and the assistant are trying to like tell her something.
That prone in this context meant that Mr. Woodworth was choking her. And that's when I said, did she dislike it? And she was referring to that, not to lying down on her or being prone as opposed to face up or in the missionary position, as it's called. So those are two very different things, and it does not open the door whatsoever, nor would I call the photograph prone at all that Mr. Dufour is referring to. I know what Mr. Dufour is referring to. I asked that not be shown to the cameras, but if Mr. Dufour in his argument wants to tender it to the court, he should, because I don't know that the court has necessarily seen it. So I would say that this has not opened the door, and it's certainly, she talked about her sexual relationship with Alex. And things she didn't like regarding choking, and that really has nothing to do with the photograph that she sent to John Hansen.
Well, Your Honor, if it's in, that's not how she testified. She testified she didn't like to be in the prone position, period. That's what her testimony was. Secondly, if it's in regard to bondage situations, again, this was followed up with she wants to be tied up. I will show the
Y'all, did you guys see him smiling? Hold on, we have to watch. This is, you guys, it's Christmas for him. Let's watch his smile again and he's about to show the pictures to the judge. And
that's what her testimony was. Secondly, if it's in regard to bondage situations, again, this was followed up with she wants to be tied up. I will show the court the picture. I'll hold it so it's not going to be viewed by any cameras.
Ezra's looking at the judge.
Talking about the second one.
Reaction, guys. Look, she's looking at the judge.
What about the other picture on this page?
I don't.
You like it?
I wouldn't necessarily need to display that photo or publish that photo.
Not your shining sun.
So we're just talking about the one photo.
Right.
All
The
right,
other
well-
thing is that Miss McCandless is talking about a photo shoot, not about sex, with Mr. Hansen in that particular conversational thread. She's showing him several pictures, what I would call selfies, that she had taken of herself. They were talking about doing a photo shoot at a later time and doing photographs. There was no discussion of Alex Woodworth tying her up and whether she liked it or not liked it. She said she didn't like the knife and the choking. That's what she talked about.
All right. Well, my recollection was there was an area of questioning just prior to 11 a.m. today that went into BDSM and so forth, and whether there's had a safe word or not, and so on. And she took the role of submissive, and there was talk about the chokehold. Again, these are things that the court allowed in because the defendant had said that these are things that made her fearful of the defendant and that she acted in the way that she acted. That was part of the constellation of thoughts that led to her actions. And she talked about how he demanded her to be in a vulnerable position. And a little bit later, then she said, her position in this position, it wasn't with my alignment. I think that was the words that she had used. So frankly, on that issue, in the court's opinion, given that, the reason that it was allowed in, that it is fair on cross-examination for the state to go into that, and because it is inconsistent with, again, you can argue it, but I'm going to allow the state to go into that. Just the one picture, not anything else on there at this point.
Judge, I have some further things.
And then
Number one, I would argue that that picture not be shown to the jury.
That's right. We're on the same page.
No, Your Honor, it's got to be shown to the jury.
Seeking approval from the judge looking at her naked photos. I mean,
nothing.
I don't have a problem with not publishing it in the sense that it's going to be put up on the screen and displayed for everybody, but I would ask to be able to publish it to the jury privately. They can pass it around and publish it that way. I'm also, are we also able to get in then the text where she says, I want you to do something similar, but I'd like you to tie me up for it?
Well, okay. That is more important than the picture, frankly. So that in the picture can be published privately to the jury, but we're not going to put it up on the screen.
I haven't completed my argument about why the picture shouldn't be published.
Okay, go ahead.
This is 9060802 evidence. In other words, the state wants to cross-examine her because of this, because they're claiming that this goes to her truthfulness, that this prior occasion where she texted something to John Hansen shows that she's an untruthful person. And under 90608 sub 2, they cannot bring in extrinsic evidence. They can show her the picture and ask her questions about the picture, but to publish the picture is to bring in extrinsic evidence, and to talk about being tied up is extrinsic evidence of a collateral matter, and it's not permitted under the statute.
Well, I don't see it as extrinsic evidence in that sense, because it would be, and the state will be bound by the answer. In other words, you can't bring John Hansen back and all of that.
Isn't this in effect bringing John Hansen back by showing she sent a photo shoot of herself?
Frankly, he was never here, but
that's true.
I think that, to that extent, they can cross-examine on it, and they'll be able to cross-examine on all sorts of things. So, but you made your record, counsel. We're going to take, I'd like everybody back in here ready to go by 2:35. So you have 10 minutes to take care of restroom breaks. All right, we'll be in recess.
Excuse me, Mr. Dufour. I did object, and I'm not withdrawing my objection to the photograph and the conversation, but the date of that conversation has no relevancy whatsoever. That it has a date of February 10th of 2018. The fact that it occurred on the 10th has no relevancy to the actual picture being shown. If they want to say February of 2018, or cross out the number on the date, that's fine. But to show a date is to particularly show that this has occurred after the sex that she had with John Hansen. And there's no real reason to show it in a timeline of whether or not she sent this photograph and the photo shoot to John Hansen, or expressed that she wanted to have a photo shoot with him at a later date. There's no reason to have the exact date on that. And that could be very prejudicial in terms of the whole incident and other issues the court's not going to allow. So I'd ask that the date be redacted, or at least the 10th be redacted.
Well, Your Honor, we believe the date is certainly relevant because this is during the time period where she claimed that this was a type of activity she didn't want to engage in, because counsel made it clear that she was asking about if she didn't want to do those types of things during the time period of January, February of 2018. So the date is actually very relevant to it.
Yeah, I agree they would have been better off arguing 404. And the other thing is that I will say that the full text, that has not come in like that. Oh, right. The prosecution has it. Okay. My understanding is that Ms. Vishny is arguing that out of like a context thing. My understanding is that, okay, this is just from what I've gleaned. It seems like she's arguing that, like, as if maybe Ezra told her. That's my, because that's my understanding. Right. I think it doesn't show that. I think it doesn't show that. Otherwise they'd have to let that all in. I think it's Miss Vishny making an argument, right? Like that would be based on like, and remember, it wasn't her first thing. They passed her a little sticky note and then she made that statement about it. Like, I think that it's like, my guess is it's something that Ezra said, right? And the thing that they've been doing, right, which is like, evidence, as we know, can be testimony from the stand. So, like, if they can get Ezra to say that, I'm just making an example. I don't know if this happens or not. But, like, for example, if they could get Ezra to say that on redirect, then that's technically evidence that it was a photo shoot, right? But anyway.
And I think, nobody's arguing that she made a false claim of sexual assault. The court has specifically ordered that we can't, and we're not making that claim. So it's not prejudicial because it's not in some way showing that.
The majority of what they were using as evidence is her testimony. So
she reported this, that it was somehow false. So I don't see how it's prejudicial to have the date, and it certainly has relevance.
Well, the defense objection is duly noted, preserved for the record. However, the court is going to allow state to use it with the date on it. And okay, so let's bring the jury in.
It's a lot harder to keep.
All right. Ms. McCandless, you had gotten a new driver's license in around June of 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And on that driver's license, you listed your height as being 5'6".
I did.
And you put on there that your weight was about 130 pounds, correct?
Yes.
And you were weighed when you got into the
That's, if I recall, that's why I put it in my presentation. I think that's 8 pounds less than Alex.
Hospital, correct?
I don't remember. No.
That question.
You may.
Okay.
So
we have to, I actually think it might have been you, Kitsmans, that said, wouldn't they weigh you at the hospital? Right off the bat, can I approach? I made a new thing real quick to show you guys. So first of all, we have the command. So Peach. Yeah, she is only like 5'3" or 5'2" or something. I forget what she just said, but it's you wouldn't make her a slight person. Okay, so hold on. So I've got a new thing. I've got a couple new things actually. I've got one. This is like for when he says, "Can I approach?" It's this. Which I can play as he's approaching, right? You know, the cavalry. And then also I have this just for Ezra when she's getting impeached.
Yes, the doodle of a peach.
We can't do it every time, but just to be just some festive, just festive, you know?
Just note that
For you guys.
there's sort of an objection. There's an objection, and we'll make a record later. But I don't think the word objection was actually made. But I'll note it as an objection on a sidebar. Objection
I'm
overruled.
showing you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 699. This is your Instagram homepage, correct?
Yes.
Right, and it contains on it
Interesting.
a phrase that says, "I am the fox," a tricky one, correct?
That's weird. I don't know why it would be echoing. That might have been a StreamYard issue because it's had audio issues. It shouldn't be any different than any of the other audio clips that I have. I don't know.
Correct.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move the admission of Exhibit 699 as published to the jury.
All right, and subject to the objection, Exhibit 699 will be received. It is 6.
Now, so we are clear, you met
I can turn it
Jason Mengel during the
I don't know
summer
why it was
of
echoing, though. Maybe a StreamYard issue.
2017, correct?
Yes.
And very shortly after that, you became seriously romantically involved with Mr. Mengel, correct?
Yes, we were boyfriend and girlfriend.
I'm sorry?
Yes, we became boyfriend and girlfriend.
And in fact, shortly after that, you moved in with Jason Mengel, correct?
Yes, that had happened.
And you had met Alex Woodworth around that same time period?
Yes.
And in the future, I'm just going to refer to him as Alex. I know there are two Alexes here, unless I specifically say Alex Zink. Whenever I'm talking about Alex, I'll be talking about Alex Woodworth, okay?
Okay.
You became friends with Alex, right?
Yes.
Would talk with him frequently?
Yes.
Would go for walks with Alex?
Yes.
And around that same time period, you also met John Hansen, correct?
Yes. Through
And
Jason.
became friends with John Hansen as well, correct?
Yes.
Now, you moved in with Jason, what, sometime during August of 2017?
Roughly end of summer, yes.
And when you moved in with Jason, the expectation was that you were going to be paying part of the rent, correct?
It was mentioned a few times. It wasn't really an expectation, just kind of like a.
I meant to include this in this file. Hold on. So that actually matters because that's the timeline. She says that she moved in with Jason at the end of summer. There's a problem with that, right? She was living in Stanley, and if she moved in with Jason at the end of summer, she was living in Stanley and moved to Eau Claire and moved in with Jason, right? So how would she have met Alex if she met Jason at the end of summer? Think about this. Remember her story is August 8th? How would she have met Alex on August 8th if she moved in with Jason at the end of summer? And here's the thing. I think she met, as y'all know, I think she met Alex before August 8th, more than likely. I think she's trying to distance the time it took her to move in with Jason. Why? Because, and actually, so hold on, let me just, I actually had this ready to go. Hold on.
Change Instagram information. And I thought that was kind of it because under my impression, she was just there for the Eau Claire Festival. And I didn't expect to see her again.
And when was it in relation to that first meeting that you started dating the defendant?
I would say within 2 weeks, maybe. I'm not.
That's an approximation.
I have a date written down at some point, but I think it was like in July at some point when we actually made it like we're going to be dating. July 6th kind of makes sense to me for some reason.
And that would be 2017.
Roger. Or yes.
The defendant eventually move in with you?
She moved in.
Approximately how long after you started dating did she move in?
Relatively quickly. I mean, I asked my roommate if it would be okay. Things weren't so good on her home front. It seemed like she was having trouble getting back into school.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, if you want to work, you want to pick up a job, work here, split, went through ways, that works for me.
Do you think it was a couple weeks, a month, approximately, after you first started dating?
It was fairly soon. I mean, Alex seemed my roommate, Alex Zink, seemed very surprised that it happened so fast, but we all seemed to like her and she seemed to be part of the group, so.
And remember, by September, she was already staying over at Alex's, right? So if she moved in with Jason at the end, I mean, anyway, I think she's trying to distance that timeline.
Get me back when you can.
And for a time, you were paying part of the rent,
But it's going
correct?
to be problematic for her.
Can you please restate that? I didn't hear you clearly.
Sure. For a time, you were paying part of the rent, correct?
No, I was helping with groceries.
All right. So you never paid any of the rent?
No.
You worked for a short time at Joann Fabrics?
Yes, seasonal.
And after you lost that job or after you were no longer working there, you weren't paying anything anymore, correct?
Hey, do you... I didn't lose the job, no.
I'll rephrase. After you were no longer working at Joann Fabric, you were not paying anything towards your support at Jason Mengel's apartment, correct?
I was doing side jobs with my dad and things like that, so I would chip in with
Ma'am,
groceries.
question is,
Okay.
were you paying something or not? Period.
She was answering the question. Could she be permitted to please finish her answer?
No, she's not, and I'll ask that whatever she said be stricken because it was unresponsive to my question.
Ooh, spicy.
Okay, well, I'm going to sustain well, I'm not sure what I'm sustaining here. You may continue, Mr. Dufour, and I'm not going to allow her to elaborate. It's not responsive to the questioner's question.
My question is, after you were no longer working at Joann Fabrics, you weren't paying anything towards your stay at Jason Mengel's apartment, correct?
I was still helping with groceries and odd things.
Sometime in late September or early October, you found out you were pregnant,
Yes.
and you asked Jason to pay for that abortion, correct?
I didn't ask him. We both kind of agreed on it.
You never asked Jason if he was okay with your getting an abortion, did you?
It was a time when we didn't have much conversation.
So you never asked Jason if he was okay with you having the abortion, did you?
I did ask him, yes.
And you, by the way, when you went to the appointment,
You guys see that? She just looked over at her defense attorneys. Like we see that sometimes. I was like looking over, like, hey, can you do something about this? Remember how I pointed that out on direct, right? On direct, she's looking to the right at the jury, but on cross, she's going to be looking to the left at her defense attorneys.
where you confirmed you were pregnant,
Yes.
you asked immediately for information on an abortion?
No.
You asked at that same visit for information on an abortion, didn't you?
Yes.
And after you had the abortion, you began to get closer with Alex, correct?
That is correct.
And began to have a sexual relationship with Alex, correct?
Yes.
And while you started that sexual relationship with Alex, you were still living in Jason's apartment, correct?
Yes.
Still occasionally having sexual contact with Jason?
No.
There was absolutely no sexual contact between you and Jason between the time you started seeing Alex and the time that you stopped having sex with Alex?
The sexual contact wasn't intimate. Do you want me to elaborate on what I mean?
No, I'm not asking you to elaborate. I'm asking you, are you telling me that you had no sexual contact between...
I'm going to object. Can we please approach the bench?
Objection overruled, and Mr. Dufour, you may go ahead. I don't know if you remember the question.
I'll repeat the question Ma'am, my question is it your testimony then that between the time you started having a sexual relationship with Alex and the time that you ended that there was absolutely no sexual contact between yourself and Jason Mengel?
No,
Okay, so in fact, there was sexual contact between yourself and Jason Mengel during the time that you were having the sexual relationship with Alex, correct?
later in the relationship, yes.
Ms. McCandless, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 700. Can you tell me, does that appear to be a document containing a series of text messages between yourself and Alex Woodworth?
Yes,
All right. And you had deleted all of those text messages from your iPod, correct?
I had deleted the app, yes.
And that deleted all of those text messages, correct?
Yes, that would do that.
You talked in your direct about flaws. Can you turn to the second last page on that exhibit?
Yes,
All right. I'm going to ask you to, the sixth text down is a text that came from Alex Woodworth that talks about flaws, correct?
yes,
And you texted him back that flaws can be pretty interesting but hard to show, correct?
I think I might be mistaken on my page. Yes,
That was on October 29th of 2017, correct? Your Honor, I'd move the admission of exhibit 700 at this point.
All right, any objection?
Judge,
You need your microphone.
Yes, I'm sorry. Judge, I don't object to the admission of what's been testified to. I don't,
Okay, so if there's more, we'll address those one at a time, but Exhibit
Yes.
700 will be received as the text messages.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
okay, wait, I'm sorry. Are you on a different exhibit?
Yes, this is exhibit 701, it's the one I just gave you.
are we moved on from this?
I'm done with that one for
Okay.
now. Thank you.
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 701. That is an additional exhibit that contains additional text messages between yourself and Alex Woodworth, correct?
Yes,
Specifically, you turn to the third page of that exhibit. Referring on the third page, do you see a text that starts, "People would be jealous"?
yes,
All right. And that text, in fact, is one from Alex to you, correct?
yes,
All right. And on that one, it states, "People would be jealous, but wouldn't even know how much better your booty looks without any clothes," correct?
yes,
Your response to that is, "OMG, I'm blushing," correct? I'm
Yes.
blushing, correct? And OMG is short for "Oh my God"?
yes.
All right.
Y'all. So the moment that I put in the thumbnail is coming up in just a sec.
And then you further respond, quote, "Nobody knows how nice your cock is," correct?
Yes,
That.
And
The picture of him in the thumbnail is when he's saying cock. Hold on, I want to see it one more time. Amazing. Amazing.
one, that is an additional exhibit that contains additional text messages between yourself and Alex Woodworth, correct?
yes,
Specifically, you turn to the third page of that exhibit. Referring on the third page, do you see a text that starts, "People would be jealous"?
yes,
All right. And that text, in fact, is one from Alex to you, correct?
yes,
All right. And on that one, it states, "People would be jealous, but wouldn't even know how much better your booty looks without any clothes," correct?
yes,
Your response to that is, "OMG, I'm blushing," correct? I'm
Yes.
blushing, correct? And OMG is short for "Oh my God"?
yes.
All right. And then you further respond, quote, "Nobody knows how nice your cock is," correct?
Yes.
And Alex responds to you, "Oh, but you do. I love how much you love my cock inside of you." Correct?
Yes.
And you respond, "I do. Let's be honest." Correct?
Yes.
And the date on those text exchanges was January 25th of 2018, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd move, again, for purposes of the texts that have been discussed at this point, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 701.
All right, Ms. Fishney?
I don't object to the lines that have been read thus far.
All right, so that portion
part
of
the
it,
exhibit being admitted.
okay, that portion of Exhibit 701 will be received.
And again, that second set of messages that we talked about in Exhibit 701, those were also deleted from your iPod, correct?
Yes, I had deleted the app, so in return that deleted everything, yes.
Now, you testified on direct that you did not like it when Alex had you in the prone position. Do you recall that?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
Mr. McCandless, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 702. That is a photo of yourself that you texted to John Hansen, correct?
Yes.
All right. And on the second page of this is a text where you state, I want to do something similar, but I'd like you to tie me up for it, correct?
Yes.
And that's referring back to the photo that's on the first page of that exhibit, correct?
Yes, for my photo shoot.
Your Honor, I move the admission of Exhibit 702. I ask to publish it to the jury. I have copies for the jury.
All right, Exhibit 702 will be received, again, subject to the previous ruling, and objection preserved, can be published to the jury, but not published on the media.
Thank you, Judge. I'm also going to ask that that exhibit be sealed after the jury sees it.
We'll take that up at a later time.
All right, thank you.
I don't know that I can.
Ma'am, you also testified, I believe, on direct about something you called wax play. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. You never mentioned to Detective Prock when you talked to him that there was wax play or anything to do with candles, did you?
What interview are you speaking of?
Well, let's start with the interview on March 22nd or 23rd of 2018. You never mentioned in that interview to Detective Prock anything about wax play, did you?
No.
And in the interview on March 24th, the second interview you had with Detective Prock, you never told him anything about wax play in that interview, did you?
No.
And you also testified on direct that on one occasion that you could recall, Alex had cut your pants with a knife. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You never mentioned that to Detective Prock in your interview with him, did you?
No.
In fact, in your interview on March 24th,
Yeah, I'm going to object to that being a misstatement of the testimony. She says she recalls the interviews, but they seem like they were jumbled together.
I'm going to point her up to a specific page and
Oh, that's fine.
of the interview, counsel.
Sure.
You recall that interview, correct?
Bits and pieces, yes.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
In that interview, you were being asked about possibly being sexually assaulted, and on page 1636, isn't it true that you said, but I think I might have because of where the cuts are and stuff, because I don't know why somebody would cut my pants or anything, correct?
Yes.
That was your answer, correct?
Yes.
But you never told Detective Prock that the defendant had previously cut your clothes while you were that Alex had previously cut your clothes while you were with him, correct?
Correct.
You never told Detective Prock that Alex had actually strangled you previously, did you?
No.
In fact, all you said was that he put his arm by your neck at one point in time and that made you uncomfortable, correct?
Yes.
The relationship with Alex that you had continued until February 24th of 2018?
Around then, yes.
All right. And that's the date you sent a text to Alex and told him that you were no longer wanting to be involved with him, correct?
Yes.
All right. You told him that he never knew you, correct?
I don't exactly remember the text, no.
You told him that he should forget you, correct?
I could have said that, yes.
And you told him that you never knew him, correct?
Yet again, I could have said that, yes. I don't exactly remember the text message.
And you knew that those messages would be very hurtful to Alex, didn't you?
Yes.
And after the text of February 24th of 2018, Alex never initiated another contact with you, did he?
We passed each other at the coffee shop, but it was very brief interactions and we had stopped texting.
He never initiated a contact with you, did he?
No.
And sometime in February, you began this flirtation with John Hansen? Or was it earlier than that?
Yes.
It was earlier than Jan?
No, it was in that time range.
Okay. And you eventually had 2 sexual encounters with Mr. Hansen?
Yes, I had.
And the one was in John Hansen's apartment, correct?
Yes.
And the second one was in the apartment that you shared with Jason Bengal, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, that one was on Jason's bed, correct?
Yes, it was on our bed.
All right. And hanging above that bed was the picture that you gave to Max Martinson on March 22nd of 2018, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you did not paint that picture for Max Martinson, correct?
No, not specifically.
Exhibit 176, please. Thank you. And approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Page 4.
Is that an admitted exhibit? Is that already in?
What's that?
Mr. Dufour?
Okay.
I don't have the exhibits memorized, but okay.
It's the interview of March 23rd.
Okay, thank you.
On page 4 of here, you said to Detective Prock on March 23rd, so I went and made sure all the stuff was in the trunk and the painting because I painted something for Max, a friend, correct?
Yes, I had said that.
And the painting you were referring to is in fact the one that had been above the bed in the apartment you shared with Jason Mengel, correct?
Yes.
Because that's the painting you gave to Max Martinson on March 22nd, 2018, correct?
Correct.
A painting that reminded you of the sexual encounter you had with John Hansen, correct?
It didn't remind me of it, but it was there when it did happen.
And it reminded Jason of that sexual encounter, correct?
It reminded him, yes.
Okay. So it's something that was standing in the way of your continued relationship with Jason, correct?
No, I still loved my painting.
During the period from October of 2017 to the time that you moved out in early February of 2018, Jason Mengel was still paying all the rent for that apartment, or at least his portion of the rent for that apartment?
Yes.
Right. In fact, he was paying 2/3 of the rent, and Alex Zink was paying 1/3, correct?
I don't know exactly what their deal was.
Jason was paying for the vast majority of the food that you would consume in the apartment?
No.
He was paying for the utilities for the apartment?
That was split between them, yes.
And this allowed you weren't working at that from the time you left Joanne Fabrics, except for an odd job here and there?
Yes.
Right. It allowed you to work on your art.
Yes.
It allowed you to spend a lot of time at races with friends.
Yes.
And then you moved out in early February of 2018, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you sent a text message to Jason Mengel to basically break up with him, correct?
Correct.
You stayed some of the time with Alex Woodworth?
I didn't stay at his house, like live in, no.
All right. You didn't stay any times overnight at his house?
And before that, yes, I stayed overnight at his house. I wasn't living there though, no.
So you didn't stay overnight at Alex's after you broke up with Jason Mengel? Is that what your testimony is?
Maybe a night, but yes.
Ooh.
So you did.
That's one of the things I was wondering, guys. Remember when we were, well, I know Kit, since you weren't there, but at the beginning when we were doing the Hipster Business Adjacent Unhinged, that's one of the things I was wondering. I was like, I wonder if she stayed with Alex some of that time. Haha.
Stay over.
Yes, I had it confused as if you were saying if I had been living there.
And then you moved back to Stanley, Wisconsin?
Yes.
And you were first staying with your mother?
Yes.
Right. And then you got into this fight, correct?
Yes, we had an argument, yes.
And your mom kicked you out of the house, correct?
Yes, she kind of gave me an ultimatum, either leave Jason or you have to get out, so.
She kicked you out of the house, correct?
I guess you could say that.
And then you moved in with your dad?
Yes.
At that point in time, though, it would be fair to say you would prefer to be in the Eau Claire area, correct?
Yes.
Wanted to still be with Jason at that point in time, correct?
Yes, I was exploring the idea of continuing our relationship.
You wanted to still be with Jason, correct?
Yes.
And spent a night or two with Jason in a hotel room, correct?
Correct.
Despite all the things that had happened, you still love Jason, correct?
Are you saying now?
No, at that time, in
Yes.
February and March of 2018.
Of course, of course.
And you
That was
referred
weird.
to
Are
it.
you saying now? I mean, given her reaction when he took the stand, I would say that's a yes, but you know.
I believe in your journal, Silence Broken, as being an ancient love, correct?
Correct.
And you were continuing to try to repair that relationship, correct?
Yes, we were working on things.
I have Exhibit 4.
You may.
Ms. McCandless, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked and admitted as Exhibit 420, which was identified as a communication timeline, and you were present when Ms. Wright testified how this was created. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right, and this is essentially a listing of all your Instagram messages between yourself and various individuals during the relevant time period. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. I'm starting on what is marked as DOJ 005088. Does that start with a communication between yourself and Jason Mengel on March 11th of 2018?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to leave that with you.
Okay.
And I'm going to...
Ooh. Wait, did he say March 24th of 2018? Hold on. That's interesting. It's after the murder.
You were present when Ms. Wright testified how this was created. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. And this is essentially a listing of all your
love a big binder.
Instagram messages between yourself and various individuals during the relevant time period. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. I'm starting on what is marked as DOJ 005088. Does that start with a communication between yourself and Jason Mengel on March 11th of 2018?
March 11th, okay.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to leave that with you.
I don't know where I heard.
Okay.
And I'm going to pull it up here a second, and I'm going to go through some of this, and I want you to tell me if I'm reading them accurately.
March 11th, guys.
Okay.
All right.
March
So
11th.
here I am. The top of page 5088 that you see there
Yes.
is an Instagram to you from Jason Mengel, correct?
Correct.
And it's talking about basically a sexual encounter that the two of you had, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he states it was nice going slow until you told me faster, and your warmth and your smell, it all sticks with me, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then he continues on kissing and kissing, feeling like I could cry and smile at the same time, scared of how on fire it felt to kiss you, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now let's skip down a little bit. Turn to what would be 5090. And towards the bottom, the third from the top, or third from the bottom, I should say, is a message from Jason Mengel to you, stating that I was always so aroused by you.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
And then comes on, the next one, again from Jason, is part of the reason, like I said, I slept on the couch to prevent myself from the urge and possibly doing something, correct?
Correct.
Right, and then you reply, you know that if we sat down and had a conversation about the urges and what would happen if we both decided to go with them, I would have told you a lot about what was on my mind, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then going to the next page, you continue. I would have opened up about the ideas I wanted to explore, correct?
Correct.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know what? She's interesting. What do you guys think she's referencing there? I know. I agree. Poor Jason is right. What do you think she's referencing there? The ideas she wanted to explore. And, you know, the reason this is important is because this is going to the state's theory, right? That she wanted to get back with Jason. And that was her whole thing.
And if you move to page 5093, fifth one down is a message from Jason indicating.
Referencing wanting to do BDSM stuff, because so far from what we know, she didn't do any of that with Jason, at least yet, right? But this is, she said, I would have told you what was on my mind. I think it's the BDSM stuff. Yeah.
I would have been proud to be your husband, correct?
Correct.
And you respond.
When he first met her, he wasn't actually sure which gender she identified as. So he didn't have any problem with her identifying as male or whatever. So yeah, I think that this is BDSM.
And I know, correct?
Correct.
And then he responds, and raise your kiddos, correct?
Correct.
And then you respond, you know your children will be raised so well, correct?
Wow.
Correct.
And continue on, and that's a fact, correct?
Correct.
And then continue on, I'm weirdly good at mothering, correct?
Oh my God. What? What?
If you go to 5094, the very last text on that page, you state, or Instagram message, I should say.
Please.
Mr. Nelson still.
All right, you may proceed.
That text on the bottom, I'm not going to read the exact quote, but essentially you indicate that you would be portraying the pregnancy you had if you ever tried to have children with anyone else, correct?
You said portraying. Did you mean betraying?
Betraying, yes.
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
And you continue on,
I missed that.
correct?
Correct.
And you respond, I know, correct?
Correct.
And then he responds, and raise your kiddos, correct?
Correct.
And then you respond, you know your children will be raised so well, correct?
That's what I'm saying that.
Correct.
And continue on, and that's a fact, correct?
Correct.
And then continue on, I'm weirdly good at mothering, correct?
Correct.
If you go to 5094, the very last text on that page, you state, or Instagram message, I should say.
Please.
Although
All right, you
I
may
will
proceed.
say, I will say, I think Jason would be better at mothering than Ezra, without a doubt.
That text on the bottom, I'm not going to read the exact quote, but essentially, you indicate that you would be portraying the pregnancy you had if you ever tried to have children with anyone else, correct?
You said portraying. Did you mean betraying?
Betraying, yes.
Yes.
And you continue on with the next page, top of it. It's a deep feeling, and that's just it, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, another one from you, can't shake it and feel dumb and silly about it, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, hurts to know I'll never be able to have a child, but I just know what would feel right to me, and that's all, correct?
Correct.
Did you guys hear that? She just said in that message, hurts to know I'll never be able to have a child. Hold on, let's hear that again. Because that is interesting. Yeah, I know. I'm backing it up.
If you go to 5094,
All the tea. We're getting all the
the
tea.
very last text on that page, you state, or
Does that-
Instagram message, I should say.
Please.
That's why she approached. And it came
All right, you
in.
may proceed.
Holy mackerel. Does
That text on the bottom, I'm not going to read the exact quote, but essentially, you indicate that you would be portraying the pregnancy you had if you ever tried to have children with anyone else, correct?
You said portraying. Did you mean betraying?
Betraying, yes.
Yes.
And you continue on with the next page, top of it. It's a deep feeling, and that's just it, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, another one from you, can't shake it and feel dumb and silly about it, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, hurts to know I'll never be able to have a child, but I just know what would feel right to me, and that's all, correct?
Correct.
So is she saying,
And-
hold on, is she saying that because she's like, I'd only be able to have a child with you, like to Jason? Also, Jordy, thank you for that. I have to say, George Floyd was the first trial that I ever watched Gavel-To-Gavel, and no one was covering it. I watched it on my own. I knew nothing about trials. I watched the whole thing, including jury selection. And I've actually talked about covering it. At one point, I put a poll in the Discord if people wanted me to cover it, and they seemed to not be so interested. But I did not. That's incredible. Wow. What a funny connection that's the case, right? Like that was my first trial. And I didn't, thank you so much for letting me know. That's really interesting. Wow. But also, I don't know, that makes me like him less, you know? Kit Smith's asking a great question. She's saying, is she literally unable to have children anymore, or is she just telling Jason she couldn't stand up kids anymore? I don't know. It's hard to tell. I mean, initially it sounded like the choice, right? She wouldn't choose to, but then the way she said, hurts to know I would never be able to have, like that sounds like physically unable. So I don't know.
Continue on. I feel so strongly when I feel, and it scares me a lot of the time, correct?
Correct.
And continue on. I'm passionate in love, and I'm hate, and then correct? And I assume
Correct.
hate was not what you meant there, right?
Yes.
All right. And You correct it in the next one to in, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then next one is I don't know, correct?
Correct.
And then Jason replies, me either as, correct?
Correct.
And you state, you state next, I'm sorry, correct?
Correct.
And Jason then replies, I don't want kids with anyone but you, correct?
Correct.
And you state, that's how I feel also, correct?
Correct.
It just feels wrong, correct?
Correct.
Wow.
And on the next page, which would be 5096, the second text down, or second Instagram message down is, it's not because how cute and the wonderful genetics we pass on, it's,
Oh my God.
and then you continue, more emotional and ancient, correct?
Correct.
That was on March 11th, correct? Those Instagram messages we were
Yes.
just talking about? All right. Now, a short time later, on or about March 19th, you got a call from Jason, correct?
Oh boy.
Correct.
All right. And in that phone call, he told you that Jenna Van de Zandt had given him some additional details about your relationship with Alex Woodworth, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, he told you that Jenna had told him about an incident where you were in the shower with Alex, correct? Not introducing you.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Yes.
All right. And you came out of the bathroom in a towel, correct?
Oh, this is what the roommate said too.
Okay.
This is what the roommate said.
I don't object to that last question.
Okay, you may continue.
Actually, no, I do object.
Oh my God, Mr.
You're going to ask her.
Get
If
it
she
together.
said something, that's fine.
Get it
I
together.
object to hearsay if it's something else.
Well, I'm again not introducing the matter for the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor, but rather to show the knowledge that there is between her and Jason Mengel as of March 19th of 2018.
No, I'm going to object to hearsay. And if it's not for the truth of the matter, it's not got any relevancy to this. It's just gossip.
Well, like I said, not exactly
Can we
sure what it is
approach
you
that? I'll
object to.
explain.
No, I think, is this about the same thing we had the sidebar about?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, and is this,
I've got, yes, two more questions.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Dufour.
All right. So Jenna told Jason, and then he told you that you would come out of the shower with just a towel on, correct?
From what I remember, yes.
All right. And then the last part of that conversation that Jenna had with, Jenna Van de Zandt had with Jason Mengel was that Jenna told Jason that you had told Matt Schreiner that you had just broken up with Jason, and isn't that great, correct?
I don't remember exactly, no, what I had said to Matt or if I talked to him.
I'm not asking you what you said to Matt Schreiner on,
Okay.
you know, when you, in that thing, I'm asking you, isn't it correct that Jason told you that Jenna told him that you had told that to Matt Schreiner, correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
By the way, Kit Smith,
After-
I know you missed some of direct, but earlier in this live stream on direct, I impeached her with a little clip of it, but she said something like, this might have been the last live stream. I'm trying to remember. It was her on direct, but she said, "Oh yeah, I just saw him a few times at Racy's, but I don't really know him." And then I impeached her with that story about their interaction about that. It's funny it came up again.
Telling you about that, Jason hung up, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you called Jenna Van de Zandt, correct?
I think the reason this was a big deal is because she hadn't broken up with him. And she said that.
Yes.
And told her she had to fix this, correct?
I don't believe those are my exact words, but I was just kind of like, what's going on?
You wanted her to clear it up with Jason, correct?
And not exactly, I wouldn't say I wanted her to clear it up with him. He knew everything that had happened already. It's just, I was like, can you talk to him about this? He's angry and frustrated.
You learned a lot more.
So you wanted her to talk to him about it, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then either on the 20th or the 21st, Jason gave you the letter that Jenna Van de Zand had sent, correct?
I don't know the exact date, but at some point he had given me the letter.
And in that letter, you read the letter, correct?
Yes, I read it.
And Jenna essentially said she was washing her hands of the situation, correct?
Yes.
Can you turn to, you still have Exhibit 420 up there?
That is correct.
Can you turn to,
Oh my God, I love him so much.
it's towards the end, and unfortunately my copy here doesn't have the DOJ page numbers on it, but it would be, I believe, 5361.
I have that page pulled up, yes.
All right, and is the top message on there one from Jason to you that says he said this isn't usual Jason breakup behavior?
Yes.
All right. All right, great. This Instagram exchange appears to be around 17:07, which would be around 5:07 p.m. on March 21st.
Yes, early in the morning.
All right. And
Wait a minute, I'm confused. Is this UTC or is this Wisconsin?
this is Wisconsin time. This exhibit converted everything to Wisconsin time.
Okay, so just so it's clear to me, I'm sorry, Council, 17, you said 1707?
Yes, which would be 5:07.
Oh, in the evening? Is
Correct.
that what you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay.
I just said it was
I'm sorry.
early in the morning. Oh my God.
And let's go towards the bottom. Jason sends a text to you. It's the second last one on there.
Yeah.
Says, I'm worried right now. If I sleep, what will happen? Correct?
Correct.
Wait,
And
what do you do
continues, what will I dream? Correct?
Correct.
And continues on, going on 4 months of this restless sleeping on a couch. Correct?
Correct.
And the next text is, and the new trauma really draining my hope, correct?
Correct.
And what he's referring to there by the new trauma is the information he got from Jenna Van de Zand, correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And then you respond, if you let yourself only think of negative things before you sleep,
No.
you let yourself lose, correct?
Correct.
And you
Oh
state
my
you
God.
become nothing, correct?
Correct.
Oh my God. The gaslighting. Hold on, let me hear that again. That is shocking even for her. Wow.
Is the information he got from Jenna Van de Zand, correct?
Yeah,
I
right?
believe so, yes.
All right. And then you respond, if you let yourself only think of negative things before you sleep, you let yourself lose, correct?
Correct.
And you state you become nothing, correct?
Horrifying. Horrifying. Oh my God. She was in custody, Jordy. We're just goating. We just have to go. Emergency goat. Oh, I know. It's great. Thank you, goat. Thank you, goat, for bringing us all back to sanity. To a certain extent, anyway.
And he responds, I can give hope, correct?
Correct.
But then continues on, but I feel like I lost mine, correct?
Correct.
Oh my God, that's so sad.
And continues on,
That is
I'll
so
faking
sad.
it till it returns, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, yes, it's hard to try and stop thoughts, but it's not hard to replace them in positive ways. And the more you do it, the better it will get, correct?
Correct.
And continue on. Sorry if I seem slightly distracted. I'm filling out an application also, correct?
Correct.
And then
Did you guys hear that? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Jason replies, I was drinking enough to forget and see her, correct?
Correct.
Literally, continues on, literally how sad is that, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, I'm right here, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, each time you say that, you throw her away, correct?
Correct.
What?
Then continue on and push her further and further down,
Why are they
correct?
talking about her in the third?
Correct.
And continue on, that's how I feel, correct?
Interesting.
Correct.
And then Jason responds, you know what I mean,
No.
correct?
You know what's interesting? Did you guys hear that like third person type of talking? What's interesting about that is remember that part she said on direct about Alex scaring her because of using the third person or whatever. I wonder if they're showing that this was a pattern that she did, like that was normal for her. By the way, speaking of sanity nuts, so we did Maisha's command. Maisha, we miss you.
Correct.
And then continues the idea of you,
Correct.
the one, correct?
Correct.
Wow.
The girl to prove me wrong, correct?
Correct.
Wow.
Everything I never knew I always wanted, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, yes, but I'm not an idea. She never was. I am a
Weird.
human. She's alive, fighting harder than, correct?
Correct.
Weird.
Just
Weird.
know that
Weird.
and respect her, correct?
So that's her
Correct.
doing that.
And then Jason
her doing
responds, I can, correct?
Correct.
Wow.
It also continues on, but I also can't hold my tongue. Now speaking thoughts isn't going to help either of us, correct?
Correct.
And continues kind of what got us in this situation, correct?
Correct. I think he might have meant not speaking.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Going to, it should be 5365 at the bottom. Are you there?
Yes.
The second last message is one from Jason indicating, do you want me to call, correct?
Correct.
And now we're at about 1853, which would be about 6:53 p.m.
Yes.
All right. And you respond, yeah, please, correct?
That is correct.
And then continuing to the next page, about halfway down, right after it indicates that Journal 2 and Journal 1 were last updated. Do you see those?
Yes.
All right. It says there was a message from Jason indicating was nice talking, correct?
That is correct.
And you say very nice, correct?
That is correct.
And he then states, hope you feel a little better, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, I do. I hope you also, correct?
Correct.
And you state, it's nice to hear a voice that makes me calm, correct?
Correct.
And Jason then responds, all things considered, I miss your voice, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And you respond, well, you know it's the same for me, correct?
Correct.
And then skipping a couple, it says, truly it was nice talking, let's keep it up, correct?
Correct.
And he replies, we should try, correct?
Correct.
And then states, with you working, it's going to be less often, correct?
Correct.
And he says, and same here, hopefully, correct?
Correct.
And you then respond, good days, bad days, I'm happy to talk. Oh, don't worry, plenty of time between work and sleep to talk with the jobs I'll be having, and I'll happily talk, correct?
Correct.
I wonder
And-
if she wasn't going going to actually have jobs.
Continue on. Don't forget, I also have the phone next to me at night. Here, if late night you really need to call, correct?
Correct.
And Jason responds, good to know, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then asks you what time you're thinking of coming Wednesday, correct?
Correct.
All right. And this is an Instagram message that was on March 21st of 2018, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Which would have been a Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
All right. Because we know March 22nd was a Thursday, correct?
Okay.
Correct.
So this is referring to the next week, meaning March 28th, correct?
Yes.
All right. And continues on, and do you have to work that night, correct?
Correct.
And continues on, and do I need anything prepared, correct?
Correct.
And then you respond, well, the appointment was for at 1, and yes, I work that night at 9:45, 10 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And then state, I would just bring your IDs and stuff, correct?
Correct.
What are they talking? What are they talking about? Hold on, let me back that up. Yeah, I think a lot of times it's just so the iPod is so abnormal that I think a lot of times it's easier to just call it phone. But what I'm confused. I'm still confused as to what they're talking.
Asks you what time you're thinking of coming Wednesday, correct?
Correct.
All right. And this is an Instagram message that was on March 21st of 2018, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Which would have been a Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
All right. Because we know March 22nd was a Thursday, correct?
Correct.
So this is referring to the next week, meaning March 28th, correct?
Yes.
All right. And continues on, and do you have to work that night, correct?
Correct.
And continues on, and do I need anything prepared, correct?
Correct.
What are they talking about?
And then you respond, well, the appointment was for at 1, and yes, I work that night at 9:45, 10 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And then state, I would just bring your IDs and stuff, correct?
Correct.
What are they talking about? Who is bringing IDs? I'm really confused. What do they need IDs for?
All right, let's continue to page 5370.
I am there, yes.
All right, and do you see the text that said, Pops will be proud?
Yes.
And then that came from
Oh my God.
Jason, correct?
Correct.
And this is at about 8:31.
I want Kit Smits. You might be onto something. Oh my God. I wonder if that's what it is. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my God. Your Pops would be proud. Yeah, because it's like the new. Oh my God. Like it doesn't, like she would know to bring IDs to a new job. Like that, you know what I mean? Like that makes way more sense. Oh my God. Kit Smits, well done. Holy, well, damn. There you have it. There you have it. Oh my God.
1 p.m. It says 2031.
Yes.
And then he responds 9:19, correct?
Correct.
And then you state life starts now, correct?
Correct.
And Jason's response to that is no more excuses, correct?
Correct.
No more lies, correct?
Correct.
No more lies.
And you respond, I thought about it a lot, and I think I'll call Wintership to return the tattoo gift so I can for sure pay for therapy, correct?
Correct.
And respond, continue on, it's more important, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he responds, it's up to you. Not even 100% sure if you can, correct?
Correct.
And you say that's why I'll call, correct?
Correct.
And continuing to the next page, which is 5371, you see the last text on, or Instagram message on that page is from you to Jason, correct?
Correct.
And it states you are loved, correct?
Correct.
And then good night, correct?
Correct.
And then Jason responds, good night, Ezra, correct?
Correct.
And then he states, you don't understand, he builds bicycles, correct?
Correct.
And then says guys, correct?
Correct.
And then these wheels, correct?
Correct.
And your response to that at 9:38:11 is an Instagram that says, my husband, correct?
Oh my God.
And his response is,
Oh my God. Kitsmits. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my. And here's the thing. I do think that part of the motive, like a lot like with Murdoch, right? Where the state's motive, I think they were, I think that was part of it, but I don't think that was the whole thing. I think that's the same here. And we'll see what they argue in closing, but I think that part of it, and again, this would just be a lot harder to prove, but it could be for argument. But I think part of it too is that he was going to tell Jason that they had started sleeping. That, I mean, the whole idea that maybe she even met Alex before Jason, that would be done. It would be done. It would be done. There was going to be a kink in her plan. Oh my God.
his dream wildly, correct?
Correct.
And that would be the last Instagram outside of it looks like a photo or some type of link that's received between you and Jason Mengel on March 21st of 2018, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
You can keep that up there for now. We'll probably be talking a little more about that.
Good. Yes. We need
So
more.
let's get to March
know the team.
22nd of 2018.
Wow.
You woke up that morning, correct?
Yes.
And you had to find your keys that morning, correct?
I knew where they were, yes.
But your dad had hidden your keys, hadn't he?
He didn't hide them. He said he hid them, but he just placed them on top of the cupboard, the tall cupboard.
Yeah, Kit Smith's. I agree.
A place that would be harder for you to reach, correct?
Yes, I'm not very tall.
Be harder for you to reach, correct?
Yes.
I love, dude, Mr. Dufour is my hero.
And he did that because
every
he
time she tries to be non-responsive, he just like whips her back into shape. I love it.
told you shouldn't be driving, correct?
Yes.
Right. And I think in your interview with Detective Prock that we heard the other day, there was something about insurance, correct?
Yes. It was about insurance.
And you had to walk to get your car, correct?
That is not correct.
Okay. Your car wasn't at the gas station in
Oh, this explains that thing that I mentioned earlier in the episode, Hipster Business Adjacent Unhinged, about the whole line of questioning with her dad about, I remember I was saying, it's clear from that questioning that the car was not at the house, but we never knew anything else about it until now. Wow.
Stanley?
No.
Why was the car at a gas station? Oh my God. What is happening?
And then you drove over to Alex's house, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Man.
And that's the first place you went when you got to
Eau Claire?
Eau Claire, yes.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. But you told Officer Reeves when you talked to
There's something significant about that because his answer was really evasive. Her dad's answer was really evasive about that. Because it's really relevant, hold on, let me pull that one part up. It's because this is where it matters here. So, okay, let's just pull that one little snippet up. Wow. Hold on.
It was, yes.
How do you know that?
Okay, I'm gonna pause it and I'm gonna move my slider around. Okay, here we go.
Eau Claire that day?
No, she hadn't mentioned anything.
Did she tell you that she was in Stanley?
I believe she was at Joe's, yes.
Okay.
And approximately 1 week before the death of the victim in this case, do you recall the defendant showing up at your house in Stanley asking for a place to stay?
Yes.
And after that night, when was the next time that you saw her?
I believe I've seen her several times in the next few days.
Do you recall her being gone for a couple of days after she said she was going to crash at your house?
She left a couple times, but she came back.
Was the defendant gone overnight when she first came to your house? She asked if she could stay there, and then was she gone overnight for a period of time?
I believe one of the nights she was gone overnight, yes.
And do you know where her car was at the time?
It was right in front of my home.
So you're on March 22nd, the car was parked in front of your house.
If you're asking when she took the car from my house, then yes, it was parked out in front of my house.
So that's cool. That's what the hell is happening? Hold on, let's hear that part from her again. What
And
is
that you
going
went
on?
to Racy's first, didn't
Hold
you?
on. Let's hear his questions again.
Which
Questions
officer?
are helpful.
Yes.
Right. And I think in your interview with Detective Prock that we heard the other day, there was something about insurance, correct?
Yes. It was about insurance.
And you had to walk to get your car, correct?
That is not correct.
Okay. Your car wasn't at the gas station in Stanley?
No.
I'm sure he's going to come back to it.
And then you drove over to Alex's house, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that's the first place you went when you got to
Eau Claire?
Eau Claire, yes.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. But you told Officer Reeves when you talked to him that you went to Racy's first, didn't you?
I wonder what the
Which
deal
officer was Officer Reeves?
Officer Reeves was the Eau Claire police officer that you talked to at the hospital on March 22nd of 2018.
There's a lot about speaking with individuals in the hospital that I don't remember.
Okay. You told Detective Prock when you were interviewed on March 23rd that the first place that you went, on March 24th, you told Officer Prock that the first place that you went was Racy's, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't true, was it?
I had misstated, yes.
No.
It wasn't true, correct?
Well done.
Yes.
Good job, Mr. Dufour.
And the reason that you were going to meet Alex was to return a heating pad and a bookmark?
I had said that, yes. I just had some various things. The heating pad for sure.
Oh, boy.
And there was an enclosed porch on Alex's residence, correct?
Yes, it's
And
enclosed.
you could have left the heating pad and the bookmark on that porch, correct?
Point.
Yes.
You never told Detective Prock when you talked to him on March 23rd that you were going to or wanted to show Alex your journals, did you?
No.
And you never told Detective Prock when he interviewed you on March 24th that you wanted to show Alex your journals, did you?
No, I don't believe I did.
And you never actually showed Alex your journals, did you?
We just discussed them, yes.
You didn't show him your journals, did you?
Not physically, no.
This is why I love him. Like, he's just no nonsense. Like, to me, you know that song by Enrique Iglesias? He's like, I can be your hero, baby. I think he wrote that about Mr. Dufour, but didn't realize it.
That's a no?
Yes. Sorry.
And you agree that when you went to see Alex on March 22nd, that Alex was afraid of you, correct?
That is not correct.
All right, well, let's take a look. Can you turn to 5161 in Exhibit 420?
Excuse me, Counsel.
Yep.
Well, you're going to make me impeach you again. All right. I guess I'll get up again.
Appears,
Give me steps in.
that the times may be off by an hour. I'd have to look at it to be sure, but I'm not going to dispute the council is correct, but it may be that the times in March might be at the end, towards the end of March, might be off by an hour. They might have been adjusted for standard time versus daylight savings time.
Is Nightbot having a nap?
Yes, I showed him
Nightbot!
original what the actual UTC was, and it was daylight savings time. back then.
He was napping.
Daylight savings time, and I understand, and I checked it, would have started March 11th, and I don't have a problem with the court taking judicial notice of that.
Any issue with that?
No.
Okay, the court will take judicial notice of that fact.
Are you at 5161?
Yes.
All right. And just so that it's clear that we're on the same page as the last Instagram on there, say yes, hun, on 5161?
That is correct.
Okay. Go up a few from there.
Yes.
Fifth one up from the bottom is an Instagram from yourself to Jason Mengel, correct?
The date of that conversation was?
Sure. This is on March 12th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the fifth one up there is, quote, he's scared of me, correct?
Yes.
And you're talking about Alex Woodworth in that conversation, are you not?
Yes.
Wow. What date did they say this was? Hold on, let me back it up so I can hear the date. Is this the same day of the murder?
On 5161?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we know she went to Alex's twice. She went to Alex's first, then she went to Racy's, then she went to Max's, and she went back to Racy's, and then she went to Alex's again.
Go up a few from there.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Yes.
Fifth one up from the bottom is an Instagram from yourself to Jason Mengel, correct?
The date of that conversation was?
Sure. This is on March 12th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the fifth one up there is, quote, he's scared of me, correct?
Yes.
And you're talking about Alex Woodworth in that conversation, are you not?
Yes.
But you were not afraid of Alex, correct?
No.
You went back from Alex's to Racy's after you were there the first time, correct?
Correct.
And at that time you met with Max Martinson, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you eventually went to Max's apartment.
Yes.
Exchanged paintings, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then you returned to Racy's, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Racy's the first time that morning, you parked on the street, correct?
Yes.
Shut your car off, correct?
I don't remember exactly, but I might have, yes.
And then went into Racy's, correct?
Yes.
All right. Came back out, started your car back up again, correct?
Yes, I drove my car.
And then
Do you guys know where he's going with that? So March 11th, I think they might have just read some messages earlier from March 11th. I think March 11th was also, there was something about a conversation that Samantha Copes had with Alex, maybe. I do feel like that date rings a bell, and I just double checked my timeline. I feel like whatever it was, there was nothing significant enough to put it on the timeline, at least up to the point where, before, and unless there was something from the testimony we've heard today. But those like marriage sounding texts though were, I think they were what, like the 21st? Do you guys remember when that was? The marriagey texts? Or no, he said they were the day before. It was the so the 21st, right?
drove to Max's, correct?
Yes.
Shut your car off when you got to Max's?
No.
Okay. I went back to Racy's, parked again, correct?
Yes.
All right. Shut your car off and went back into Racy's?
I'm not exactly sure if I shut my car off that time or not.
What about what you said earlier?
And I just want to talk very, very briefly about the clothes that you were wearing that day. I want to start with that yellow shirt that you had on, okay?
Yes.
That was the shirt. No, the yellow shirt.
The last layer of clothing, the yellow tiger shirt, I believe?
Yes.
Okay.
He knows what he's talking about.
That Yes.
Yes.
That's why I was confused, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Fishing.
And that yellow shirt was the one that was closest to your body, correct?
Yes.
And that was actually Jason Mengel's shirt, wasn't it?
That was one of his shirts, yes.
All right. And one that you had referenced to Jason Mengel as sleeping next to because it had his smell on it, correct?
Oh my God. And now it's a murder
So that
shirt.
shirt was important to you,
Now
correct?
it's a murder shirt.
It was a shirt, yes.
Dude.
I just liked
And in
it.
fact,
That just makes it even more powerful how she did she had the same MO with wearing that green sweater when he took the stand. Insane. Insane. That's
in
on
fact, you had told Jason Mengel in an Instagram message that you were concerned that it had been washed and that would have washed his smell off of it, correct?
Yes, the boyfriend smell.
oh my God.
And
Oh my God. Oh my God.
you were wearing some jeans, correct?
Yes.
Oh God.
And in fact, you told Detective Proc that you had made those jeans,
I
correct?
remember that part.
Yes, they were very large when I bought them, and I really liked them, so I had to tailor the waist in quite a bit.
Ma'am?
Oh fuck no. No. Sorry. Did you guys hear that? I pointed that out in her interview when she said that she made those jeans. I was like, you made jeans? And I was laughing at that, or pointing that out as like, how did you make jeans? Did you guys just hear that she had to make the waist smaller? Which A, that's not making jeans, but B, is she's trying to, sneak a doodle in out because they were too big because I'm so skinny or whatever. I have to go. As someone who tailors clothing on occasion with sewing by hand, I'm sorry. I wouldn't, dude. And it's so funny because that's one of those self-congratulatory things. She didn't have to make that comment in the interview. That's why it was so annoying. It's just like when she said, oh, my dad's business, which he named after me, or I named it. Like, you don't have to say that shit, man. I swear. Okay, that's it. We're back. We're going to go back. We're going to hear what she's going to say about the pants. Jesus.
My question is, you told Detective Proc that you made those jeans, correct?
Yes.
You didn't actually make those jeans, did you?
I didn't manufacture them, no, but I did alter them.
Ma'am, you didn't actually make those jeans, correct?
No, I did not manufacture those jeans.
You didn't make those jeans, correct?
She was trying to impress the detectives. That's what she was trying to do. She was trying to manipulate them and impress them, just like she did everyone else, but it didn't work on them.
It hasn't been yet. That's
Well, it
the
hasn't been
problem.
answered. I think just have to answer the question.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
We're looking at the defense table.
Once you got to Alex's apartment,
I think the reason he's bringing that up is because it's just showing she has this MO, right? The way she's trying to manipulate everybody, and also like that self-congratulatory attitude. I mean, again, that was not necessary information. That wasn't helpful to law enforcement, but she said she had to say it anyway, and it's not even true, right? Yeah, it's I think in a way it's almost like she can't help but lie. Like, like that doesn't even matter. That's not like, like what Alex Murdoch said, once I started lying, I had to keep lying or something. And then I think it's like, you just get so used to it that you just lie about everything all the time. I mean, she was lying to everybody in her life and there's a lot of overlap there, right? Because she had to keep all these different stories straight. I mean, the abortion thing alone is wild, right? With the timeline of that. And she was lying to all the three dudes. She was lying to them about each other. I mean, I think it just became her MO, man.
second time,
Yes.
you knocked on the door the second time, correct?
Yes, knocked on the door.
And then you saw Mr. Studing, correct?
Yes, I seen Dave.
And eventually Alex came down and answered the door, correct?
Yes.
And you, without any question, went up to Alex's room with him, correct?
There was a brief conversation before we went upstairs, yes.
Right. But then eventually you went up to his room, correct?
Correct.
Didn't protest that at all, correct?
That was our meeting space.
You didn't protest that at all,
No.
correct? You didn't say, let's meet down here in the living room, let's talk outside, let's talk in my car, anything like that, correct?
No, I was comfortable going to his room.
And you had no idea if Mr. Studing was staying, leaving, what he was doing, correct?
No, I just assumed he was home.
And went into Alex's room, correct?
Correct.
Door was closed, correct?
Yep. Yes.
And you said you started talking to him about your relationship with him, correct?
Yes, and many other things.
And you told Alex in that conversation that your relationship, you thought that your relationship with him was wrong, correct?
Not that it was just wrong, that I had a lot of mixed feelings about it, and that it shouldn't really have gone the way it did.
You said, you told Alex that you
Have
thought
you guys noticed a change in her demeanor over time as this cross has progressed? Have you guys noticed a change? He knows what he's doing.
the relationship made you feel really like gross and like wrong and things like that, correct?
Yes, it brought me a lot of anxiety and guilt.
Listen to her voice. It's the pitch
Question is, you told Alex that it made you feel really like gross and like wrong and things like that, correct?
I don't remember specifically saying it on that day, no.
her demeanor.
You told Detective Prock that that's what you told Alex, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you asked Alex if he felt the same way about the relationship, correct?
I believe I asked him questions, yes.
And Alex told you he didn't feel the same way about it, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. In fact, he didn't feel guilty at all about your relationship, correct?
Yes, he didn't feel guilty at all.
He is doing a great job.
While you're in Alex's room, he never threatened you at all, correct?
No.
Never told you he was going to harm you, correct?
Correct.
Never told you that he wanted to have sex with you one more time, correct?
Correct.
Interesting.
And Jason got there at some point in time, correct?
Yes.
Came into the bedroom,
Yes.
you, correct?
You know what's
You
interesting?
didn't tell
is
Jay.
He asked that question because that was in the defense opening statements. She probably doesn't remember that. That was in the defense opening statements. And remember, their opening statements was based a lot on it was a lot of it was objectionable, but it was based on what they maybe anticipated her testimony to be. It was full of a lot of exaggeration. And that was one of the things that he said was, Alex just wanted one more time, blah, blah, really dramatic, right? But I'm sure she forgot about that because she could have lied about that, obviously, like she's, but she said no.
Jason, that there were any problems, correct?
Correct.
In fact, told Jason everything's fine, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
And then Jason left for a time, correct? He left, right?
Well, he went downstairs and outside and waited by my car.
So he left from Alex's bedroom, correct?
From the bedroom, yes.
And you stayed in Alex's bedroom for at least a little while after Jason left, correct?
Not long after, no.
You stayed in Alex's bedroom for a little while after Jason left, correct?
A little while, yes.
And then you left, correct?
Yes.
Alex left the
Yes.
bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And you went outside at that point, correct?
Yes.
And when you went outside, the Eau Claire police officers were there, correct?
That is correct.
There were two of them, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And they asked you if everything's okay, and you told them everything's fine, right?
Yep. Yes.
And at the time you met with the Eau Claire
Are you guys noticing a shift in her demeanor and in her for me, one of the things I noticed being the musician is the pitch of her voice is really different. The pitch, the the timbre, the tone. It's completely different.
Police department, you knew about all the things you testified about that related to your relationship with Alex previously, correct?
Yes.
You knew all about these journal entries or these essays that you've talked about, correct?
Yes.
You knew at that time all about the things you testified about your prior sexual relationship with Alex Woodworth, correct?
They weren't on my mind at the time, but yes.
And you knew all about the things that you've testified this morning that made you uncomfortable about your relationship with Alex, correct?
Yes.
Despite that, you told the police that everything was fine, correct?
At that time, during that part of the day, I believed everything was fine. That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that everything before that is correct be stricken as unresponsive to my question.
Mr. Judge, I would object to that.
Oh.
Many witnesses have added something in as they've explained
Oh,
their
he's
answers. They're
like-
entitled to explain.
I'm just going to let the answer stand. Go ahead. Continue, please.
And your plan was at that point in time to go someplace public to talk to Alex, correct?
It's what we talked about. Yes, we were.
So I just want to point out, you guys, we're getting to the crime scene. We're getting to the crime scene. Oh my God.
It was on our minds. Yes.
Here we go.
Something like
Here
a
we go.
park, correct?
Oh my God.
Yes, we had mentioned it together.
And you were driving when you left from there, correct?
That is correct.
Oh, by the way, when you were there, Officer O'Neill asked to see your driver's license, correct?
That is correct.
Right. And he asked you if you could find it, correct?
Correct.
And your license was in your wallet, correct?
Correct.
All right. Your wallet was in that center console of the car, correct?
I believe so.
Well, in fact, you testified on direct
Yes.
that
Yes, it was.
there, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I wonder if this is one of the reasons why the center consoles come up a whole bunch. Her wallet was in the center console. Remember, she was like, I can't find my license. Oh my God, weasel. Because she knew she'd get in trouble. Dude, the weasel. I can't find it. It's in here. Oh my God, weasel. Wow. And the other thing is how effortlessly she lied to law enforcement, right? That's the other thing. We saw that on the body cam, how effortlessly she lied to law enforcement. No fear at all. No fear at all. I mean, I crumble around police. It's like, like that's insane, man. How easily, I guess we've seen that time and time again with her other interviews, but that's wild. Just about something like a license. Wow.
Center console also was where the knife was, correct?
I don't know exactly where the knife was.
Oh.
I believe it was in this.
Oh my God, he's laughing. Hold on. I need to see. This is, dude, he's like, I'm about to slaughter you. I'm about to slaughter, like, dude, the lamb to the slaughter.
And your plan was at that point in time to go someplace
I have to watch that again.
public to talk to Alex, correct?
It's what we talked about. Yes, it was on our minds. Yes.
Something like a park, correct?
Yes, we had mentioned it together.
And you were driving when you left from there, correct?
That is correct.
Oh, by the way, when you were there, Officer O'Neill asked to see your driver's license, correct?
That is correct.
Right. And he asked you if you could find it, correct?
Correct.
And your license was in your wallet, correct?
Correct.
All right. Your wallet was in that center console of the car, correct?
I believe so.
Well, in fact, you testified on direct
Yes.
that
Yes, it was.
there, correct?
That is correct.
God, y'all, did you hear
Senator
her try to interrupt him to keep him from talking? Oh my God, this is whatever this is. This is big. This is before he does this. She's like she's like, yes, I'll just go ahead and say yes if you'll just move on. Ha ha ha. Not so fast, Missy.
Console also was where the knife was, correct?
I don't know exactly where the knife was. I believe it was in the center console.
All right. And you told Officer O'Neill you couldn't find your driver's license, correct?
I think I was having trouble shuffling around middle console.
Okay, that's why. That's why. That's why. That's why. That's why. That's why. Because the knife was in there, and if she opened up the center console to get her wallet out, they would have seen the knife. Oh my God, I just got goosebumps. Wow. That's it. Oh my God. To think about how close this entire thing was to being stopped with this unexpected event with law enforcement showing up. Because again, wow. It was one thing to be like, okay, she has a restricted license or whatever. She shouldn't be driving. We knew that she wasn't supposed to be driving. Everyone said that. But the fact that her wallet was in the center console and that's where the knife was, holy fucking shit. Oh my God. They would have seen the knife. And she lied about it so effortlessly. Oh my God. That right there, that's done. She's done. Because if she wanted the jury to believe her about, she just keeps it in her car for self, for whatever, in case of emergency, that's fine. But that destroys it. That completely destroys it. That's it. Because why would you need to hide it, right? It's not illegal to have a knife. Like, that's the thing. You're allowed to have a pocket knife. I have a pocket knife in my purse. You're allowed to have a knife. That's not a problem. There's only one reason you wouldn't want them to know about the knife. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Wow.
It was full of a lot of papers and things also.
You told Officer O'Neill
Yes, that I was having trouble finding it. Yes.
Driver's license, correct?
That is correct.
Can you describe your wallet for us?
Just kind of a regular wallet.
How big is it?
Smaller, just a regular leather wallet.
Is it a wallet that you put in a pocket, or is it a larger wallet that you'd put in your purse?
It's a smaller one. I don't usually carry a purse.
Right. So after you're done talking to the officers, they leave, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then you talked for a short time with Jason Mengel, correct?
That is correct.
And then drove off, correct?
Yes, we left.
And when you drove off, you were the one driving the car, correct?
That is correct.
Right. And Alex had gotten in your car, correct?
Yes.
Didn't tell him you didn't want him in there, did you?
No.
All right. Had no issue, in fact, with Alex coming along with you, right?
No.
You wanted to continue to talk to Alex, correct?
Yes.
Admitted as Exhibit 419B. You see that?
Yes.
All right. And that, you recognize this is Alex's residence right here?
Yes, I can see that.
And you were driving, right? Correct?
Are we speaking of after we had left the residence?
Right, after you left the residence, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you said you wanted to go to a park, correct?
Yes.
You were familiar with Phoenix Park because, in fact, you mentioned Phoenix Park to
Yes.
Detective Prock, correct?
Yes.
Phoenix Park is right here, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And Half Moon Park is right here, correct?
That is correct.
Both of those are within a few blocks of Alex's residence, correct?
Yes.
You didn't drive to either of those parks, did you?
It wasn't really concrete, so I just drove.
You didn't drive to either
No.
of those parks, did you?
No.
Instead, you headed west on Cameron Street, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And just basically headed out of town, correct?
Yes, I'm just basically.
You wanted to be in a place where it was in public, correct?
Correct. That had
That
been
would
mentioned.
imply other people being present, correct?
Yes, that would imply that.
Phoenix Park would be a location where other people would be present, wouldn't it?
At times, yes.
All right, and Half Moon Park would be a place where other people would be present, correct?
At times, yes.
And you didn't go to either of those locations, correct?
No.
You passed by a park as you got into Dunn County, correct?
I'm not aware of any parks in Dunn County.
Oh, you drove on County Highway E, correct?
No, I'm going to object. That's
I-
misstating the testimony because she said they switched drivers and,
Well, she said she didn't know when.
Yeah, it's not clear when and where they switched drivers, so you may continue this line of questioning.
I honestly was just driving. I wasn't really paying attention to where I was going. I was just on a road driving.
Going to someplace public to talk, correct?
That had been mentioned, but sometimes we drive around and we talk.
Now, you said that as you're driving, you started to feel uncomfortable, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Didn't turn around and just come back into town or ask Alex to get out of the car? Didn't do either of those?
No.
Now, I seem to recall when you talked to Detective Prock that you told him that Mr. Sipple seemed familiar. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. And you know, now at least certainly, Mr. Sipple lives on 430th Ave, correct?
That is correct.
And 430th Ave happens to be the exact road that you turned off of when you turned off of County Highway E, correct?
Yes, that's the road Alex turned off of.
And you told Detective Prock, actually, strike that, withdraw that. The stop along 430th was at the very first field road that happens as you got to 430th, correct?
Yes, that's where he had stopped driving.
And I want to talk a little bit about the circumstances once you got there. You said that the vehicle got stuck and just couldn't get it out, correct?
The first time it got stuck, I maneuvered it, but the second time, no, I could not get it out.
Yep. And that's what I meant, and
Okay,
thank you
thank
for
you.
clarifying that.
Yes.
Once it got stuck, you said you sat for a period of time on the trailer hitch, correct?
Yes, after looking around a bit.
5-10 minutes you sat on the trailer hitch?
I can't tell you an exact time, no.
Short period, long period?
It felt like a long period of time.
All right. You don't know, though?
No.
All right. And then Alex came up to you and talked to you, correct?
He didn't really speak. It was more of an action.
Okay. He hugged you, you said, correct?
From behind, he approached me and he hugged me.
So let's talk about your getting in the back seat.
Yes.
You said you got in the back seat and your story today was that you laid down on your back, correct?
Yes.
Right. Isn't it true that you told Detective Prock?
no, I'm going to object. That misstates the testimony. She said she went on the back seat, she was curled up in a certain way, and then she turned on her back.
Yes.
Well, the jury heard the testimony, so they decide.
You told Detective Prock that you were actually on, and well, all right, well, let's just complete it then. Your story that you told the jury today was that when Alex got into the car, you were on your back, correct?
Yes, I had repositioned myself after I felt him approach.
Ma'am, my question was, your story that you told today when you testified was that when Alex got on top of you, you were on your back, correct?
Yes, when he had gotten top of me, I was on my back.
Right. And in fact, when you met with Detective Prock and then Investigator Conkey, you told them that you were on your stomach when Alex got on top of you, did you not?
I don't exactly remember, no, but I've seen it and I've read, yes.
But you never told Detective Prock that that Alex told you to go lay down in the seat, did he? Did you?
I believe no, I did not.
I'm sorry?
No, I did not, no.
In fact, the only thing you told Detective Prock was about going into the back seat to look for something to get you unstuck, correct?
Yes.
And you told Detective Prock that it was when you were in the back seat trying to find something to get the car unstuck that Alex supposedly attacked you, correct?
Correct.
You never told Detective Prock that the defendant put the scarf over your eyes, did you?
No, I had not said that.
And if I understood your story as you told it to us today, this morning, or actually this afternoon, you need Alex in the groin and the knife fell out of his hand, correct?
Correct.
And then you grabbed the knife, correct?
Correct.
Right. It's not what you told Detective Prock, is it?
I don't believe so. I would have.
In fact, you told Detective Prock that you grabbed the knife by the blade, correct?
I believe I've said that, yes.
All right. And got it away from Alex by grabbing it by the blade, correct?
I might have said that, yes.
And you said that it hurt a lot when you did that, correct?
Correct.
Judge, if he's going to do that, I just asked that there be exact lines and that she be shown a transcript because she testified she doesn't remember exactly what she said, but she's acknowledged whatever's in there is accurate regardless of her memory. So I would ask she be given an opportunity to look at the transcript before she answers her questions.
This is cross-examination, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Now, you were present in court earlier in the trial when Dr. Tillotson testified, correct?
Correct.
And you were also present in court when Dr. Tillotson testified at an earlier hearing, correct?
Correct.
And you were present when Dr. Tillotson showed a photo that is part of Exhibit 196 that shows what a hand would look like when it would grab a knife by the blade, correct?
That's not his testimony. What he testified about was what was in a learned treatise by Spitz and Fisher.
Specifically, you saw this photo at both the pretrial hearing and at the hearing at this trial, correct?
Yes.
So now your testimony was that you got the knife out by kneeing Alex in the groin, correct?
That is correct.
Let's talk about where you were when you stabbed Alex various times. First off, which hand did you hold the knife in?
I assume it was my right hand.
So you were holding the knife in your right hand, correct?
Correct.
All right. And if I understood your testimony correctly, there was one time you stabbed Alex when he was outside of the car?
Yes.
And that was in his side?
Yes.
All right. Which side?
I can't answer that.
Okay. You don't remember which side?
I just remember reaching around and stabbing Alex, yes.
In the side?
Yes.
All right. And he had his coat on at the time, correct?
Yes.
And you also the rest of the times you stabbed him, he was in the car, correct?
Correct.
He was on top of you, correct?
No.
You stabbed him, when you stabbed Alex in the side of his head, he was in the car, correct?
Correct.
When you stabbed him in the genitals, he was inside the car, correct?
Yes.
Right. When you stabbed him 3 times in the left side of his neck, he was inside the car, correct?
That had happened in the car, yes.
Right. When you stabbed him, the other 2 times in the left side, he would have been in the car then, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And when you stabbed him in the stomach, he was in the car, correct?
Yes.
When you stabbed him in the right leg, he was in the car, correct?
I don't know precisely each wound. I just know all of this happened in the car, yes.
And, well, and you were here when Dr. Mills testified to where Alex was all stabbed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you stabbed him then the 2 times in the back when he was in the car, correct?
Yes.
And the 3 times that you sliced across his neck, he was in the car, correct?
Correct.
Where was Alex in relation to you specifically when you stabbed him in the head?
He was facing me.
All right. How close to you was he?
He was very close to me.
Within inches?
I can't tell you within inches. He was in front of me. He was face to face with me.
You could see his face?
Yes.
All right. And you said you didn't have your glasses on at the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. So if you could see his face, he was probably pretty close to you, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you stabbed him using your right hand, correct?
I stabbed him, yes.
And you said you were using your right hand to stab him, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And when you sliced him across the neck those 3 times, was he also?
I'm going to object to sliced across the neck 3 times, and it's been asked to answer.
Well, in a different way. You may proceed. Overruled.
All right, well, let's do it this way. When you sliced him across the neck the first time, he was right in front of you then as well?
I don't remember distinct separate times.
Okay. Well, when you sliced him across the neck, then all 3 times he was right in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Within inches?
I don't know within inches. He was
What?
in front of me.
Okay. Again, you could see him at that point in time, correct?
I can see a person is in front of me. It's if I can see detail or not.
He's making a really good point here because he's making the point that with her testimony that she can't see without the glasses, and she actually demonstrated it with her hand, saying, you know, she put her hand right in front of her face and she was like, I can't see further away than that without my glasses. He's making the point that how close she would have had to have been to Alex. And I think that what he's getting to is the fact that she did not have his blood on her, and that, so it doesn't add up.
Just so that we're clear, you took the word boy and carved that into your arm yourself, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you take off that blue flannel shirt before you did that?
I believe so, no.
All right. Did you cut through this blue flannel shirt to do that?
Yes.
All right. Did you take off the blue, and I'm sorry, I didn't understand exactly what you said. It's spotted, or it's not spotted, it's actually got something else on it?
It appears to have small plants on it.
Okay. Did you take that shirt off before you carved boy into your arm?
No, I hadn't taken my clothes off.
All right. So you just cut through those shirts?
I cut through a shirt. I don't remember if my other shirts were pushed up or if something else was in the way. I remember cutting through my blue shirt, yes.
I'm sorry?
I remember cutting through my flannel, my
Okay.
outer shirt.
And the other shirt was underneath it, right?
Yes.
Right. And the spot where you had boy carved into your arm was up almost to your elbow where it started, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And actually, Your Honor, just so that we're clear on it, could you switch to my computer, please? I'm showing Exhibit 317 at this point in time. That's your arm, correct?
Correct.
All right, and it appears to be almost up to your elbow where the B starts, correct?
It's lower than that, but it's near, yes.
All right. And then continues down to about probably halfway down your forearm, correct?
I would say the word itself is in the middle of my forearm.
Okay. All right. So after you did, and you were, I think you said by the trunk of the car when you did that?
Yes.
All right. And after you did that is when you took off running from there?
Yes.
All right. Down that muddy road?
It was stumbling, falling. It wasn't like I was running, but
Okay.
running in a sense,
right.
yes.
That's fine. And fair enough. But that's when you took off down the road, correct?
Correct.
All right. And went right from the trunk down the road, correct?
Correct.
Can we switch to my computer again? I have Exhibit 72 up. So can you, and here I'm going to give you a laser pointer. Could you show us on here where Alex was laying down when you left from that area? You said it was by the trailer, so I just want to know exactly where he was.
He was, I don't know, he was in this area.
I mean, I can tell you exactly what he's going to do. He's going to point out the fact that there's no pool of blood. I mean, because there isn't. There's just those three different, there's like the one speck on the leaf, like we covered, and then two other small areas of blood. It's just not consistent with her story at all.
So the area around by the number 9 on there.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
And you can switch off his coat was off?
Yes.
He was laying down on top of his coat?
That is correct.
What was on top of his coat? His head or some other part of him?
His body was on, he was on top of his coat. I can't specifically tell you what parts, exactly what were on the top of the coat. He was laying on top of the coat.
The thing is that the coat wouldn't be big enough to cover. I mean, he was stabbed so many times in different places that's not enough blood. Even if he was laying on the coat on any portion, there were other portions, you know?
And I think you said you took his phone, correct?
I grabbed it from the car, yes.
All right. And you took his phone so you could call for help, correct?
Yes.
Didn't dial 911, did you?
No.
Didn't call Jason Mangle, did you?
No.
Didn't call, in fact, anybody for help, did you?
That's what I wanted to do, but I couldn't.
You didn't call
No.
anyone for help, did you?
No.
Where did you grab Alex's phone from?
The car.
I'm sorry?
The car.
Where in the car?
It was in the back of the car.
Where in the back of the car?
I'd seen it in the footwell.
I'm sorry?
I had seen it inside. I spotted the phone inside the footwell.
Okay. Passenger side or driver's side?
It was in the footwell. It was.
My guess is the phone, like we talked about earlier, was in the coat pocket, right? And so this is where she's running into trouble because she's saying that he's laying on top of the coat. So how could she have gotten the phone? So she's saying the phone was not in the coat, but she said footwell, which is where the coat was. So
Just amongst.
You don't know whether it was the passenger side or the driver's side?
I remember just grabbing it from where your feet would go in the car.
Again, my question is, you don't remember if it was the passenger side or the driver's side?
Not specifically, no.
Okay.
see, she can't.
And you also
She realized she was getting herself in trouble with that one.
took the knife along?
Yes.
Carrying the knife in your right hand, correct? Or your left hand, I'm sorry, correct?
Yes.
Right. The phone was in your right hand?
Yes.
And then you said you fell and the phone broke and you just kind of left it there?
Yes, the phone had busted, a part of it.
And then but you kept the knife with you at that point?
It was still in my hand, yes.
All right. And you carried that knife until you got to the driveway of Mr. Sippel's daughter's residence, correct?
I had dropped it in the ditch, yes.
And that's where you dropped it in the ditch, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Just before you got to that driveway, correct?
I don't know exactly. I've seen the photos. So I know where it was, but from my memory, I don't know exactly what place I dropped the knife.
And in the photos, it shows it dropped just before that driveway, correct?
Yes, that is what the photos show.
And then you walked up to the back door of Mr. Sippel's residence, correct?
Yes, I found my way there.
You walked up to the back door of Mr. Sippel's residence, correct?
Yes,
All right. And rang the doorbell a number of times, correct?
rapidly.
Rang the doorbells a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there, you went there to try to get help, correct?
Yes,
And first thing you asked Mr. Sippel to do was to call or take you to a hospital, correct?
that's what I've heard. Yes.
All right. You did not ask Mr. Sippel to call the police, did you?
No.
All right. You didn't ask Mr. Sippel to make sure no one else could get there, correct? Get in there, correct?
No.
All right. You didn't ask Mr. Sippel if he had anything to protect you at that point, correct?
No.
But you did ask him to take you to the hospital.
Yes, I've heard that. Yes.
That's what you asked him, correct?
Yes.
Did you never told Mr. Sippel that the person that you are claiming assaulted you was lying severely wounded back where your car was stuck in the mud, did you?
No.
You never told Mr. Sippel that you had stabbed Alex Woodworth?
No.
Shortly after you arrived at Mr. Sippel's house, law enforcement officers began to arrive, correct?
Yes.
Right. A number of them arrived at the residence, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you knew there were all these law enforcement there, right?
Yes.
You knew you were safe at that point in time, didn't you?
What is hard for me with this is that I don't remember much from that interaction.
If the answer is no, that's fine. You can say no. If you don't know the answer, that's fine.
Yes.
But just tell me, the question is, you knew you were safe at that point in time, correct?
I
She has a
don't
right to
know.
explain if a question can't be answered by yes or no. Other witnesses have certainly done it, and this court has permitted it, and I'd ask that the same consideration be given by Mr. Dufour to Ms. McCandless.
Well, that's just fine. If she can't give a yes or no answer, can't answer the question, then you tell him you don't remember.
Yes.
Can't answer the question.
I don't remember, no.
Okay, fair enough. And after law enforcement got there, you got in the ambulance with the paramedics, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you didn't tell, by the way, you didn't tell law enforcement that your car was back stuck on that mud road or that farm road, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell the law enforcement officers that first got there that you had just stabbed Alex Woodworth a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't tell Mr. Wayne, the paramedic, that there was this other person that was lying there with a bunch of stab wounds in him, did you?
No.
Right. Didn't tell him that maybe Alex was.
This is a really good point because she's claiming that she took the phone so she could call for help, but she couldn't because the phone broke. This is a great point that when the paramedics got there, if she really wanted to help, right? Like her testimony on direct was like, the first thing I want to do is help or whatever she said. Like, great point. She had all these paramedics there and she could have said, hey guys, there's someone else, like I didn't even think of that, but that's a great point.
Dead or dying there needed help, did you?
No.
And you got to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
Right. At the hospital, you met first with a female nurse, correct?
I don't remember much. I remember a lot of different interactions from the hospital, but specifics are very hard for me.
All right. But you didn't tell that nurse.
But the specifics in which she told the story about what happened in the car anyway.
Where your car was, correct?
That is correct.
All right. In fact, at the hospital, you told people at the hospital that what happened at Owen Park, didn't you?
That's what I've seen and heard, yes.
That's what you told them, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you knew at that point in time that nothing happened at Owen Park, didn't you?
Yes.
Did not tell that first nurse that you met with that somebody was attempting to sexually assault you, did you?
Can you please repeat that question?
Sure. The question was, you didn't tell that first nurse that you met with that someone was attempting to sexual assault you, did you?
I don't remember what I told the first nurse.
Then it's true that what you told them is you don't remember what happened, correct?
That is correct.
And then you met with the same nurse, Jennifer Morris, correct?
Yes.
And you knew at that point in time you were safe, correct?
Yes.
Right. You did not tell Ms. Morris what happened to you, correct?
No.
In fact, you told again Ms. Morris that it happened at Owen Park, didn't you?
I don't remember saying it, but if that is in the transcript, then yes.
And you didn't tell her that you had been sexually assaulted, correct?
I don't remember what I said to her, no, but
In fact, what you told Ms. Morris was you couldn't remember, correct?
correct.
And then you spoke as well to Kelly Swartos, correct?
Yes.
Right. And at that point in time, I think we heard from one of your interviews, you were in a unit that was locked, correct?
Correct.
So you knew at that point in time as well you're safe, correct?
Yes, I had known I was safe.
And you didn't tell Ms. Swartos what happened to you with Alex Woodworth, did you?
I was not ready, no.
All right. You didn't tell her, correct?
Correct.
All right. You told her you couldn't remember, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you knew what happened, didn't you?
There was only bits and pieces of what had happened that was coming back to me.
You knew those bits and pieces, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that it had happened in that farm road near Mr. Sippel's residence, correct?
I didn't know exactly where that road was, but I know that it had happened on that road.
All right. And you knew that you had stabbed Alex Woodworth repeatedly, correct?
Yes.
And you knew the story that you told earlier today about Alex attacking you with a knife, correct?
No, I don't understand your question.
You knew what you testified about earlier today about Alex attacking you with a knife, correct?
I only knew parts of what had happened at that time.
But you didn't tell Ms. Swartos any of that, correct?
No.
All you told her is you can't remember anything, correct?
Correct.
Ron, I don't know how much longer the court wants to go. I'm fine to keep going as long as the court wants to, but I've got a ways to go yet.
How much more cross do you believe?
Probably more than an hour.
All right. And Ms. Vishney, I assume there would be redirect for a substantial period of time?
I would not assume that, Judge.
Okay.
I'm not even sure there's going to be any.
All right. Well, then I think this is a good time to break for the evening. Okay. Counsel wish to go through today's sidebars, or do you want to wait till after the witness is concluded?
However the court wishes to proceed, Your Honor, is fine with me.
All right. Well, let's get through some of these. I'm going to go back to approximately 8:47. It was during direct examination. Exhibit 697 was discussed at the sidebar. There is a portion of Exhibit 697 which was objected to by the state because it was a journal after March 1st, and it was expected that, given that Ms. McCandless and Mr. Woodworth were not together during that period of time, that there wouldn't have been an opportunity for her to have read any of those journals. So that portion would not be accepted or received So we have to do something. I don't think I would allow the jury to have the journals themselves, but the portion after March 1st or later was not received. Anything the other council would like to put on the record about that?
No.
Nothing.
None? Okay. At 9:14 a.m. approximately, there was an objection by the state to questions where Ms. McCandless was talking about what Alex said about going home for the holidays and getting into his background, and I think explaining her answers rather than just answering the questions. And court sustained that on relevance. We had a sidebar, and I think Ms. Vishny indicated she was going to move on. I don't think that there's any further objection about that. Anything further, Ms. Vishny, on that? Mr. Dufour?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Then, let's see. The next sidebar that we had was approximately 11:21 a.m. And this was also on direct. I believe that the objection was withdrawn. And this was reference the interview with Officer Vang and the people that provided pamphlets, and whether Ms. McCandless had ever used the terms assault or rape. I think was just before that. And I don't recall the specific objection, but it does say withdrawn, so I think that...
Right, that's a non-issue.
Non-issue, okay. Check that off. All right, at 2:04 p.m., still on direct examination, and there was questions about the previous vehicle accidents, and state object on relevance, and court overruled that objection. And I think at the sidebar basically just clarified that the court had ruled that this witness, or the defendant, could testify about her previous experience as well as the expert witness, and the state still objected, and court overruled the objection, and questioning continued on that. Anything in addition you'd like to say about that, Mr. Dufour?
No.
Okay. All right, then let's see. It was on the record. Sometime shortly after 2:16 p.m., we just took up the issues before cross-examination began. The first was a non-issue, as it turned out, about why she left her mother's residence. And but the state has made the argument, and later was allowed to present evidence of this text message. I can't remember now what exhibit it ultimately was. I think it was ended up being exhibit
John Hansen, picture was 702.
Yep.
Judge.
702? Yes. Then, but the discussion about that was before direct started. Court ultimately received exhibit 702, and it was published to the jury along with some text. Now, give Ms. Vishny an opportunity to make a record as it relates to that objection.
Well, I objected on multiple grounds, and I argued it was irrelevant, prejudicial, that even if she was cross-examined, it shouldn't be shown to the jury under 90608 sub 2, and the court overruled all of those. Then I made a further objection that the date on the texting part should not be shown to the jury because the date itself was not relevant, and that I thought that the state was trying to leave some kind of inference that she was untruthful about what happened with sex with John because this picture was texted afterwards, and the court overruled that as well.
All right. Yeah, and I think you had an opportunity to make a record there before
Yes.
cross started. Anything further, Mr. Dufour, on that?
Just to, and not to belabor it, but I just don't see how 90608 sub 2 applies, because 90608 sub 2 applies to the situation if I asked her, for example, isn't it true that you lied to so-and-so on sometime previously? And she says, no, I'm stuck with that answer. This is different. I'm impeaching her on her testimony as opposed to something that was out of court. And that's not what 90608 sub 2 deals with.
Well, I clearly disagree with Mr. Dufour's interpretation, but I think that I made an adequate record on that objection, so I don't need to further argue it.
All right. And then just to indicate further, the court's reasoning is, and this applies also to the objection at 2:40 p.m. with the homepage, Instagram homepage. There's a document shown to the witness, and it had that information on it. the court's perspective, as I had indicated at the sidebar, it did not believe that was the type of extrinsic evidence that should be excluded under 906.08 sub 2, because it was right here. You can show it to the witness. We're not calling another witness or trying to go off on a side mini trial on that issue. And simply, the state would be then precluded from going further than simply asking the question and getting the response. But because it did involve showing her a document, that's something that's here. In the court's opinion, it's not the type of extrinsic evidence, because that rule is one to try to keep these trials from lasting forever, because they would if we do those sorts of things. It's, we don't want to exclude relevant evidence, but in this particular case, it was not a waste of time in the court's opinion, and that's just my reasoning. You've made your record on as to both of those. Okay, there was then at 2:49 an objection on the relevance, and this was the defense objection. Mr. Dufour was asking questions essentially about overlapping a sexual relationship, Alex and Mr. Mangle. And anything further either party would want to put on the record, I overruled the objection.
No, Your Honor.
It was a 90403 and 90404 objection by the defense.
Okay.
And 90402, I'm sorry.
Anything further? Just
No.
preserve that for the record. So
Just
that will be,
preserve that.
that objection will be preserved.
Thank you.
Okay, then 3:23 p.m., there was a sidebar. It wasn't really an objection, but it was a sidebar. And I'm not going to elaborate on it any further, but it was just Mr. Dufour explained how he was going to question a particular topic. Ms. Vishny raised her concerns, and Mr. Dufour essentially indicated he would steer around that area, and I'm not going to elaborate for the reasons. Okay, anything further other counsel wanted to say about that?
No.
Just so that the record's clear, related to an Instagram message, so that when the record is reviewed later, if it becomes necessary. That's all.
Yes, and it was, I think you had been in the area of DOJ page 5094 or shortly thereafter, and then the transcript would show what that is. Okay, then, and 329, there was a sidebar, and I have a number of notes surrounding that, but essentially I think counsel agreed on how that would be approached. There was a concern, a request for a sidebar, a concern that Mr. Dufour was getting into something else, and this involved the incident that Matt Schreiner testified about, that Ms. McCandless was at Alex Woodworth's home and was in only a towel coming out of the shower and made a comment about breaking up with Alex Woodworth, but this was related to, I guess this was this string of questions, what Ms. Van de Zan had told Jason Mengel, that Jason Mengel then said that Jenna had told him about what had occurred, and then there was the phone call from the defendant to Jenna Van de Zan, and so it involved that. But I don't think that there was, I think Mr. Dufour agreed that he wasn't going to the area of concern by Ms. Vishny. Anything further either counsel would like to say about that sidebar?
Nothing, Your Honor.
No.
All right. All right, then next one I have is 4:19 p.m. and Mr. Dufour was moving into the area of cross-examining Ms. McCandless about her previous statement about how she had gotten the knife away from Mr. Woodworth, and Mr. Dufour wished to use the exhibit that Dr. Tillotson had. I guess in the cross-examination, the way I saw it was that Mr. Dufour was essentially trying to show that Ms. McCandless had changed her story after seeing these pictures of what happens when someone grabs a sharp knife, and so I overruled the objection, or maybe there was no objection. I can't remember, but go ahead and anything you want to say about that, Ms. Vishny.
No, I don't believe I made an objection.
Okay, all right, so
I thought counsel was going to cross-examine Ms. McCandless with a learned treatise, like the content, not just a photograph, which was why I initially approached.
approached. All right, well, that clears up the sidebars, I believe.
I'm sorry. What the hell would Miss McCandless be able to do with a learned treatise, though?
Anything further? Any I've missed, counsel?
Nothing
Dude, I
else from
love
the
that.
state, Your Honor.
Okay, then I would ask, pardon?
There's something I missed.
Henceforth, the deer antlers are deer claws, and hearsay within hearsay within hearsay is nested hearsay. I love it.
Okay.
And I didn't miss it today. I missed it last week, and I would beg the court and counsel's indulgence to allow me nunc pro
Oh my
tunc
God,
to make.
to beg the court's indulgence. I've never heard that except for in Murdoch. She just said beg the court's indulgence. Oh my God. Oh wow. I had not heard that, but I love it. That's awesome. I can't believe she just said beg the court's indulgence. Like, hold on. Let me pull up. I still have my ticker saved for Murdoch because memories. And I mean, just to reiterate, wait, that's Trooper Paul. Hold on. Wrong one. Here we go. Beg the court's indulgence is on here somewhere. Let's see how many times they said it. That's wild. I can't believe she just said that. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Side of the road. Do you have a favorite trial, Jordy? Or anyone else who's listening? Dude, Creighton Perching was my favorite. As it goes by. There it is. Beg the court's indulgence. 25. I'm sure it was more, and I probably, as per usual, I'm sure I missed certain ones. But yeah, that's so funny that she just said that. I really can't believe it.
Motion for directed verdict at the close of the state's case.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do so without argument, but I just want to preserve the record that the state, and I know it's in a light scene most favorable to the state, that the state has failed to put in, I think, essentially a prima facie case or adequate evidence of each and every element of the charged crime, first degree intentional homicide. No further argument.
All right, well, I will just note that, I had anticipated the potential for that and had considered the evidence, and frankly, in the light most favorable to the state, and if the jury did not believe Ms. McCandless, the state had met its burden. And so I would have ruled against a motion for a directed verdict at that point in time.
And we have no problem with, the timeliness of it. We're not going to object to that.
All right. Okay.
And
normally they should have done that before their case in chief.
Honor, there are a couple of exhibits. I'm not sure that I've moved 699, 700, 701, and 702. Did I move all those? I thought I had, but I just wanted to be sure. And some of those, I know, I understand, were only admitted for certain parts of them, and that's fine.
And did I neglect to move any exhibits in?
Let's see, all of those were received.
Okay, thank you.
For the content that was referred to on the record, but not the entire, because some of them, 699 was the Instagram
Jordy, do you love a good shit show? Is that what I'm taking away from that?
homepage copy, but
No, it was
when you get
not.
into 700
Yeah.
and 701,
It was
those
like an afterthought, which is really interesting. I'm curious though about favorite trial. Well, both of those. I'm curious your thoughts on those being your favorite trials.
were
Only portions.
packet of
Shit shows. Yeah, me too. I mean, in case you haven't seen, I don't know when you started lurking around, but I done a ton of Karen Reed coverage, and people then wanted to take a little bit of a break. But like I've got, we had a whole lot of lolly jokes, like the lolly bird, right? So there he is. That's his tie that he wore on closing arguments, the exact tie. So I put that on him. And the way that came about was because, I started doing a lolly voice, and it's like, Squawk, I'm Lolly. And like, he would go on, and that's how we came up with the lolly bird. Then there's also this one, if you haven't seen. Because we decided Elaine's spirit animal was an ostrich, and there's the lolly bird trailing behind. Of course, there's the road trip crew plus Lolly. And then there's also the road trip crew plus Lolly plus Amber. And so even the lolly bird's trying to get away from her. So she's the lowest on the totem pole. I'm sure there's more, but. And And we have a whole bunch of jokes with that. We have a ton, actually. Okay, cool. So you've seen them then. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Love that. I love it. That's awesome. Glad you finally decided to speak up in chat. Yeah, that's how it all started, was with the sidebar challenge. That's so funny. And then everyone's like, what are you going to do next? I'm like, what do you mean?
Text. And but so only those portions that were referred to on the record. Okay.
Judge, I just want to make sure that 697 was moved in. I'm pretty sure I did. And then there was also the notebook with the orange cover. I don't remember the number. 698, I moved that in as well. Okay.
Yeah, I remember the orange binder was 697 was received. And that was the table of contents. And okay.
That's all the journals. Not all of which were
That's
testified
this
to.
blue binder.
Yeah, the bottom line is,
prepared by the defense.
yeah, the court allowed all the journals of Mr. Woodworth that Ms. McCandless indicated she had read or could have read. So March 1st later, no. Those before that, yes.
Are you going to address the sealing of 702?
Well, I wanted 702 to be sealed. The court has seen the exhibit, and I don't believe that I need to make a further record explain why I wanted to seal it, but it.
All right, well, here's...
Yes, or I'd like it to at least be treated as the same way the other sensitive photos in this case have been treated.
Well, okay, here's the court's, I guess it's the court's
What
position.
she's saying is that picture of Ezra in the prone position, that was a quote unquote selfie that, and also was quote unquote for a photo shoot. Again, anyone let me know, how do you take a selfie when you're in that position? I mean, you must have some sort of fancy setup. I don't know. I wouldn't call that a selfie though. Anyway, she wants that photo sealed so that no one can see it. So what's he going to do?
It's an exhibit that's been received. It doesn't show any genitalia. It doesn't show breasts. It just shows someone in a position and in an outfit, but she's clothed. It's not unclothed.
Okay.
So from the court's
that sounds to me like she must be wearing some sort of lingerie, maybe. He said it's an outfit. I love this judge. He's so care. It's an outfit. She's clothed. Read between the lines.
Perspective, I don't believe that there would be a legitimate basis for the
I believe she is unclothed, Your Honor. However, you really
I was thinking she was naked.
can't see any private parts because of the pose.
She's unclothed, but she has paint. She's covered in paint. Right.
Oh, wow.
Well,
wait, hold on. Wait, she's unclothed, but she's covered in paint. They thought it was clothing. Holy shit.
Again, I didn't see any in that picture what I would consider to be bare breasts or genitalia.
Right.
So I'm not going to see it.
You heard it here first, guys. In the legal community, butt is not genitalia. I would agree. Butt is not like he said, breasts. And we know he made that ruling in her favor when it came to her vagina earlier. So a butt is a butt is a butt, right?
But again, we didn't put it up and
like I always say, you've seen one butt, you've seen them all. Just kidding.
Publish it out of respect. But in any event,
so they're not publishing it, as we know. They didn't publish it, but it's not sealed. So that picture is in the court public record out there somewhere. It's just they didn't show it in the trial. So interesting.
So
you know what? I doubt she's probably glad about that. Well, I mean, it's the last time she's going to be able to take a picture like that.
It was requested, but the court, again, I have to consider, open records and public court and all of that. And I do not believe that there's a legitimate basis under these circumstances, weighing those factors to seal that at this point in time. Okay.
Yeah, Jordy, I saw that. And it's interesting because I don't know how she managed that in prison. The blonde hair, he was saying. I don't know how she managed that in prison. I will say that during the pandemic, I learned how to do my own blonding, which is what they call it. Not necessarily highlights. It's more like more complicated than that. Like they call it foliage, basically. And so I can speak to the difficulty. But that's even if you have, there's countless hair fails on YouTube and I'm sure other places where people, 90% of people that attempt that, they end up losing all their hair. But that's even if you have like salon grade professional products. So, but how she bleached it in jail, I thought the same thing. Because the thing is, if you just take like straight up bleach, like let's say she was able to get her hands on like regular cleaning bleach, which I don't know how she would do. That won't do it, from my understanding. You have to have even though they call it bleaching, it's hydrogen peroxide. And then there's like bleach powder, and the hydrogen peroxide is like the developer. But like straight hydrogen, I guess that's what I'm thinking. Straight hydrogen peroxide, from what I understand, won't do it. You have to have both. You have to have the liquid and the powder. A good example of that is if you are mixing your products, right? Like the kind that I have, I use Blonde Me by Schwarzkopf. And you have the powder and you have the developer, right? Which is the hydrogen peroxide. A good example is if you even just get your mixing ratio wrong and you use too much developer to too little powder, it's not going to like, depending on how off you are, it might not even work at all. And the best case scenario, it'll be just really weak. So, and they have a saying, the thicker, the quicker, and the thicker means you use more powder, in ratio to the developer. But anyway, so like if you were just to take the developer, and just use it, or even if you use it with powder, but not enough powder, it's not gonna, so it's, oh, you did, that's interesting. That's awesome, dude. I could talk hair all day. The lengths I went to learn how to do my own foliage. I've got all the gear, oil my whole head and whatnot. But how much outdoor time does she get though, right? Like rec time, what is it, like an hour max probably? It's a good question. I will say that I can't think of any time I've seen someone able to do that in prison, ever. I can't, male or female, in terms of people that we see pictures of after the fact. Of course, we don't see everybody, but a good example, Lori Vallow Daybell, she actually was a hairstylist and she always had blonde hair that was not natural. And she's a great example of someone who, if anyone could have figured it out, she would be, but all her highlights and stuff are way grown out. So she couldn't do it. Another good example, Corey Richins, who's super, she was asking her lawyer to smuggle her white strips in, into the jail mail. And she's another one whose highlights are all grown out. So I'm just trying to think of people who, it's really interesting. I really want to know. I will say, Super Planner Girl, who was here briefly earlier tonight, and I'm sure she'll hear this on Replay Crew, found a link where you can send her mail to mail Ezra a letter. So initially I was like, oh my gosh, should I ask her something? But I will say this much, maybe I should write her a letter and ask her how she did her hair, because I really want to know. Also, I kind of want to know, were her and Jason going to get married, or did they get married? There's things that can't come in, as we know. Anything's possible, right? Like that was a big one from tonight. There was a lot of things. But yeah, Lori wasn't, but even, I've seen her recently, Lori. Yeah, I guess Corey Richards is in jail still, right? But Lori Vallow is in prison, and I've seen her pictures of her recently. Yeah, see if you can do if you can't figure it out, I'll freaking write Ezra a letter. Seriously, I will. And actually I did say to Super Planner Girl, because she's into she has like a whole pen collection, and she's really into letter writing and stationery and stuff. I was like, you're the perfect person to write Ezra. But I will mail her a letter and ask her if we can't figure it out about how she did the hair. So key takeaways on this episode, man, there was a lot of tea. holy shit. I think the again, for me, one of the big things I want to know is like, did her and Jason get married? Were they planning on getting married? I'm also still curious, you know, what happened at the gas station? Her car being left at the gas station. Where did she disappear those 3 days or whatever it was? And then what else was it? Had she actually been out that way before? Some of these things are things that, like, apart from the marriage thing, the rest of those things are things that have been hinted at, but you can tell that there's limits on where they can go. So we just don't have, it's like, you know, it's one of those things where it's like I'm asking the questions because of the questions the attorneys are asking. And I'm like, wait a second, you know? But again, that's another thing I had kept coming up is like, had she been out that way before? The knife in the center console was a big thing for me. Do they have a prison hairstylist? Do they have a prison hairstylist though? That would be news to me. Wow. I just figured it was like somebody with a straight edge razor blade, you know, doing it. Wow. That is crazy. It makes you wonder how people like her are faring in prison. Because, you know, sometimes we hear about that. Are you familiar with what's her name? Shayna Grubers. It's like Shayna. Are you familiar with her at all, Jordy, or anyone else who's listening? But it's fascinating sometimes to see how people like adapt when they're in prison and kind of what they end up doing. I'm just curious about Ezra. Like, is she making, you know, has she made friends? Like, does she, you know, a lot of people, as we know, they end up getting married or have a boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever. Okay. So she's kind of like a Jodi Arias in the sense that she killed her boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, similar situation, out of like jealousy with another woman. And she's like, you know, young and like, I guess, fairly pretty. But the other thing that's similar to Jodi Arias is in her interviews, quote unquote, / interrogations, she was singing the whole time, like almost kind of like church songs in a way, like hymns, kind of like belting them out. And I can't remember what state this is, somewhere I think in the South. And she was like just walking around singing to herself. Oh my God, it's wild. But she's one that in prison, she married an inmate who was transgendered and changed their first name to Unique. And like they got married and then like swiftly got divorced. And then she like contacted the media to do an interview about it. And it's wild. Yeah, that sounds pretty accurate. We know Murdoch has been doing really well. Oh yeah, that's like the really summarized version. It's a really, that in terms of like shit shows, that's a good one. That's a really good one. Did you watch the Corey Richards hearing recently? That was a shit. My God, what dude. I actually saw that hearing, or parts. I haven't seen the whole thing. I saw parts of it. And then I think it was before the last live stream I did. And I was commenting on people's journals getting them in trouble, you know, and that was another one where, cause she wrote, okay, you saw it. Yeah. She wrote in her journal, like, what was it? What was it she wrote in her journal? She basically confessed. God, what was it? And then there were the text messages, but there was something she wrote in the journal that was like a confession. I'm trying to remember what it was. It's like, what are you doing? Oh yeah. And then the egg juror from Murdoch, her book, I think, just came out. And apparently she's trying to allege some sort of conspiracy between, I don't know who, but involving the Domino's pizza delivery lady or something, you know, I don't know. Right. There's the walk the dog letter. I'm talking about her journals. This was something different. That was like her personal diary or whatever. Because remember, she was like out free for like a year after the murders. And wrote that children's book and whatnot. And then the journals thing was new that we just learned. And it was something really bad in there where she basically, I can't remember what it was specifically. It was like her basically plotting to kill her husband or something. It's like, wow. Because like the walk the dog, I guess, was like at least somewhat trying to be coded, but that was like a letter to her mom or whatever. This journal was before she was like charged with anything, like after the murder and before she was charged. And then there's the text messages with her lover. And they were making plans. She was like saying she's going to move in. They were going to have a farm and they were going to have kids and all this stuff. Like I think it was on the day of the murder. Oh my God. They came out, they had a bunch of crazy stuff. Oh, I agree that she's doing way too much. I think once she got that nickname, it was like, oh, okay, like Miss Becky's not the only one who is like, I'm going to take this bit of celebrity, and let it go to my head. Oh, man. I wonder which book will be worse than the other one in terms of how it's written. And Neil Gordon, Becky's co-author, has already written a book or writing a book and started a podcast. It's interesting. I asked him a question directly one time when all that first happened with Miss Becky. Neil Gordon came on Surviving the Survivor, and back before I was doing all the live stream I'm doing, I used to actually be able to watch YouTube. And so that's still, I think, one of them. I miss you guys. Shout out to SDS. But Neil Gordon came on and I asked a question in the chat, like to him, and he directly answered it. And it was interesting because that handwritten in terms of criminal problems for Miss Becky, right? That handwritten addendum to the contract thing about like using the courthouse for a documentary, that handwritten addendum where it like said, okay, and like I'd like this many whatever the fees are, and you promote my book and whatever, the handwritten addendum. He had said that was his idea. Like that a lot of the things that were in that book were really his idea. And actually, the other interesting thing is she didn't actually really write the book. If you watch his interviews, he did recorded interviews with her, like a voice recorder. Like she told her story and he recorded it, and then he wrote the book. And so I asked him a question about, I can't remember what it was specifically. I have a video of it. I think it's on an external hard drive because I was making a whole thing with that and then I didn't finish it. But he was like, I asked him directly a question about it because I was thinking to myself, does he realize that he could maybe be on the hook in a way? I don't know. But Corey, no, she's famous. She's famous for murdering her husband and then writing a children's book about it and then going on the news to promote the book. And the book was really stupid. It was called like what? Like, Are You Here, Daddy, or something? And it was on Amazon, and then it got pulled when she got charged with murder. But the interviews with her promoting that book before she got charged and arrested are really funny because it's like there's not much going on upstairs, not to be rude, but like it's like really I don't know. We could watch it if you haven't seen it. No, she wasn't famous before for anything. Nope. She was working at like, I think Home Depot as a checkout girl or something. But that's what I'm wondering about because like, I'm sure without realizing it, he admitted to a bunch of these things that, oh yeah, I wrote that and that was my idea and that was my line. And it was all the stuff that was the most damning. Honestly, whether it was damning in terms of like the addendum, because that's corruption, right? That could be criminal charges, or just the stuff about the jurors locking eyes, shit like that. That was all his idea. He says it in the interviews. And I'm like, oh God, does he realize what he's getting him, like, getting himself into? Yeah. She was also, well, she's famous for also, again, after the murder, Googling luxury prisons for the rich, which is really funny because she's like in a huge amount of debt. And like an astronomical amount of debt. And seems like part of the reason she killed her husband was for the life, because she took out an extra life insurance policy on him, like the day before, classic murder shit. And yeah, so it's really ironic that she was Googling luxury prisons for the rich. But yeah, as far as Karen Reed, so I'm too pissed off to cover Judge Bebb's order about that hearing. And as far as the lawsuit with the O'Keefes, I've had that scheduled, and then I've kind of like canceled it because honestly, a lot of this been squirrel holing with Ezra. Like I would be like having that scheduled, and then I'm like, hold on, I'm like working on a lead. Oh, and I totally forgot to play my video of where I called Racy's. Oh my God. I have so many things going on with this case that it's hard to even remember to do them all. But yeah, I called Racy's. Anyway, all the different presentations putting together and just, between researching and thinking about it and, squirrel holing, that I just ended up thinking, well, I don't know, because I know other law tubers have covered it, right? So I just figured, well, whatever, but I could still cover it, I think it's interesting to talk about what actually needs to be met for like wrongful death claims in the state of Massachusetts, because it's different everywhere. What are the standards for for these civil claims of like the wrongful death and like gross negligence and stuff like that? And I also have my own thoughts in terms of that motion in the lawsuit in the first place. So complaint, I guess, really is what I should say. Oh yeah, I know. Yep, it is. Yep, that's absolutely right. She would have still been in debt. But I think my plan is that the next one I have scheduled is for the Koberger hearing, and it's probably going to be in multiple parts because it's like 1 million hours long. And unfortunately, from what I saw, it looks like Spicy Santa doesn't really do a whole lot, which is disappointing. I was looking forward to the sparring like we saw in the other hearing where he sparred with Dr. Edelman, and they were like, that was insane. And that's why I made my Spicy Santa thing. And then it seems like I forget the female prosecutor's name who ended up doing most of the talking. But yeah, it seems like he didn't really do a whole lot, which is disappointing. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's similarly, it's a lot like in Murdoch, right? Dram shop case, because it was similar where that was part of the whole thing that was a discussion there is like, well, because Murdoch's, or sorry, not Murdoch's. It was the two different establishments, right? What was it called? Parker's, and then I'm forgetting the other one. Parker's, and then there was another place. The businesses, right? They were like complaining that because they have insurance to cover it, right? They're on the hook for and responsible for more of the damages than Murdoch as an individual and whatnot. And, I think they lost that argument because, he owes more people money than, than we know where it is. So, than what is known to be, how to say it? His available assets are nil, right? So, I think you might be thinking of the Parker's convenience store, but I'm trying to remember. There was then the other one was a bar, a specific bar. But what did end up happening is the settling, right? And I think it was like last minute, like the day of the hearing or whatever. There was supposed to be a hearing, or maybe it was just to go to trial. I'm trying to remember, but yeah, Murdoch was, I think he ended up not having to be on the hook for it. But again, part of that is like that's how it goes with civil trials, right? Like you can only get the damages that you can get. And so, Jordy, did you watch Kowalski v. J-Hatch? Speaking of damages in civil. Right, and that's the whole thing, the insurance, right? So you're probably right that that's what will happen. I mean, you know. Now, what'll be interesting, of course, is the, you know, the discovery, getting all that discovery. Because that could be brought in to if they still do another trial. Okay, cool. You watched it, yeah. I really liked that trial also. I loved that judge too. But Judge Peterson though is really, I think, one of my favorites too. I love how he handles the court, and I think he's great. I just think he's great. I really think he's fair and balanced, and I love putting everything on the record with the sidebars. I'm sure you guys have heard me say this before, but like that, I think I'm like, oh my God, why is not every judge doing this? Like they should all do this. And it's just the complete opposite of Judge Bev, right? Just like shut the fuck up and leaving. Like, what are you doing? How do you have a job? It's wild. Right. Have you seen the latest or heard the latest about what's going on with the Kowalski's attorneys and all that? There's a whole thing with oh my God, why am I forgetting his name? I always want to call him Daniel, but his name is not Daniel. There's the young one and the older one. Oh my God. What are their names? But you know what's so funny is that Nick, thank you, Nick. Right. I remember during the trial, and of course, this is before I guess I was probably doing Debt Be Heard, maybe. But I wasn't covering. I wish I had covered the trial, but I was not covering it. I was watching it, and so I remember commenting, although it would have just been in a live chat or whatever. But that I thought they had a strained relationship the whole time, the whole trial. Like there was times where it was kind of easy to miss, but like you could see if you kind of like watched and like you could see the body language, like the gestures and stuff. And a couple times maybe there was a hot mic, but what's his name? The older dude, right? Oh my God. He was being really a dick to Nick. A dick to Nick. And there was like, I could sense that there was like some tension and some issues. Like he was being, what's the right way to say it? It seemed like he was being really condescending and like rude. And there was some moments where I was like, oh my God, like, how are they going to be able to work together? Yeah, absolutely. But having said that, that's why part of it didn't really surprise me with all this happening after the fact, because, you know, if they weren't really getting along all that well during a trial when they came out on top, then, you know, what's going on behind the scenes, right? And then the aftermath. And that stuff is really a big deal. I mean, it really sounds like from what we've seen, like there was some shady shit going on with the older dude whose name I still can't remember. Maybe let's see if I can look it up. I can't type. Oh, and for anyone who hasn't heard, Greg, right. For anyone who hasn't heard, Sarah Boone has an attorney. Have you guys heard? Like, y'all, her ad worked. Who would have ever thought, right? Greg Anderson, right? Okay. And Nick, what was his last name? I'm wanting to say Dennison. I know it's not Dennison, obviously. I mean, I'm Googling it. I'm not finding the answer. Come on, Google. Nick Whitney. Yes, Nick Whitney. Yeah. But yeah, Sarah Boone has an attorney. Her ad worked. Who would have thought? I mean, shocking, but good for her, right? I mean, crazy. Absolutely insane. I mean, you never know unless you try, I guess, right? I mean, wow. I have to say, as far as Sarah Boone goes, I love her handwriting is on point, man. Her handwriting is on point. She did a great job with that ad in terms of the handwriting. Well, I guess I can't say otherwise because it worked, right? But you know, before someone responded, you know, I was like, yeah, the handwriting. Crazy. And it's interesting. I mean, are we going to learn? Is it because she raised some money from like a GoFundMe, or is it because like, you know, he's doing it pro bono? Also, Jordy, did you ever hear the live stream where I talked about my phone call with Mark Eiglarsh? Or anyone else who's listening who hasn't heard about it? Because that's a crazy story. Do you know who Mark Eiglarsh is? Do you recognize that name? I did like a great opening statements. It was just like a one-time live stream. It was like a Saturday night special, great opening statements. And so this was the attorney for Scott Peterson, not Scott Peterson in California, Scott Peterson in Florida. And okay, so yeah, I mean, you could watch the episode. I mean, it's called Great Opening Statements for a reason. Like I did it is because it was like, I don't know, it was a number of months ago, but it was like, this to me is one of the best opening statements. And it actually, now that I think about it, it was right around the same time as the beginning of the Karen Reed trial. And I remember thinking how funny it was because they have Yanetti's opening statement, like the very first sentence, like Karen Reed was framed, there's a similarity there between that and then Mark Eiglarsh in this trial. And so this was so Scott Peterson was the school resource officer in Parkland, if you remember that one, where, you know, obviously school shooting, but he was the school resource officer, and all the media coverage and everything everybody knew about him was he was a chicken and he was hiding and all that. I'm sure, you know, that was what you knew. It was like he was really kind of like being the scapegoat for the reason it happened, right? Like that was the understanding that everyone had, including myself. And so he was that school resource officer. So this was his criminal trial. And the prosecution, like, because of the fact that what's his face, the shooter, Nicholas Cruz, he pled, right? And then there was no trial. And then he just had a sentencing phase, and then he didn't get the death penalty. It would stand to reason that a lot of people, the community, let's say, right, wanted to hold someone accountable and like have a trial, right, and like have someone to blame, basically, right. And so, because I'm pretty sure that it was like after Nicholas Cruz like pled that's when they started like really hammering down the charges on Scott Peterson. He was, you know, he's older, right? He's facing up to 97 years. And so Mark Eiglarsh, so again, he was being charged criminally. Mark Eiglarsh was his defense attorney by himself. I've never, ever, ever seen it. Let me just be clear. No paralegal, no assistant, nobody, all by himself. One guy, just one guy. And that whole trial, I thought I could just feel like He had the weight of the world on his shoulders. And it's one of those things where going into it, you know, he was charged with, oh my gosh, what were the charges? Like, let me see if I can pull it up. It was a slew of things. I'm going to pull up the video on my phone because it's one of the first slides on there is it has the charges. Let me see. So hold on just a second. Oh, let me find the right thing here. So okay, here we go. Okay, he was charged with child neglect, culpable negligence, and perjury. It was facing up to 96 and a half years. And the way they got to the child neglect was because of the fact that this was a novel use of like the caretaker role, which is usually like, you know, a babysitter, that type of thing. And they were using that as a way to overcharge him, being that he was a school resource officer, as if he was a caretaker. So they were saying that he basically, you know, that there were shots fired and like they were alleging, the prosecution, right, that he just like ran and hid basically instead of doing something, instead of springing into action, right? But that was the story, right? And so what you learn is like that's not at all the case, right? Which is why we have these trials. And it's really interesting, you know, how the whole thing went down. You know, the acoustics had a big part in it because this was like outdoors, and like the way the school was laid out had these really tall concrete buildings, and it had like a part in the middle that was like concrete. And as a musician, like I can tell you, like you look at that and you're like, oh my God, like that's the type of thing where if you were to like clap or like yell, you would hear like the echoes bouncing and bouncing and bouncing all over the place. And so what was crazy is like there had been some kids, it was like Valentine's Day, and there had been kids with firecrackers. That was like a normal thing at school. They weren't supposed to have them, right? But like what happened was like people were reporting firecrackers. And so like he went to go investigate the firecrackers. And part of the thing is like they have their like walkie-talkie things, you know, and the school resource officer is technically, you know, they're hired by the county, Broward County in that case. And they're employed through the county or whatever. And so so their radio signals and stuff are coming through that. Now, Broward County apparently has had this problem for a long time at that point, where they weren't their radio thingies were not working. Like they weren't charging fully. They were having this thing where what they would call it is throttling, where the officers, not even just at school, but just the regular officers, right, would be going to use their, I don't know what to call, I'm calling it a walkie radio, right? And they would go to use it and it would throttle, like there would be no signal. And they just couldn't even get through to an operator, right? And this had been an ongoing problem that they'd complained about, and nothing had been done about it. And so the sheriff is really responsible for that. And so basically, that was one of the issues. But he was going to investigate like the fireworks or whatever. And meanwhile, like, I think so. They weren't fireworks; they were gunshots, right? But it was like on the complete other side of the campus, and he was outside the buildings, right? So the part of the problem was because of the layout of the school, nobody knew where the shots were coming. Like the first thing that was yelled out, I guess, like vocally, like shots fired coming from the football stadium, if I recall correctly, or the football field, right? Shots coming from the football field, right? And so like. But that's not where he was. So it was this whole confusing thing where they thought the shooter was not at all where he was, and nobody really knew because all the shots were echoing. So it sounded like it could have been dozens of people, right? It was like a nightmare situation where they didn't know how many people they had. They didn't know where they were. Meanwhile, the layout of the campus, they're like sitting ducks, right? Because it's all these tall buildings. They could be on a roof, they could be inside a building, and when they're in that courtyard in between them, they're like sitting ducks. That's the best way to describe it. Like, it's really not a good situation, and they have no idea where the shots are coming from. And so the protocol back then was like, if you have no idea where the shots are coming from, is to stay where you are and like take cover or whatever, and like wait for someone to like wait for the next instruction, right? And it makes sense because it's like, if you just have people just going off, like officers going off and like on their own and like doing whatever, like to be the hero, that can be a big problem. And so it's like a team mentality, right? It's like, you know, and the other thing is then you've got your blue on blue issues, right? Or they could be mistaken about who's got the gun. I mean, there's any number of issues. So you wait for, and to have backup. He was just the one dude, but the radio thing wasn't working or whatever. Meanwhile, somehow the 911 calls that people were making from the school, like from their cell phones, like the students, the faculty, the 911 calls, this is wild, were being like transferred over to the local police department. What was it? Coral? I forget. South Palm Beach or whatever the local police department was, right? The local police department, that's who was receiving the 911 calls. But the problem is that the school resource officer is with Broward County. So the people who needed the information weren't getting it, and then the people who were getting the information aren't there. It was a complete mess. And so what you learn is like, he did everything exactly by the books, and there was like literally nothing he could have done. And like, honestly, they just completely hit the sheriff's office, like completely threw him under the bus. And like, that's like the first opening statement is something akin to like, my client was thrown under the bus. He was sacrificed. I think he even says he was sacrificed like a lamb to the slaughter. I think he might even say something like that. Dude, he's amazing. Mark Eiglarsh. But think about the uphill battle he had. I was thinking about this actually in comparison to Karen Reed, right? Because you had a situation where if anyone has the odds against them, you've got Florida, first of all. You've got school shooting, second of all. You've got, there was no doubt that everybody already had an assumption of guilt in this case. It's just the nature of it, right? With like people in every country are going to know of this shooting, right? Yeah, the fall guy, right? And like, you've got school resource officer who didn't act, right? This is like what was out in the media. And you've got every single odd against you with this. And then you've got one defense attorney. And he was found not guilty, as he should have been. He was completely acquitted. And so it's wild to think about how you, like, again, like when you've got a client who's factually innocent, right, is what I was thinking, right? Like Karen Reed to me is factually innocent, like actually innocent. And same with Scott Peterson, right? And so, yeah, Mark Eiglarsh had literally everything going against him, like with every obstacle to overcome. Like that is like literally the absolute worst possible situation to be in when you've got a client who's factually innocent, but like look at all that you have to go up against, right? With people's emotions and people's bias and Florida, no offense to Florida. And so anyway, so he was all by himself. And so and I think there's whenever I went through my list of all the things in my head of why I think there were even more things than what I'm remembering right now in terms of why he had so many odds against him. But yeah, so the great opening statements it's just like the opening statements there, right? But what's so crazy is that, like, I don't know, maybe like 2 months ago or something, I got a text message, and you know how sometimes in your phone it'll like automatically recognize the contact and like have the name, like if they have it set to that. So I got a text message and it said it was from Mark Eiglarsh. And I was like, And I saw the name before I opened the text. And I was like, what? And then I was like, is somebody scamming me? And then I'm like, but why would they pretend to be Mark? Like, what is happening? This doesn't make any sense. Is what? Go open the text and it's like, hi, Chelsea. Like, did you get my email? And then I was like, wait, what? And I go and check my email and he had emailed me. And I'm like, is this real life? And it had like it had the law firm, it's his firm, right? It had like it had all that on there on the email. And then I like texted him and I'm like, what is happening? And he's like, I just tried to call you like 4 times in a row. And I'm like, what is going on? But my phone was like, thought it was a robocaller and was just auto blocking it. And you know how it works, right? If your phone's locked, you just won't even see the call come through. But because I was texting him and my phone was unlocked, he tried calling like a 5th time. And because my phone was unlocked, I answered it. And he has a very, very, very distinctive voice. And I recognized his voice immediately. So I just answered the phone. I go, hello. And I can quote him verbatim. He goes, holy shit, can you play the hell out of the violin? And I'm like, what is going on right now? Because this is like one of my hero attorneys, right? And he goes, I watched all of your violin videos. What is happening? It's like, I watched all of your violin videos, and man, but we had a conversation for like a while, right? Like, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes. But here's what he said. He said, dude, he said, I just have to tell you that like that trial was one of the most difficult periods of time in my entire life. And he said, in fact, I have like, I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like I have like PTSD from it. He said to the fact that, he said, ever since that trial, he said, after the trial ended, he said, I've not been able to look at anything. Like he said, I've not gone back and watched any of it. I've not done anything with it. I just couldn't even go there in my mind because of how traumatizing the pressure he felt. Right. And I could feel that. I could feel the weight of the world on his shoulders. Right. And so he said that what happened, the reason he was contacting me, he said he was like, doing something, right. And like on YouTube, and somehow like, I guess my video like came on like autoplay or whatever. And like, I don't blame him. I know. Right. And he's a really empathetic and sensitive person, which is part of why I also like respect and look up to him and think he's amazing. He's really unique. And very different from a lot of attorneys. Very passionate, so passionate, man. It's just contagious. You can feel it. And so he said that like this video, great opening statements, like came up, or whatever. And he started hearing, him talking, the opening statements or whatever. And he went to go like this is what he said. He said he went to go like turn it off because he like can't handle it. And he said, like I can like quote this, like he said, and then I heard your little voice. I thought it was funny that he said little voice. He said, I heard your little voice start talking. And, as I was talking and, I was pulling up comments, and of course, as expected, I didn't tell people ahead of time what trial it was. I was waiting for them to figure it out because I knew what was going to happen. And sure enough, like people in the comments initially are like thinking, oh no, blah, blah. But then they were like, oh, wow. People that hadn't watched the trial are like, oh my God, we had it all wrong. And there were a couple people in the chat that had watched the trial and were saying things like, he inspired me to be an attorney and stuff like that. So I'm like reading the comments or whatever, but I'm also giving commentary. And so he said that he kept listening because he was like, oh, wow. And he was like, his thought, like, this is what he said to me. He was like, she gets it. And then he was like, they're getting it, like to people in the chat. And it's like the same exact thing. Is like, that's why I wanted to do it, because I'm like, wait, guys, wait, don't jump to conclusions yet. And then you saw it like trickle and like, they're getting it, they're seeing, right. And it's a really good example of anything, of like how literally a really clear example of media completely giving you the wrong idea, like in a major way. In fact, Mark Eiglar even said that when Scott Peterson reached out to him to take his case, he was like, no way, man, no way. Like, just like everybody, right? They're like, sorry, man. Like, I'm not Santa Claus. I'm not, I'm not the tooth fairy. I mean, he didn't say that. I'm just, it's like, I'm not a magician. What do you expect from me? Right. And Scott Peterson was like, just hear me out. Just listen, let me just give you some of the facts or whatever. And then, so he was in that same boat as everybody else, where it's like this, like automatically like, no way, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. And then he was like, oh my God, you've been fucked, and so the same thing, right? With everyone watching it, they're like, oh my God, and so, but he was getting emotional on the phone of like how much it moved him to because of the fact that this had been such a bad, like a traumatizing and stressful thing that he hadn't been able to even face. And like he said, because of that, like because of your commentary, because of the video, he was like, I was finally able to go back and watch it and like see that I did some good and stuff like that, and he was getting like emotional on the phone. And I'm like, what on earth? Like, what? It was so surreal. And the other thing was he said that he thought I was an attorney. He said he thought I was an attorney until he was like, until I saw all your violin videos. And I was like, oh, she's a violinist. See? I was just trying like to not faint basically, because I'm like, this is bizarre, right? Like he's thanking me, like, and it's just backwards. It's like, honestly, that trial and him, right, really for me showed me a completely different angle on, and it forever changed how I think about the importance of defense attorneys. And because well, first of all, it's not often you see cases where somebody's factually innocent, but regardless, that was a huge turning point for me. It was the first time I really like fell in love with the defense. If by fell in love, I mean like resonated so much with a defense attorney and like rooting for them, right? I'm pretty sure it was like the first time, actually. Yeah. I mean, really, in a way that was like super major, right? And again, like inspiring, like really inspiring. And oh yeah, oh absolutely, yeah. People tend to vilify defense attorneys. Oh yeah. He's a really good dude. And he's got a really he's got a really big heart. He's got a really big heart. I mean, the fact that he emailed me, texted me, and then called like 4 times, but it got blocked. I didn't know, and then like he was not gonna give up. I mean, when he's so busy, it's just to say thank you, because you I don't, man, it's like the world needs more people like that, in a lot of in all the ways, right? Like that was like him taking the time out of his day to just be appreciative. And I don't know, I'll never forget it. It's a phone call I'll never forget for the rest of my life. I mean, that was so meaningful to me, as someone who does, started doing this because of the EDP challenge, sidebar challenge, right? And it had a positive impact on him. Like, it's wild. Yeah, I mean, you might, I'm sure you're not wrong about that too. I mean, having said that, I don't know if you watch Lawyer, but he doesn't ever have people on except his dad. But he has never had a guest on, again, apart from his dad, with one exception, and that's Mark Eiglarsh. And I was one of the people who was like emailing him, Lawyer, at the time, and I was like, you gotta get Mark Eiglarsh on. But because he was like, what's the right way to say it? He really, really, really respected Mark Eiglarsh. Like he was that impressed, I guess. And like, in other words, I don't know. My opinion about, I'm sure means nothing compared to the fact that like Lawyer, like really, really admires him. That's the right word. Really, really admires him, and enough to have him on. I actually did tell him that. I was like, just so you know, that's the only time Peter's ever had someone on his show. But yeah, so he's definitely one of my favorites. And then we talked a little bit about the civil trial and stuff. Scott Peterson, after that, after the criminal trial, he moved to North Carolina, actually, in the mountains where I live. I'm not in the mountains anymore, but I used to be. But yeah, North Carolina. And but yeah, I would say like Mark Eiglarsh and then Yannetti, in terms of favorite, and then Ann Taylor. And who am I missing from my favorite defense attorneys list? And Judge Peterson's definitely on the top of my favorite judges. I mean, I will say in terms of this trial, the Ezra trial, like I did really respect her attorneys initially. Like I thought Nelson's opening statements were very compelling, even if there was a fantasy, if you will, but it was very compelling. And I thought that Miss Vishny argued case law very well. But I've lost, I would say that my opinion of them has kind of diminished over the course of the trial because of just some things that for me are kind of bordering on a bit, like bordering on unethical, like in my opinion, like where they've got to they've got to know that some of what Ezra is saying, some of it, if not all of it, most of it, they have to know that some portion of what she's saying is not true, right? And we know that attorneys cannot elicit false testimony, right? Great example, the Robert Tullis trial. Well, he changed the pronunciation to Tullius the day of the trial, but prior to that, it was always Tullis. That whole thing, right? Where if they're going to be telling their own story and it's not you can't ethically support that as an attorney, you just do the narrative thing, and that's what they did with him on the stand. Because you can't be eliciting knowingly false testimony. And like even in Murdoch, Jim Griffin was really careful about the questions he asked, really careful. And it wasn't leading like the way that Miss Vishny, I mean, dude, I mean, that's just, and you could tell that Mr. Dufour was just saving his objections. He's like, they would still be in trial if he had objected to all the things that were objectionable, Yeah, I totally see what you're saying, Jordy, about the snippets. I know. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a gavel-to-gavel kind of girl, definitely, obviously. But I'll give you an example, like YSL. Like I think that I'm really, that I've been following that trial. Let me just say, I've been following that trial since the inception of it, right? But not watching a gavel-to-gavel because, it's just not possible. I can't, unless I could clone myself, especially when trials overlap. And then of course the fact that it makes it harder when I'm doing my own coverage. But yeah, so I will say, like, I've been watching him for that because he's doing really good coverage on it, and it's just not feasible for me. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, months and months and months and months. Yeah, dude, if you're watching a gavel-to-gavel, feel free to keep us like little, like, keep us updated, keep me updated at least, like, because again, like I'm really interested in, I wish I had the time for that, but boy, what a shit show, man. What a shit show. And boy, was I rooting for Woody on the stand, by the way. I'm like, yes, dude, you do it. And I think it's so true. I have to say, being that I'm born and raised in North Carolina, so technically like the South, right? And I've spent plenty of time in Georgia, known plenty of people from Georgia. I have never heard an accent like that, ever. In fact, I actually have a really hard time understanding it a lot of the time. It's very interesting. But it seems like everyone in that courtroom can understand him, like the judge and the attorneys. But I've never heard an accent like that, which is just, I just find it really surprising because I thought I'd heard all the different Southern accents. I've never heard that. But yeah, okay, yeah, watch it on 1.75 to 2 times. Yeah. Yeah, Fulton County, I know. It's like, what is going on in Fulton? Like, what's going on in Fulton County? Like, what's going on in Canton? Are you, Jordy, are you in Georgia? I mean, like I said, like I've spent time in Atlanta. I've just never, the ATL, I've never heard that. But I will say too, like, I remember when it was opening statements, I did watch the opening statements, and I remember thinking then, and during opening statements, I remember thinking, this can't be real. Like, I thought to myself, Miss Love, I was like, it reminded me of like Catch Me If You Can, like the movie. I'm like, is this someone pretending to be an attorney? Like, I mean, I still, like, did she get someone to fake a bar license for her? Like, what is going, like, I still have a hard time believing that she went to law school or has any knowledge of the law. Like, it's just shocking. Oh, okay, cool. In Chicago. Wow, that's cool. Chicago, shout out to Chicago. That's the Windy City, right? And Louisiana, we have a Squirrel friend who we haven't seen in a little bit, but shout out to Abby Giss. She's in Louisiana. So, but I drove through Chicago, kind of. Well, yeah, on that road trip when I was driving from Minnesota back to Boone, North Carolina, and it was just a bunch of traffic. So, like stopped traffic for like hours. But that's cool. Chicago's supposed to be awesome. I mean, I've only ever heard great things about Chicago. Really. I bet you can have the opportunity to see a lot of really great live music too, if that's your thing. Or eat deep dish pizza. Is that, I don't know if that's just from movies or if that's real life. I've been to the airport a number of times, you know, on a layover. Anyway. Well, that's awesome. Well, and again, this was like on whatever the big main road was. It wasn't like in the city. Like traffic in the city is different, right? Like, I feel like, for me anyway, because it's like you're expecting it and you're also going somewhere cool, hopefully. But like, this was like, you know, what interstate, you know, a bunch of lanes or whatever. And like, this was like a across the country road trip, but not for pleasure purposes. And so I've been driving for like, you know, 12 hours straight or whatever. Anyway, that for me is not where I want to be stopped in stuck in traffic that's like completely stopped. And there was nothing to look at. That was the other thing. There's nothing to look at. Like, at least if you're stopped in the city, it's like, oh, you know, scroll around. But like, this was like the worst place to be stopped like that for so long. There was like literally just concrete on like a bunch of cars on either side and just concrete. Oh, and the car was running. Oh my God. The car was like on its last leg running out of gas. This was a rental car. That was really sketchy. Oh my God. It was so close to being out of gas. I remember that. That was so wild. Like, just talk about being stranded, right? Like, that was really sketchy. If we were going to be able to even get out of that situation before we ran out of gas and make it to a gas station, that was rough. That was wild, man. Yeah, again, I don't even know what highway. It was just the big highway. I don't know. But we made it to a gas station. God, that was sketchy. But I've done another road trip where we drove from Boone to Key Largo. That was a much better drive, much funner drive. Actually, because you could drive through South Carolina. There was so many funny things. That was such a fun road trip. Speaking of which, reminds me of the Squirrel Crew World Tour. That was a fun day when we did that mini world tour. But yeah, I miss traveling. I really love traveling, and I want to do more. But yeah, so the next Ezra episode will be there's more cross. Yay! More cross. And then we have spoiler alert, there is a redirect. I think she said that in front of the jury. I think that was her thing. She was like trying to say that in front of the jury. That there's going to be no redirect. Yeah, right. And then there's recross, and then there's a redirect. And then this is something that I don't know that I've ever seen before in a criminal trial. It's just an exhibit. There's no witness. It's pretty crazy. Like, Ezra gets done, and then the defense's next thing is there's no witness. It's just an exhibit. It's a video exhibit for like an hour or something. It's really long. And it's just body cam from one of the law enforcement officers. It's just their body. Like, I didn't even know you could just do that. So they just play that. It's pretty bizarre. And then after that, they have a slew of like, if you could, I bet you could guess, Jordy, right? What do you think the rest of their case in chief is going to be? I'm not going to say it. I'll let you guess. They're going to have a slew of people that do something similar to each other, to one another. And another treat is that every indication we've had so far is that the state's going to have a rebuttal case. Sweet. Shout out to state cases with that, like Murdoch. Murdoch is one of them. I can't think of too many, but you don't often get to see that. I guess because you don't often have the affirmative defenses, right? So, yeah, the Apple River trial or whatever, that's what it's called, right? The Apple, again, I didn't watch that, but I heard of it. That's wild that Nelson was on. Boy, even wilder though that he was on George Floyd. I can't believe just that's like bringing everything full circle in a really crazy way for me, right? Like that was my first, wow. And as soon as you mentioned that he was skinnier and had glasses, I'm like, oh my God. That does ring a bell. I mean, I haven't watched that trial since it happened. Like, you know, I watched it when it happened, like live, and then I haven't watched it since. But I'm like, oh my God, yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, there's a slew. There's a slew. It's a veritable slew. I think it's like 3, 4, maybe 5 or something like that of people. And they're on the stand. You know, it's so funny because with the state, the majority of their witnesses have been done fully, like in their full testimony in what, like under half an hour, maybe, like quick in and out, right? These people seem to be like from what I can tell, it looks like they're all on the stand for quite a while because of direct, you know. And then we have the prosecution's rebuttal, and I still love to know how the heck John Hansen is not, from what I can tell. They've been talking about, there's been talk that he might get called in rebuttal, although I don't think that they said they were going to end up using him. But how the heck did he get out scot-free on this and not get subpoenaed? I guess technically they're doctors. Like they probably have a doctor in front of their name. If that's the type of hint. I mean, what they should have done, in my opinion, right? What do I know, right? But like a strategy could have been to bring in a crime scene reconstructionist. Again, think about Murdoch, right? I find it crazy that more cases don't have this. Like, I don't really understand it. Like, Kenny Kinsey was crucial to just explaining what happened. And he was so awesome. Like, he was amazing. But like someone who can explain the entire crime scene, like basically, right? Like, I don't know. I don't understand why we don't. I mean, I'm trying to think of other trials that even have had any. I'm sure there are, but like, I'm not counting Trooper Paul. But also, again, I mean, someone who can really put the entire crime scene together anyway, right? I mean, I don't even know what Trooper Paul's specialty was supposed to be. I think he was supposed to specialize in car accidents. I don't know. I mean, you know, but yeah, they're like psychologists basically. Like, but it's crazy because again, they have like 3 or 4 of them. They're like, one specializes in like and I haven't made it through all the video editing, but from what I can gather, if I were to, you know, like one is like maybe specializes in memory and one specializes in trauma and another specializes in, you know, whatever, like, and it's like, they have a bunch of them. And literally just not even, I don't even think that they end up really dealing with the facts of the case. It's one of those things where it's like, they have this presentation that they probably give to every trial they do, which you can understand from an economic standpoint that, you know, I was thinking the same thing in Koberger with, not with Dr. Edelman, but with the other, and we'll actually be able to talk about that with the other people. I'm like, oh, this is the same presentation they use at every trial they do. right? Because it's just statistics. It's not, and then there might be one little thing where it's like specific to the case, right? So it's like my from what I can tell so far, it's kind of like that type of thing where it's like they give the same presentation, you know, and they like I don't think they actually ever met with Ezra or assessed her. I don't think. I could be wrong because I haven't made it through all of it yet. But like the first dude who seems to be like what they consider to be their heavy hitter, he's just like does research on like trauma or something like that, right? And I think his whole point is to try to explain how the way they interrogated her was bad. I mean, I just disagree. I think that they did a great job with her. In my opinion, I've watched a lot of interrogations. I actually love watching interrogations. Yeah, right. Like, exactly, right. I mean, great point. I mean, because, yeah, what I was going to say is it would have helped them. Like, I guess had anything made sense with Ezra's, you know, version, it would have made sense to bring one in, right? And I guess if you're the state, I guess you're just like, you don't need to. I don't know. I feel like if you're the state and you've got the resources, you should always have some. I mean, just why would you not, you know? But especially because they didn't have to hire any experts, right? Which is also unusual. They didn't have to hire any experts because the way they do it there is just like in Massachusetts, right? It's like all the crime scene analysts and it's all through the state government or whatever you want to call it. So it's, you know, they didn't have to hire anybody. And even Dr. Tillotz, they got so lucky with him being a treating physician. God, he was awesome. He was awesome. Really great witness for them. Right. Yeah. 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 Right. Because that's what we've been doing. We've been doing that job. Right. I mean, I'm like, Kenny Kinsey could look at this and be like, yup. And he could explain the whole thing. I wonder how much we would get right. Kenny Kinsey, if you ever watch this, let us know how much we got right. He's such an awesome dude. I wish I could meet him someday. But yeah, I mean, this crime scene really is a puzzler. I mean, I know I've said it before. It's just worth reiterating that not all crime scenes are like this, right? Reconstructionist or no reconstruct, not all crime scenes are like this. I will say the Karen Reed crime scene is also a puzzler, but in a different way. It's like there's so little to go on, you know? Like there's, you know, whereas here there's a lot of evidence. Like you got all the evidence, the pools of blood. I mean, like we went through, right? There's a lot of stuff. So it's thought like to me, it's like that's really solvable, kind of like in Murdoch, right? But with Karen Reed, it's like there's really not. Well, no, I can't say it better than Lolly. Hold on. Let's take it from him himself. Lolly, the man himself. Where is it?
There's no evidence of anything in this case.
And see, that's why it's difficult for me to, you know, I had a thought about the fire hydrant, but it just seems like that also got ruled out at some point. Yeah, 100%. Too many gaps and holes. Right. Yep. Right. And then of course, just the whole thing was botched, right? Like again, like that's what works, which is great in this case is like it was well, like everything was done correctly, like evidence wise, right? You know what I mean? Like they collected the evidence. Although jury's still out on the blanket. I need to go back and look for that on what happened with that. But like, you know, they did a good job. The chain of custody was flawless. No issues there. You know, that's why the defense couldn't poke any holes that way. So of course, and it was just the opposite with Karen Reed. So, like that sucks. I wish I could try to bring my squirrel brain and figure that one out, but like there's not enough, you know? And I'm not a wild conspiracy theorist, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Like to me, that's why I was like, going back and looking at the injuries of Alex Woodworth and then looking at the blood, the pattern of the blood stains and like where there's such it tells a story. And then the cigarette butts, right? All this stuff tells the story, right? And see, it's like someone like Kenny Kinsey could just, I'm sure, you know, can put that story together a lot quicker and easier than me, but obviously, but with, Officer O'Keefe, there's like not really a story. That's the thing. There's not enough there to be like, okay, let's just put it's like when you have like all the pieces, but they're all rearranged and you have to rearrange them so that they fit like a puzzle, right? It's like, but in John O'Keefe's case, it's like you've got one puzzle piece or something. I don't know. Like it's just there's not enough there to rearrange and rework to make it fit. So but I love this case and I love this trial. I do think it's really interesting. There's a lot to it. Oh, really? Where was that? I haven't seen that. I would love to watch that. Is that like an interview somewhere? Oh, he was a guest on some channel. I'll have to look that up. I just love him. Also, shout out to the 2 Gray boys. They trained their whole lives for this. I need to make them into a thingy that I can put on the screen. Just the 2 Gray boys with their green lasers. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know how I missed it, but then I'm like, oh right, yeah, I don't really get to watch YouTube anymore. Which, I will say, like, it's great that, like, it just goes to show you, man, like, YouTube is great. Like, I think YouTube is great. Like, look at how much all of us have learned from YouTube, and like, it's a really positive thing. And it's just amazing that, someone like me can do anything like this at all, with literally nothing. Just scrolling. Brandy Churchwell. Okay. Yeah, I will definitely look that up. Thank you so much for that. That's awesome. Yeah, I haven't watched too much of her channel, but I've heard only great things about her. And I've seen her come on as a guest on other places, I think. But yeah, I've only heard great things about her. Yeah, and we haven't seen much of Rob lately, huh? I think he got like married or he's going to get married. I know he moved. I was just thinking about that. I'm sure Runkle misses him. But yeah, so I mean, what'll be next after this? Who knows? I was gonna try to cover like in real, like live, like in real time. I was gonna try to do Sarah Boone when she was pro se, but I don't know if I'm as interested now. Assuming she keeps this defense attorney, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But assuming she has an attorney, I mean, it still could be interesting. But it was going to be way more interesting with her being pro se. You have opinions on his move? You don't have to be nice and keep to yourself. You can share it here. I won't pull it up on the screen. He did great with the Kowalski trial. That's where I was watching that. Oh, not the move. Okay. He did great with the Kowalski trial. But yeah, so guys, I think I will. Oh my God, did I beat my record? I just looked at this. I might have beat my record. Hold on, let me look. This wasn't even on purpose. I wasn't even looking until just now. Okay, I'm reading your comment. I'm not pulling it up, Jordy. Interesting. Interesting. Feel free to share more if you feel so inclined. But let me see. Did I just beat my live stream record? Oh my God. That's gonna be really funny. Hold on. Because I know previously the longest one was a Murdoch Just Follow the Railroad. Oh my God, I did. I beat my record. I beat my record. Oh my God. I am shocked. My record was 10 hours, 15 minutes, and 46 seconds. You guys, celebration time, we win. Oh, interesting. Again, I'm reading your comment. I'm not pulling it up. That's interesting. I could see that, Jordy. I could see that. I could see that. That's really interesting. I could see that. I would not have thought of it. But like, I didn't have like, but now that you mention it, I'm like, oh my gosh, I could see that. Wow. Very illuminating. Yeah. You would know. I mean, I would imagine, right? You know, I'm saying that as a compliment, you know. So very interesting. Yay. Round of applause. Wow. A little, oh, interesting. Okay. I'm going to do a celebratory team approach.
However, sorry, team approach, I guess.
I love everything about it, but one of my favorite parts is the I guess after he's. Oh my God, I love it so much. Celebratory team approach. So the team, it's like, oh, they're getting along, and it's like, oh, I guess. It's just classic Mr. Nelson, right? I mean, from what I can tell, like that just seems like him. That seems like him in a nutshell, if I had to summarize it. Team approach, I guess. Dude. So yes, so guys, I think I will call it a night or a day or a morning or wherever you guys are and wherever I am. Where am I? I don't even know. I'm in the forest, apparently. The glowing red. That's the redwood forest, by the way, because, you know, redwood forest where Jason went. So, but thanks, guys, for being here. Jordy sticking it out to the end like a trooper, like a squirrel warrior. Squirrel warriors, unite! Woohoo! So that's awesome. Those of us who are like, we don't need that sleep. hardcore squirreling. But yeah, I will be back again shortly here for some cover. And love you guys. Y'all are awesome. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being Squirrel. And I'm going to go ahead and roll the old outro. See you guys next time.